Deep within the Silver Dragon dungeon, two sentinels stood guard at the iron gates. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps wrapped in an overwhelming aura approached from the darkness. Terror seized the guards as they turned, instantly recognizing Her Majesty. With a cold command, she ordered them to vanish so she could speak with the prisoner in absolute secrecy. From the shadows emerged the ruler of this domain, the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosway. She looked down at the fallen legend, asking how it felt for a great hero to become a mere pet of the Dragon Clan. But the Dragon Hunter simply spat back, telling her to get it over with and end him. The monarch, however, found his death wish intriguing. A curious glint entered her eyes as she asked if he truly desired the end so badly. Stepping into his personal space, she whispered that it wouldn't be that easy for such a handsome specimen. As her fingers traced his skin, she suggested that a few more scars would make him a true masterpiece. Humiliation burned through his veins. The hero roared, demanding she stop the mockery and kill him once and for all. Yet, the Silver Queen offered a twisted mercy, proposing that he abandon his humanity and join the Silver Dragon Clan. A dark smile cut across the prisoner's face as he challenged her, asking if she was even worthy. The question ignited a mix of shock and fury in the sovereign's eyes. Rage consumed her. She unleashed a devastating blow that shattered his adamantite chains like glass. The hero was sent flying, crashing into the dust and coughing up blood. Before he could recover, she pinned him to the stone floor with her heel, demanding to know where a prisoner found the audacity to be so rude. Dripping with venom, the woman told Leon Cosmo that his glorious reputation as a hero was now nothing more than dust in the wind. She laughed, branding him an ignorant loser destined to rot there, but Leon countered, his voice steady, saying she had stolen his only chance to leave a legacy for his descendants. The queen found his despair amusing, but she assured him with cruel delight that he would have no successor in this life. With blazing determination, the warrior shouted for her never to underestimate the resolve of humanity. Her patience snapped, and her tail coiled around his neck like a python. In an instant, the Silver Queen hoisted him into the air, mocking his stubborn pride. The young man clawed at the scales, crushing his windpipe, struggling to pull in a single breath of air. On the brink of unconsciousness, he managed to gasp out to Her Majesty. With a sinister smile, the creature asked if he was finally ready to beg for his life. Even while suffocating, Leon revealed a terrifying truth: she had made two fatal mistakes from the very start. Stunned, she loosened her grip to listen. He wheezed that her first mistake was being alone with the Dragon Slayer. Then, he prepared to unveil the second error she should never have committed. Leon screamed that her second mistake was tasting his cursed blood. Terror flashed in this queen's eyes as she realized she had walked into a blood curse. Her tail went limp, and Leon collapsed, finally free on the cold ground. As he scrambled back, his opponent stared at him, paralyzed as the ancient curse began to take hold of her system. Suddenly, a scorching heat erupted within the monarch's body. Spiraling out of control, she fell to her knees, trembling, unable to understand the fire consuming her from the inside. Panic set in as she wondered what the hell was happening. Leon smiled grimly, explaining that she was now bound to live in the same pain as his soul for eternity. It was too much to bear. Tears streamed down the dragon's face as the curse's intensity shattered her composure. Suddenly, Roswy lunged at Leon. He looked at her in shock as the force of her impact knocked him flat onto the dungeon floor. Lying beneath her, Leon asked, confused, what she was doing. But as he observed her glazed eyes, he realized with horror that the situation was intensely arousing her. There was no time to react. The silver dragon leaned in and kissed him with savage force. The unexpected intimacy left Leon completely paralyzed and speechless. 1 hour later, shredded clothes and broken chains lay scattered across the dungeon floor, silent witnesses to the storm. Slowly, the creature awoke, the haze of the curse still lingering in her eyes. She sat up, looking around in confusion, trying to piece together the fragments of her memory, and realization struck like lightning. She spun furiously toward Leon, unable to believe the reality of the situation. A piercing scream echoed off the walls as she demanded to know what he had done to her body. Leon, calm amidst the chaos, explained that the blood curse created a soul connection. If he died, she would suffer endless, excruciating pain. The sovereign called it absurd, questioning why this happened now if the effect was triggered by death. The prisoner shrugged, admitting the recent intimacy was an accident, a side effect he hadn't anticipated. Humiliated beyond measure, she roared furiously for him to shut his mouth. Undeterred, Leon flashed a devilish smile and asked if dragons didn't strictly follow the rule of monogamy. He then dropped the final bombshell: she could no longer have another mate or descendants, as the spell had bound them far deeper than he expected. He teased her mercilessly, reminding her that just like him, her lineage would end here. Filled with rage, the queen called him a bastard as raw energy crackled around her. Calmly, he offered his neck, asking if she wanted to kill him. He reminded her she didn't need to bother, as he would die soon anyway. Finally, Leon declared his true revenge. His curse was for her to live with hatred, pain, and him forever. The dragoness fell silent, hastily dressing herself while processing her fate. She asked how a human could execute such despicable revenge while still seeking his own death. Her hand glowing with ominous magical light, she looked at him with a mix of awe and disgust, calling him an absolute scoundrel. Then, she drove her hand into his chest, blasting him with magical energy. But this story began long ago. For Leon, Cosmo was once a legendary dragon-slaying hero. At just 5 years old, he had slaughtered a fierce beast and caught the eye of a passing dragon slayer, beginning his path to greatness. At the tender age of 10, he breached the gates of the Imperial Academy. He didn't just graduate. He ascended as the youngest, highest-ranked prodigy in recorded history. By 15, the battlefield was his playground. He bathed in dragon blood, slaying beasts and reclaiming lost territories for the glory of the Empire. The world hailed him as the strongest dragon slayer. He stood as the solitary beacon of hope for humanity's ultimate victory. Yet, fate is cruel. Captured by the Dragon Clan, his legend came to a halt. 2 long years vanished into the abyss of his imprisonment. A sudden scream tears through the silence. He jolts awake, gasping for air as if surfacing from a drowning nightmare, his eyes wild and disoriented. Clutching his pounding heart, he tries to steady his trembling soul, but reality is wrong. This room is too luxurious, too alien. Where on earth is he? His senses spike as the heavy door creaks open with an ominous slowness. A tiny figure with midnight hair peeks through the gap. Her voice is like honey as she chirps, noticing her guest has finally returned to the waking world. The battle-hardened hero freezes. The sheer cuteness radiating from her strikes him harder than any dragon's breath. Clarity washes over him. Surely, this must be paradise, a reward for his noble sacrifice. He hails her as a legendary angel, though the poor child looks utterly baffled by the term. Wearing a gentle smile, he leans in closer. He simply must know the name of this divine little cherub. With a beaming face, she introduces herself as Moon. It is a beautiful name, yet he can't help but wonder about the strange, otherworldly hue of her hair. Moon explains that her mother says her hair reflects the celestial body itself. This stuns him, since when do angels have mothers? Lifting her into his arms, he introduces himself as Leon Cosmo. Her eyes light up instantly. She excitedly claims to know that Leon means lion. Surprised, he asks who taught her such things, and once again, the answer points back to her mysterious mother. A cold shiver of suspicion runs down his spine. He dares to ask the mother's name. The girl's joyful reply, Ross Weiss. His mind races. Ross Weiss, the Silver Dragon Queen. The pieces of this terrifying puzzle finally click into place. Then, the final blow. With a smile brighter than the sun, Moon declares him to be her daddy. Leon stands paralyzed, his brain short-circuiting completely. Innocently, the child seeks confirmation of his identity as her father and Ross Weiss's mate before calling out for her mother. The reality hits him like a warhammer. He is stunned into silence. Suddenly, the Silver Queen herself materializes. When Moon announces Daddy is awake, the Queen simply replies, cool and composed, that she already knows. A sly smile curves her lips. The hero has finally awakened. Moon innocently exposes her mother's secret, revealing how Ross Weiss visited his bedside every single day. Though the dragoness confirms it, Leon scoffs internally. Only a fool would buy that act. She then gently dismisses Moon to play outside. The parents need to talk. The moment the door clicks shut, the atmosphere changes. He demands the truth. Is Moon truly his blood? The answer is a chilling, definitive yes. Her silver tail taps rhythmically against the floor, betraying her irritation. She accuses him flatly, claiming he hates her. Leon recoils. Why bring a child into this war? Why save the life of her sworn enemy? The Queen steps forward. He slept for 2 years. Did he really think she would let such a prime opportunity slip through her claws? Rage explodes within him. He screams that their species can never coexist, that he never would have touched her willingly in 1,000 lifetimes. She mocks his virtue, asking if her touch is truly such torture. He spits back that it is hell itself. Instantly, her tail snakes around his leg like a vice. With terrifying strength, she flings him backwards onto the bed. She pins him down, and for the first time, genuine fear creeps into his voice as he asks her intent. Silence is her only answer. Rip. His shirt is shredded to ribbons in a single, fluid motion. A glowing magic circle ignites in her palm. She intends to brand him with her dragon crest. He screams, begging her to stop the madness. She whispers that this mark seals his fate. He is her prisoner, bound by a shame that ensures he can never flee her side. She twists the knife deeper. What will his precious human allies think when they see the Dragon Queen's brand upon their hero's skin? The burning mark spreads across his chest. He gasps, while the sovereign leans in, explaining that dragon revenge is absolute, extreme, and utterly inhumane. Her decree is final. He shall live in this beautiful disgrace, humiliated by her affection for all eternity. Yet, amidst the pain, Leon senses a strange anomaly. For the queen, this brand is not a curse, but the highest honor she can bestow. She looms over him, eyes glowing. It is time to commence her twisted, unbelievable dragon's revenge. The scene shifts to the majestic halls of the Silver Dragon Castle. Two maids whisper and giggle the queen is radiant today, for her husband has finally returned from his slumber. Lurking in the shadows, the dragon slayer grits his teeth. Husband. The very word makes his blood boil with irritation. His mind flashes back to the previous ordeal. The Silver Queen squeezed him dry for a full day and night. His poor waist barely survived the encounter. That settles it. He refuses to be a mere plaything. He must escape this den of lust and madness immediately. Silently, he scouts the perimeter, eyeing the guards stationed at the heavy castle gates. Hopeless, 4 high-ranking dragons block the path, yet the atmosphere is unsettling. The silence is too deep. The security lighter than the war 2 years ago. But wait. Something peculiar on the other side of the wall catches his sharp eyes. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope catches his eye. Deep within the tall grass, he discovers a concealed tunnel. Peering into the darkness, his instincts scream that it is a trap, but desperation outweighs caution. He grits his teeth, deciding this abyss is his only path to freedom. Plunging into the tunnel, he mentally bids farewell to the queen. "You can keep Lil Muan," he mutters. Little does he know, a pair of curious eyes is watching his every move from the shadows. The little girl points excitedly, beaming at her mother. "Look, Mommy Daddy is digging in the dirt just like a puppy." Beside her, the Silver Sovereign observes the spectacle with a smirk. Indeed, his persistence is truly something else. Little Mun looks up with innocent eyes. "Mommy, when are we going to reel him back in?" The queen gently corrects her. "Sweetie, it is rude to treat your father like a fish on a hook." "Then what should I say?" the child asks. The queen's smile turns predatory as she replies, "We shall simply bring him back." Time passes. The fugitive pushes his body to the limit, tearing through the dense forest. Just a little further, he thinks, lungs burning. The human realm is beyond these mountains. He pauses, gasping for air, convinced he has finally outrun his nightmare. However, the color drains from his face. His senses scream of an incoming calamity. He looks up in horror. Rossweiss, the silver dragon, descends like a goddess of war. My, she purrs, congratulating him on his stamina, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Before he can move, a massive silver tail slams down, completely severing his path. The dragon looms over him, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Wouldn't it be more fun to play with me?" She then reveals the cruel truth. She dug the escape tunnel herself to give him false hope. He slumps in defeat. "I suspected it was a trap," he admits, "but I never expected you to catch me this fast." The winged figure shifts, her voice dripping with malice. "Do you really think the humans will welcome a man with a dragon slave mark on his chest?" His eyes burn with defiance. "I would rather live as a peasant among humans than endure your torture for one more day." The dragon sighs, clearly annoyed. "Ungrateful creature, you do not know how to appreciate kindness." In a flash, her massive claws snatch him from the ground. As Ross takes flight, the wind roars around them. "Where are you taking me?" he screams. "To the place you yearn for," she replies enigmatically. 3 hours later, the massive silhouette of the dragon eclipses the moon above the border town. Without warning, her claws open. He plummets through the air, screaming in terror as he crashes through the forest canopy. Thud. The impact shakes his very bones. He lies on the forest floor, groaning in agony while clutching his head. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up. Alertness returns to his eyes. But what he sees in the distance stops his heart, the lights of a human city. His breath catches in his throat. Is that really the human empire? Indeed it is. The Silver Queen steps from the shadows in her human form. Look at it. Does seeing the lost city make you believe you can simply return? Her smile is beautiful, yet cruel. I brought you here to show you that even this close, you can never go back. Suddenly, the dragon crest on his chest pulses violently, glowing with an ominous purple light. Ross Weiss steps closer. You know how the bond works, she whispers. When one of us feels a strong desire, the other cannot help but react. You are burning up, she teases. Shall we do it right here? She grins. I brought you here to teach you shame. Right in front of your beloved hometown. He clutches his burning chest, panting heavily. You think, this is enough to break my spirit? Suddenly, he seizes her shoulders. Fine then, he vows. I will wait for my chance, and I will repay this humiliation twofold. The queen freezes. For the first time, her composure cracks, leaving her speechless. A flush rises to her cheeks. Oh, she murmurs, voice trembling. She leans into his ear. Then I shall be waiting, alive or dead. Come and take me. Sometime later, the moon shines brightly over the couple resting beneath an ancient tree. The queen beams with utter satisfaction, while her partner lies beside her, completely drained. Though he looks like a dried husk, she strokes his hair. I am very pleased with your performance today. In fact, she muses, we should make this a tradition. Let us visit your hometown every month for inspiration. And the warrior shoots up, indignation fueling his exhausted body. You succubus dragon, you just want to drain my power dry, don't you? She stands up, preparing to leave. Come now, our daughter is waiting for us at home. Wait, he halts her, expression serious. I am a dragon slayer, not prey to be carried, he declares. I will travel back on my own 2 feet. It is a journey of more than 10 days, she warns, but he stands firm. Do not underestimate the endurance of humanity. A challenging glint sparks in her eyes. Very well, she smiles. Let us see just how long you can endure. Hours turn into agony. The young man drags his heavy limbs through the unforgiving forest. Gasping for air, he finally stops, completely spent. She appears beside him instantly. Need help, she asks. I am not tired, he lies. My, she laughs. The only thing strong about you is your stubbornness. Her teasing makes a vein pop in his forehead. Sparks fly as they glare at one another. But suddenly, the tension breaks. Through the trees, he spots the armor of a dragon slayer army approaching. His eyes light up with salvation. Knights, excitement surges through his veins as he imagines them liberating him from the dragon's tyranny. But beside him, the queen's expression shifts instantly. Her aura turns cold, radiating pure, murderous intent. The protagonist realizes the grim truth immediately. If he calls for help now, this entire squad will be slaughtered in a heartbeat. Just then, a knight raises a gauntlet, signaling them to halt. The squad leader strides forward. His eyes scan the couple suspiciously as he asks if they have lost their way in these dangerous woods. The young man plasters a fake smile onto his face. We are just out for a romantic stroll. He lies smoothly. He is determined to keep these innocent souls away from the monster beside him. The knight shakes his head, warning them of beasts lurking in the shadows. He even offers them a ride in the wagon to ensure their safety. Straightening his posture, the knight introduces himself. I am Captain Walker of the 47th Dragon Slayer Squadron. Sweat trickles down the young man's back. He politely declines the offer, insisting they can protect themselves. He is desperate to make the knights leave before disaster strikes. But Captain Walker narrows his eyes. Your face looks familiar, he mutters. Have we met? That simple question ignites a blazing fury in the Dragon Queen's eyes. The protagonist senses the mana gathering in the air. He spots her hand glowing with destructive energy, ready to wipe them out. Moving on pure instinct, he snatches her hand to mask the glowing magic. He pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. You must have me confused with someone else, he laughs nervously. I just have a very common face, he shouts to the captain. Meanwhile, he whispers frantically in her ear, let me handle this, please. The captain watches the sudden display of affection with a raised eyebrow. Surprisingly, the queen plays along, melting into the hug. Walker chuckles, sheathing his suspicion. I won't interrupt your romance any longer, he says, waving his men forward. As the wagon fades into the darkness, the atmosphere shifts from relief to terror. The queen's voice drops to a chilling whisper. Have you hugged me enough, human? She shoves him away with terrifying force. He stumbles back, gasping. Though she admits he was smart to stay silent, her eyes promise pain if he steps out of line again. Know your place, slave, she hisses. Do not mistake my patience for affection. I never agreed to be your wife. Turning her back on him, she stares down the path. The road home is long, she states coldly, beginning to march. Suddenly, agony shoots through the young man's arm. He clutches his limb as his vision swims. He tries to call out to her, but his legs finally fail him. His limit has been reached. Darkness claims him as he collapses face first onto the forest floor. The queen glances back, unimpressed by his weakness. Fragile mortal, she scoffs, her aura flaring around her. Did you really pass out from just that? With a resigned sigh, she effortlessly lifts his unconscious body. It seems she cannot simply leave him to die. In a flash of blinding light, she assumes her true form. As a majestic silver dragon, she catches him gently in her jaws. She places him on her back, launching herself into the heavens. Soaring beneath a sea of stars, she justifies her mercy. She decides to interpret his collapse as a silent plea for her protection. Dawn breaks over the silver dragon castle. Inside the royal chambers, the warrior stirs from a deep sleep in a luxurious bed. Daddy, little Mun, cheers excitedly at his bedside. Confused, he rubs his head. How did I get back here? Mommy brought you home, the girl chirps. The memories flood back instantly. He remembers being captured by Rosweiss. He remembers the feeling of being helpless prey. Then his eyes fall upon a clumsy, adorable bandage wrapped around his hand. Mun puffs out her chest with pride. I fixed it for you, Daddy. He looks at her, struck by a realization. Dragons are supposed to be violent monsters. Yet this child shows only kindness. Perhaps because she is a hybrid. The human blood within her softens the dragon's cruelty. His heart melts completely. He pats her head with a warm smile. You are amazing, Mun. Thank you. Just don't grow up to be scary like your mother, okay? He jokes. Suddenly, a cold shadow falls over the room. And what exactly is wrong with being like me? Rosweiss asks from the doorway. He freezes in pure panic. Nothing, I said. Nothing, he stammers as the queen approaches with a tray of food. Innocent to the tension, Mun beams at her mother. Look, Mommy, I bandaged Daddy just like you taught me. The queen looks away, feigning indifference. It was the bare minimum, she mutters, hiding her emotions. As Mun nods obediently, the father sighs internally at the strict atmosphere. He needs a private word with the queen. Mun, why don't you go play hide and seek in the garden? The little girl's face lights up with joy. Hide and seek, yay. Go on, hurry, he urges her with a grin. I'm not strict like your mom, so run along. 1, 2. He starts counting loud. Don't count so fast, Daddy, Mun giggles, dashing down the grand hallway. As soon as she is gone, his smile vanishes. He turns to confront Rosweiss. Aren't you being a little too harsh on her? Her eyes narrow dangerously. Dragons are born for war, she declares. I must be strict to raise a strong warrior. But she's a gentle child, he argues. Gentleness, she spits the word out, is a degrading weakness for our kind. The young man smirks, deciding to take a risk. You know, you're actually pretty cute when you try to act tough. The comment lands like a critical hit. Her face flushes with instant rage. She grabs him by the collar, slamming him back. You are nothing but a slave for me to vent on, she roars. Stop acting so familiar with me. He blinks, stunned into silence by her explosive reaction. Rosweiss releases him, smoothing her dress to regain her dignity. Raising the child is your duty now, she announces. But then, her expression softens. She pulls him into a stiff, awkward hug. She likes you very much, she whispers, before pulling away. The narrative shifts to the breathtaking serenity of the Imperial Garden. Strolling through the greenery, he scoffed at his new reality, reduced from a legendary warrior to a mere babysitter. Suddenly, a rustle caught his sharp senses. He spotted Moon hiding behind a pillar, clearly believing her stealth was absolute. With a playful grin, he pointed a finger and declared victory. But the child, she didn't move a muscle, freezing him in confusion. Leaning in closer, he noticed her expression wasn't playful. Rage was burning in those small eyes. Flustered, he stammered an apology for being late. But before he could finish, the girl spun around and bolted, leaving him in the dust. "Why are you running?" he bellowed into the wind, but she had vanished, disappearing as if she were a phantom. He sighed deeply. Truly, the mind of a child is the hardest dungeon to conquer. Now he understood why the Dragon Queen had dumped this quest on him. Suddenly impact, Moon slammed onto his back, cheering that she had captured her daddy. Shocked, he turned to her. "Didn't you just run past me?" But she shook her head, explaining she had come looking because he was too slow to find her. His mind raced. If Moon was here, then who was the child he saw running? Was it a hallucination? Just then, Moon tugged his hand, eager to show him a treasure. As he followed, bewildered, a pair of eyes watched silently from the shadows. A moment of peace passed as crystal water trickled down the garden fountain. Moon hummed a sweet melody, lost in her artistic world. Behind her, the once fearsome warrior watched, a gentle smile softening his face. Perhaps having a daughter wasn't a curse. His weary soul felt lighter. He swore a silent oath to rescue her from the clutches of the Dragon Queen. "Look, Daddy." She ran up, proudly displaying her masterpiece, a portrait of their family. He squinted at the paper. There were two small figures. Confused, he pointed to the second one. "Who is this?" "That's my big sister," she chirped. The world stopped. His jaw hit the floor. A sister. He had another daughter. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. One night of passion, and he had scored a critical hit double jackpot. The pieces of the puzzle clicked. The angry girl in the garden. That was his other flesh and blood, but Moon quickly corrected him. "She's not mad, she's just shy." Shy. It made sense. They were strangers bound by blood. Of course she would be hesitant. A fire lit in his eyes. This was all her fault. That woman. Rose Weiss had some explaining to do. Meanwhile, in the cold silence of the study, the queen sat amidst mountains of paperwork, her aura sharp as a blade. Bam! The door flew open. He stormed in, shouting her name. Unmoved, she simply asked, "Where is Moon?" "She's playing with her sister," he shot back, the accusation heavy in his voice. "Why didn't you tell me I had two daughters?" A smirk played on the dragon's lips. "Took you long enough." His anger vanished instantly. "Thank you. You really worked hard. I'm adding her to the family registry immediately," he declared. A vein popped on the queen's forehead. She was clearly annoyed. Her gaze turned icy. "Do you know why I kept her a secret?" "Jealousy," he scoffed. "You wanted Moon all to yourself, so you hid Noah." Her eyes went wide. "You think I kept her from you because I was jealous?" The warrior stood tall. "I intend to be a proper father, unlike the cold-hearted mother standing before me." Rose Weiss leaned back, a dangerous smile on her face. "Fine, but don't come crying to me when you regret it." Later, the sun bathed the kitchen in gold. He stood there, gripping a chef's knife with the determination of a man going to war. Chop, chop, chop. He would conquer his shy daughter's heart with the ultimate weapon, a delicious meal. He would make the queen eat her words. He recalled the recipe, a stew he used to brew for the troops. Sweet, hearty, perfect for a child's palate. He took a sip. Perfection. His culinary skills were as sharp as his swordsmanship. Confidence surged through his veins. No mortal could resist this flavor. From the doorway, two maids whispered, watching the legendary hero play house. "The prince consort is amazing," and they giggled. "Cooking for the family? He really is a domesticated dragon now." And suddenly, silence fell. Rose Weiss had arrived, and trailing behind her were the two princesses. The queen dismissed the servants with a wave. "Leave us." As they entered the dining hall, he beamed at them, just in time for the feast. Moon rushed forward, drooling over the aroma. "Steak and stew," he announced, presenting the dishes like royal treasures. His eyes shifted to Noah. "Eat up," he thought, pouring his love into the gaze. "Taste your father's heart." But Noah. She turned her head away, a look of pure disgust on her face. The rejection struck him like a physical blow. He froze. Why? This wasn't in the simulation. Why was she so cold? His eyes darted to Rose Weiss. She knew, that witch knew, this would happen. She set him up for failure. "Introduce yourself." the mother commanded coldly. The girl stood up, her voice trembling but firm. I am Noah K. Standing before Mel, the daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Rosweiss, the warrior steps forward. He politely introduces himself as Leon Cosmo, her long-lost father. However, the girl's response is colder than a blizzard. It is one of absolute indifference. An awkward silence hangs in the air. He wonders if the child holds a deep grudge against him. Sensing the tension, Little Moon whispers to her sister, begging her not to embarrass Daddy, but Noah stands firm, arms crossed. She doubts he is really their father, claiming he looks far too weak. Those words strike him harder than any blade. He feels the full, crushing impact of her rejection. Wounded, he realizes the truth. He has a wild daughter on his hands, and he is facing his first true crisis as a father. The family dinner, which should have been a heartwarming reunion, transforms into the most nerve-wracking battlefield of Leon's life. Though they share a resemblance, he notices the sisters are night and day. Noah is the spitting image of her mother's icy temperament. Summoning a hopeful smile, he turns to his eldest. He asks if the meal he prepared with his own hands is to her liking. Noah shoots him down instantly. She complains the meat is tough and impossible to chew. Witnessing his defeat, the queen fails to hide a discreet, mocking laugh. When Moon asks why she is so happy, the woman smiles. She replies that it is simply because the family is finally gathered together. Turning the knife, she teases her companion, asking if he isn't overjoyed as well. He forces a nod, agreeing through the awkward tension. Moon asks if Daddy can dine with them every day. He agrees, despite his inner reluctance, but the heartwarming moment is shattered. The older sister interrupts, shouting that she refuses to accept that. Confused, the younger sister asks why. Noah reveals her ambition. She explains that she wants to enter the Young Dragons Academy as soon as possible. Rosweiss reminds her that the department is for older dragons, questioning why she's in such a desperate rush. The girl's declaration freezes the room. She wants to start slaughtering dragon hunters right away. Leon is left stunned. Shock crashes over him as he realizes she wants to defeat him, her own father desperate. He warns her that those warriors are monsters, and it is far too dangerous. Noah snaps back, hissing at him not to treat her like a child internally. Leon sighs, thinking that she is exactly that, a child. But the queen backs her daughter's bloodlust. She argues that the sooner she learns, the faster she becomes a warrior. She then throws down the gauntlet, challenging the man to give a single valid reason to stop Noah from enrolling. Realizing that opposing them now would destroy his reputation, he switches tactics. Reluctantly, he submits, saying it is fine by him. In that moment, Rosweiss's true intent becomes clear. He envisions her as a giant monster, realizing she is weaponizing their daughter to mentally torment him. Vowing to get his revenge later, the wounded father makes a declaration. He announces he will personally train Noah for the exam in a month, excited by the prospect of power. The girl immediately agrees to her mother's arrangement. Dinner concludes, and Moon happily pats her full belly. Once the girls leave, Leon turns to Rosweiss, his voice low. He states they need to wash the dishes. The mighty queen is left blinking in confusion. She argues that the servants will handle menial tasks. But he counters. He explains that the proper way to end a family dinner is for the couple to clean everything together. Whispering dangerously, he asks if she doesn't want to create a harmonious family environment. He insists they must fake it for the daughters, even if it is a lie. Looking back, Rosweiss spots their youngest daughter peeking at them, eyes sparkling with hope. Trapped by that innocent gaze, the queen reluctantly agrees to his scheme. Hearing this, Moon excitedly offers to join in, but Noah intervenes, firmly grabbing her sister's hand. She drags Moon away, insisting the girl comes with her, with the children gone. The kitchen falls into a heavy silence, leaving only the dirty dishes between them. Rosweiss turns to her companion, impatience rising. She asks when he plans to actually start helping. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He asks if she has forgotten the words he spoke 2 years ago. He quickly reminds her of his warning, never be alone with a strong dragon hunter. Surprise flashes in her eyes. Suspicious, the queen demands to know his plan, too. He declares that unlike the past, he will no longer be a puppet on her strings. Furious, the woman lashes out with her tail. She questions if he thinks he can escape her. However, he blocks the strike effortlessly with a single hand. He grips her tail tight. Who said I wanted to escape? He whispers. The queen lets out a cry, startled by the sudden, electrifying touch. The pull throws her completely off balance. She crashes to her knees, eyes wide with shock. The man reveals his trump card. He has studied the dragon tail's sensitivity. With a devilish smile, he asks if she is now powerless to move. He approaches, whispering that dragons are always so eager to conquer and control everything in their path. Finally, he asks the ultimate question: have they ever been the ones controlled? She is left speechless, her breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. Rossweiss remains on the floor, face completely flushed. She demands that he release her tail this instant. But this is his revenge. Leon reminds her of how she humiliated him solely for her amusement. Now, the tables have turned. With a smirk, he proposed a bold new method, sparking her immediate fury. But suddenly, the curse on his wound flared violently, struggling to shatter its seal. Outside, two maids whispered in hushed tones, wondering if the prince's madness had finally come to an end. Stepping into the kitchen, they froze. The room sparkled with unnatural cleanliness. One maid smiled, entranced by the pristine condition of the dishes. But they were not alone. Through a sliver in the doorframe, the dragon silently observed their every move. In a flash, he covered her mouth. He warned her that the servants must not witness them in such a compromising position. The door clicked shut just in time. She shot him a glare sharp enough to kill. Undeterred, he stepped closer, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Now, the real work begins. His eyes burned with resolve. For a second, her defenses crumbled. 3 days later, in the vast silver castle, curious little Muin poked at the bed, asking if their father had died from sleeping too long, but Noah decided to test that theory personally. Thwack! A tiny foot landed squarely on the sleeping man's. Face paint exploded in his skull. Noah nodded sagely, confirming he was indeed alive, while Leon lay there, appalled by this brutal morning greeting. His eyes snapped open. The younger girl jumped back, startled to see the sleeping beast finally awaken. Without a second thought, the little one scrambled away to report the news to Rossweiss. As Leon struggled to pinpoint when exactly he had lost consciousness, the Empress loomed over him, coldly. She asked if he really needed a demonstration of what happened that night. The memory hit him. He had been knocked out cold with a single punch. Sitting up, he realized with horror that a normal human would have been obliterated by such monstrous strength. Yet, looking at her now, he couldn't deny the truth. She was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a youth that defied her years. The girls tilted their heads, asking what was wrong. Leon simply smirked, admitting he was captivated by their mother's beauty. Flustered, Rossweiss accidentally knocked a flower ornament off her vanity. The sudden clatter drew the warrior's attention. Smoothly, he retrieved the delicate accessory. With a gentle touch, he slid the ornament into her hair. His voice was soft as he murmured that it suited her perfection. Skeptical, she asked how many women had fallen for that line. The dragon shrugged, replying that as a boy, his only companion was his uncle's donkey. Eyes wide, Muin tugged at his sleeve, asking what kind of creature a donkey was. He grinned mischievously. It's an animal with big ears that nags constantly. Just like your mother. The comparison earned him a gaze filled with murderous intent. Bam! Her fist buried itself in his stomach with the force of a cannonball. The girls gasped, asking if he was all right. Through the agony, he wheezed a yes. Ignoring him, the matriarch announced he would teach them to write, much to his dismay at being volunteered without consent. Muin cheered in delight, while the independent Noah crossed her arms, declaring she didn't need any help. Moments later, they dashed to the library to grab supplies. Noah immediately claimed the purple pencil as her weapon of choice. Left alone with the dragon, Rossweiss dropped a bombshell. Her sister was coming to visit, and under no circumstances could she know about the children. Confused, he asked if her family had rejected them. She sighed, explaining his new cover story. He was now Leon Cosmo, a dragon who had just awakened from a 2-year slumber. Her eyes narrowed. She ordered him to memorize that name or face the consequences when her sister arrived. He bowed mockingly, confirming he understood Her Majesty's command, but as she walked away, a dangerous glint entered his eye. Did she really think he would be so obedient? Quite the opposite. He smirked, plotting to inflict the ultimate humiliation upon her right in front of her beloved sister. Meanwhile, in the study room of the Silver Dragon Temple, class was in session. Leon took the lead, demonstrating the strokes with a flourish, commanding his daughters to watch his technique closely. He displayed their names on the paper, instructing them to memorize the flow before attempting it themselves. but Noah wrinkled her nose. She bluntly told him his handwriting was atrocious compared to their mother's elegance. Moon asked what he would do now. The dragon grinned. He had something to return to their mother. Heading for the door, he warned them he'd return to grade their efforts. Watching him go, Noah tilted her head, wondering if their father was actually an idiot. Mewan giggled, noting that he seemed happy. The little silver-haired girl denied it, though she grudgingly admitted he was at least fast on his feet. Despite her harsh words, a shy blush dusted her cheeks. At the majestic gates of the Silver Dragon Temple, a legendary figure arrived. It was none other than Isabel Melly, the supreme queen of the Red Dragons. She embraced Rosswise warmly, barely containing her joy at reuniting with her sister after such a long separation. The visitor noted it had been a full year since they last met, relieved to see Rosswise looking far healthier than before. Then came the inevitable question. She looked around, asking why the husband wasn't there to greet her, especially since rumors said he had awakened. Rosswise lied through her teeth, claiming he was feeling unwell. The Red Queen sighed, regretting that she couldn't meet the dragon who had supposedly captured her sister's icy heart. With a sly smile, she teased that they must be very close to have children so quickly. Rosswise panicked, vehemently denying any romantic feelings and insisting the marriage was purely political. Isabel simply chuckled, noting that her sister was as proud and stubborn as ever. The hostess quickly suggested a walk in the gardens to change the subject. From a distance, the two powerful women strolled side by side, arm in arm, but high above, the prisoner watched them through a telescope. Leon's eyes locked onto the target, instantly identifying Rosswise's sister. With a gleam of mischief in his eyes, Leon decides the time has come. He reaches out with his senses to test the true influence of the dragon mark. Meanwhile, Isabella speaks gravely of the shifting tides. Chaos is brewing within the territory of the Fire Dragon King. At those words, a name echoes in Rosswise's mind. Constantine. The terrifying image of the fire dragon flares within her memories. She wonders aloud if the tyrant has vanished, but her sister suspects he is merely expanding his domain. Suddenly, the crest on her chest burns with an intense crimson glow. A sharp jolt of pleasure and pain tears through her. In that split second, an undeniable spiritual link snaps into place. Isabella senses the shift, asking if something is wrong, but the Silver Queen masks her trembling, urging her sister to continue the conversation. Internally, she curses Leon 1,000 times. Knowing he is the architect of the sensation forcing composure, she suggests reinforcing the border defenses to prevent any unforeseen calamities. But even as she speaks, the dragon mark's power pulses stronger. It spreads through her body like wildfire. Her sister notices the cold sweat trickling down her brow, asking with concern if she is unwell. Rosswise scrambles for an excuse. She claims an urgent matter has arisen and promises to return in 20 minutes. When Isabella offers to help, she vehemently refuses. The visiting queen glances at the glowing mark, chuckling to herself. She muses that the youth of today certainly love to play rough games. Meanwhile, Leon lounges in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. He wonders just how long the proud Rosswise can endure his little test. Suddenly, the door bursts open. She storms in, screaming his name. Leon is genuinely surprised by her lightning-fast arrival. She seizes him by the collar. Her eyes blaze as she demands to know if he triggered the resonance just to humiliate her in front of her sister. But the man plays the innocent card perfectly. He asks if it is a crime to simply miss her. His bold words render the dragon speechless. A deep crimson blush consumes her face. Leon notes the effect with satisfaction. He has finally managed to land a critical hit on her emotional defenses. Rosswise snaps back to reality. She scolds him, reminding the prisoner to know his place and keep such shameless thoughts to himself. Yet, in the privacy of her mind, she admits defeat. She walked right into his trap when she should have been beating him senseless. She warns him that he is spared only for now, but the cheeky dragon merely sticks out his tongue, teasing her further. Reflecting on the encounter, Leon realizes the terrifying potential of the mark. With a single sentence, he silenced the queen. However, a question lingers. Why does his own heart race whenever he thinks of her? He immediately shakes his head, scolding himself for harboring such dangerous thoughts. Reality returns. He remembers that Moon and the others are waiting. Moon must be wondering why he has not returned. Under the moonlight at the Silver Dragon Temple gates, the time for farewells has arrived. With a graceful wave, Isabella announces her departure. Rosswise smiles warmly, urging her sister to travel safely. Taking her majestic dragon form, the visitor insists on meeting Rossweiss's husband next time. Rossweiss promises the introduction will happen. With a powerful beat of wings, she ascends into the night sky. The Silver Queen watches her silhouette vanish, her expression turning grave. The tenderness fades, replaced by fury. Now, it is time to teach that arrogant dragon hunter a lesson he will never forget. Elsewhere, a sudden sneeze escapes Leon. He rubs his nose, wondering if that dragon woman is cursing his name again. He glances at the bed, realizing Moon and Noah have already drifted into the land of dreams. Gently, he adjusts the blanket to protect them from the chill. Like a shadow, he moves to leave the room without waking them. But as he reaches for freedom, a hand slams against the door. Rossweiss blocks his path. He stammers, asking if her sister has already departed. Her eyes narrow. She reminds him they have unfinished business tonight, ignoring his desperate protests. The sovereign drags him down the hallway by force. Moments later, they arrive in the opulent chambers of the Silver Dragon Queen. A wooden basin steaming with hot water waits in the center of the room. Leon brings the basin closer, confused by the setup. The queen declares she is weary and issues an absolute command he is to wash her feet. The audacity leaves him thunderstruck, but she insists, claiming the servitude is his punishment for his earlier transgressions. Gritting his teeth, the former hunter kneels. The humiliation of serving a dragon burns within him. As he grasps her delicate ankle, he wonders how many hunters these feet have crushed. Rossweiss watches him freeze, confused by his intense stare. A flush creeps up her neck. She wonders with horror, does this man have a foot fetish? Losing patience, she snaps at him to proceed. Finally, her feet are submerged into the water. Suddenly, she shrieks, "It is boiling!" With a reflex reaction, she delivers a brutal kick straight to his face. Leon is sent flying backward. She points a trembling finger, accusing him of using scalding water as a petty act of revenge. He wipes his face, a provocative smile returning. He reminds her that she was the one begging for his help. Rossweiss realizes this prisoner has not learned his lesson at all. She steps forward, planting her bare foot firmly on his chest. She asks softly if he ever imagined he would be trampled beneath a dragon's heel. A cruel glint enters her eye. She wonders aloud what happens if she applies pressure. Right here, she digs in, and Leon's face twists in a grimace of pure agony. Leon pleads for her to stop, battling a whirlwind of humiliation and undeniable thrill. The Dragon Queen issues a silent challenge, testing the limits of his endurance, but Leon refuses to break. He will never bow to this woman's tyranny. Moving like lightning, he seizes her ankle in an iron grip. He sneers that he has devoured many delicacies, but dragon meat is a first. Rossweiss freezes, her composure completely shattered by his unpredictable counterattack. Without hesitation, he sinks his teeth into her leg, threatening to feast on raw dragon claw. A scream of pure fury tears through the castle as the queen vows to end Leon Cosmo's life. The next morning, Little Moon wakes up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She spots her mother limping and asks why, only to be brushed off. But then, she notices the bandage marring Leon's face. Met with the same vague excuses, the child's face twists in pure confusion at their bizarre behavior. Innocently, she decides they must have been playing a fun game and demands to join in next time later. In the Silver Dragon's garden, Leon and Rossweiss stroll in heavy silence. The queen marches ahead, annoyance etched on her features, while her prisoner trails just a step behind. From the shadows, two maids spy on them, whispering that it looks exactly like a romantic lover's walk. Yet, something feels off. The distance between the queen and the hero is icy cold. Rossweiss continues her path, not uttering a single syllable. Leon, too, looks utterly trapped in the awkward atmosphere. Unable to bear it, he shatters the silence, demanding to know why they are doing this. Just moments ago, he had flatly refused her request. The dragoness had insisted they must perform the perfect act of a happy family for the sake of her subjects. Now, watching her back, he senses something is wrong. What scheme is she brewing in that mind of hers? Peeking from the bushes, Moon sighs, lamenting that her father is too dense to even hold her mother's hand. She decides to intervene. Ignoring Noah's frantic attempts to stop her, she dashes forward while her sister begs her not to meddle. Like a little ninja, she pops up behind them. Leon jumps, shocked by her sudden appearance. Moon snatches their hands and forces them together. She declares that a proper walk requires holding hands, no exceptions. Watching from afar, the girls giggle at the sweetness, though Noah notes that it is their mother who looks the most out of place. Leon is stunned by Rossweiss's flustered reaction. He realizes the mighty queen has no idea how to be intimate. even with her own family. He casually mentions how the children address her as Mother. Ross Weiss frowns, asking if there is a problem with the title. Leon explains that Mommy and Daddy carry warmth, while Mother creates a wall of icy distance. The Silver Queen looks genuinely baffled, unable to grasp the nuance between the words. Smirking, the hunter proposes a mission teach the girls to call her Mommy and bridge that gap. Ross Weiss is left thunderstruck, the very idea rendering her speechless. She agrees to the plan, dragging him along so fast he can barely keep up. Suddenly, her tone shifts. She asks if he's homesick, promising a cure for his nostalgia. She guides him deep behind the castle mountains, stopping before a mysterious storage vault. Leon eyes the structure suspiciously, but she admits the place has no name. Unlocking the heavy seal, she murmurs that it is just a warehouse. Or perhaps a graveyard of memories. The name is irrelevant. Stepping inside, Leon is awestruck by the sheer scale of the hoard. Is this the legendary dragon's treasury? His eyes land on a familiar bracelet, a gift from his grandmother. He notes grimly that it would fetch a king's ransom back in the Empire. Ross Weiss explains that this chaos contains both precious keepsakes and the bloody spoils of war. When the topic turns to family, the queen reveals she was raised by her grandmother. Leon connects with her, sharing his own past as an orphan taken in by his master. But enough small talk. He demands to know the real reason she brought him here. She strides toward a massive chest, promising the ultimate distraction. The lid creaks open, and Leon gasps. Inside lies his legendary black and gold armor. Ross Weiss's voice drips with temptation as she asks if he's been yearning to reclaim it. He pinches himself. Is this a dream? Is she actually returning his gear? With a wicked grin, she nods confirmation. But the moment his fingers graze the metal, a blinding light erupts. Magical runes flare to life. Leon stares in horror as the trap springs. With triumphant laughter, Ross Weiss declares that the mouse has finally taken the cheese. Engulfed in surging energy, Leon roars in fury, demanding to know what she has done to him. She reveals the truth. A dragon mark was concealed on the armor, waiting for his touch. His hand violently convulses as the spell takes hold. He clutches his chest, cursing his own stupidity for trusting a dragon. The queen beams with satisfaction, noting the curse is twice as potent as he thinks. She grabs his chin, forcing him to look at her. With a cruel tease, she whispers, "Do you think you can handle me now?" The dragon hunter gritted his teeth, barely whispering her name through the struggle. But his resistance was futile. He was shoved back, his balance shattering instantly against her power. Pinned against the cold floor, a frantic urgency surged through his veins, setting his nerves on fire. Ross Weiss's eyes glinted with mischief. She confessed she had been waiting for the perfect moment to shatter his defenses, never expecting the great warrior to crumble so sweetly. Leon lay paralyzed, face burning with heat. She loomed over him, a victorious empress asking if her act had fooled him. Stammering in shock, he demanded the truth. Were her heartfelt words about family and their bond just a cruel ruse? She leaned closer, her presence overwhelming. It was all true, she whispered, but honesty would not save him from her plans for the night. Tracing a finger down her own silhouette, the Silver Queen invoked his own words against him, reminding him of the claim that she craved control. A wicked smile curved her lips. She confirmed his suspicion. Absolute dominion was exactly what she desired. She leaned in, breath against his ear, asking if her beloved husband was prepared. Before he could curse his fate, she silenced him with a kiss. The heavy storage doors slammed shut, sealing the dragon hunter's doom. Hours drifted by until a cry of sheer relief pierced the silence. It was finally over. While Ross Weiss gazed at him with predatory satisfaction, Leon lay defeated. He groaned, asking what more she could possibly want from him. She tilted his chin up, noting how his battle scars had faded, replaced by a rugged maturity that evidently pleased her. The prisoner barked that he wouldn't fall for her seduction traps again, but as she dressed, she simply chuckled, praising his newfound wit. Suddenly, she froze. A heavy silence filled the room, making Leon's instincts scream with unease. Her expression turned devilish. She dropped the bombshell. His physical stamina had tragically declined. Leon blinked, utterly baffled by the insult. The accusation struck him harder than any sword. The realization that she found him lacking left him petrified in absolute despair. Her words echoed like a curse in his mind, shattering his pride. The long night finally yielded to a new dawn over the majestic castle. Looking like a walking corpse, Leon creaked the door open, his voice a dry rasp asking for identification. Ross Weiss stood there, radiant and chirpy, while little Noah hid a giggle. She teased that he looked like he hadn't slept a wink. Leon shot back, asking exactly whose fault that was, but the woman feigned total amnesia of the night's events. Witnessing the banter, the little girl just sighed internally. Mom and Dad were at it again. Ross Weiss got down to business. He had to tutor Noah for the Academy's brutal entrance exam. She added a sting, noting that since his stamina was gone, he should prove his worth intellectually. Outraged, Leon shouted his defense. Last night was a fluke. He just hadn't been in peak physical condition. Recovering his dignity, he vowed to ensure Noah passed the test, but demanded a proper reward for his efforts. The Silver Queen accepted the wager, warning him that his demands better not cross the line. Eyes burning with determination, the dragon hunter shook on it. Ross Weiss wished them luck, adding a final jab not to overexert his frail body, leaving him fuming. Noah tugged his sleeve, asking why he fought with Mommy. Leon softened, explaining it was just their unique love language. He paused, realizing what she had said. He asked her to repeat that name one more time. Hugging her book, the innocent child whispered the word, Mommy. When asked if she liked that title, Noah gave a shy, heartfelt nod. A triumphant grin spread across Leon's face. He knew it. The family bond was real. Noah blushed at his enthusiasm, declaring it was study time. She zoomed off, forcing her father to chase after her to slow down. Deep within the Silver Dragon's castle, the study room became a battlefield of knowledge as the two settled in. The young father was buried in books, his concentration absolute and unshakable. However, the Valkyrie drifted in like a ghost, asking why he was burning the midnight oil instead of sleeping. Leon didn't look up. Standard lessons were trash. He was crafting a supreme curriculum. He guaranteed Noah would crush the exam in a single month. Ross Weiss preened, claiming the girl's genius came from her side. Leon shot her a skeptical look that screamed, "Keep dreaming." He puffed out his chest, reminding her that he was the graduated genius who swept every academic honor in existence. He then turned the tables, asking precisely how many academic awards the Dragon Queen had on her shelf. Silence followed. She stared at him, genuinely impressed. She hadn't realized her brute of a prisoner possessed such a sharp mind alongside his strength. Still, she smirked, pointing out that this genius still ended up in chains. Leon roared in frustration, lamenting the one mistake that cost him everything. As she mocked his defeat, her eyes landed on a suspicious plate of bright yellow vegetables on the table. She asked about them. Leon explained they were his secret weapon kitchen stimulants to keep sleep at bay. Her eyes widened. She warned him those were golden dragon peppers far too potent for a mere human to handle. Ignoring her, he chomped down. The regret was instantaneous. A scream tore from his throat as hellfire consumed his tongue. He scrambled blindly for water, gasping in agony, gently. The woman cupped his face, her cool touch the only thing grounding him in the heat of the moment. He froze completely. The sudden contact left him paralyzed with shock. Flushing slightly, she murmured that her cold hands might soothe his fever. Surprisingly, her touch wasn't icy, but refreshing against his burning skin. As her fingertips lingered, a wave of relief washed over him. It was far more comforting than he expected. Regaining his composure, he thanked her and pulled away, claiming the heat had passed. But as the distance grew between them, a thick, awkward silence filled the room. Breaking the tension, the Valkyrie commanded him to rest immediately. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she banned him from ever eating those peppers again. Watching her silhouette disappear, a strange thought crossed his mind. For just a second, he wished she hadn't pulled her hand away. But he shook his head, annoyance flaring in his chest that a cursed dragon had tricked him, fueled by spite. He dove back into his books, desperate for a cure. He scanned page after page, ignoring common herbs like the red dragon fruit or the linganu plant. Finally, his gaze locked onto an ancient text describing the dragon's vitality. A triumphant grin curled his lips. This was it. The missing piece of the puzzle lay right before him. The following day, he faced his student with a serious expression. He had finished grading her exam. Nervous, she guessed she had only scored 50 points. So, with a gentle smile, he revealed the paper. 62 points, a score well above her humble prediction. However, the young girl didn't smile. She clenched her small fists, trembling with frustration. He realized then that her standards were far higher than mere passing grades. Observing her intensity, he noted the difference. Unlike little Mun, who loved to play, this child possessed a warrior's discipline for study. Softening his gaze, he placed a hand on her head. He assured her that 62 was a magnificent achievement for a beginner. Comforted by his praise, she thanked him, her determination renewing instantly. But just as they turned to review her mistakes, a violent coughing fit seized him. Gasping for air, he apologized between breaths. The after effects of yesterday's hellfire peppers were still ravaging his throat. Suddenly, the blonde burst into the room to find Noah. She revealed that Noah's father had pulled an all-nighter to stay awake. The madman had devoured super spicy yellow peppers. Before he could react, the girl held out a small, exquisite container. She insisted he take it immediately. Stunned, he asked if this treasure was really for him. The girl nodded vigorously, explaining that his wife herself had sent the remedy. A warm smile softened his face. He asked the girl to convey his deepest gratitude. How could that woman be so terrifying yet so thoughtful? With his spirits lifted, he cheerfully clapped his hands. It was time to return to their studies. The bond between teacher and student grew stronger in that warm moment. Sometime later, deep within the Silver Dragon's castle kitchen, the stage was set for alchemy. 2 maids arrived, laden with ingredients. He dismissed them quickly, instructing them to leave everything. He had intentionally ordered useless items to mask his true plan. Alone at last, his expression turned grave. Even with the correct ingredients, the success rate for this potion was abysmally low. He wasted no time. He began grinding the herbs, his movements precise and practiced. Carefully, he added the mixture to the boiling pot, but hours later, frustration etched lines onto his face. Another failure. He cursed under his breath. He had followed the manual to the letter, yet the purification step failed every single time. The problem was the heat. The intense fire required by the book was destroying the medicinal properties before they could stabilize. He gritted his teeth. He needed a different approach, a way to separate the residues without burning the essence. Just then, a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the sky. He glanced out the window, noting the approaching storm. But as the after image of the lightning faded, a revelation struck him like a thunderclap. He recalled his old alchemy master's words, "Where fire fails, sometimes electricity succeeds." Adrenaline surged through his veins. He decided to distill the potion using his own magical lightning. It was risky with his current power level, but his control was absolute. 30 minutes of intense concentration later, he held a single, perfect pill in his hand. Victory was his. He smirked, his ego inflating. Creating dragon medicine was child's play for a genius like him. Suddenly, a small voice piped up behind him. "Daddy, what are you doing?" He froze solid. Panic seized his heart as he spun around, shouting her name in pure shock. He tried to hide the pill behind his back, but the little detective was too sharp. She squinted suspiciously, asking if Daddy was hoarding candy. Thinking fast, he lied through his teeth. He claimed it was medicine for her mother. When the girl worried that Rosie was sick, he quickly assured her it was just for fatigue, even though the pill was definitely for him. Mun's face lit up with pure innocence. She happily begged him to take good care of Mommy. Guilt pricked at him, but he nodded solemnly. He vowed to himself that once he recovered his full strength, he would protect them both with his life. Outside, the storm raged against the castle walls. Back in the safety of his room, the alchemist pondered the pill's effects on a human body. Deciding not to risk it yet, he set the pill aside. He sighed, frustrated by the delay. Suddenly, the door creaked open. His eyes went wide. "Your Majesty," he stammered, asking why the queen of the castle was in his humble quarters. The silver-haired beauty stepped inside. She revealed that their daughter had already spilled the beans about the special medicine he made for her. His face turned beet red. That little dragon was a professional gossip, but the Majesty simply smiled, impressed that he could craft high-tier potions with such primitive tools. The queen turned her sharp gaze toward him. "Show me what you have created." Liam handed over the box, knowing she would take it by force if he refused. Upon opening the container, her eyes widened in disbelief. To think he had perfectly synthesized the dragon strength elixir in such primitive conditions, Liam blinked, stunned by the sudden compliment. Was the Icy Queen actually praising him? Frostweiss nodded in approval. "You may keep this artifact," she commanded, "but heed my warning, do not consume it. Your body is not yet ready." "Why?" he pressed, desperation clawing at his voice. She narrowed her eyes. "The potency is too immense. A mere human vessel would explode from the inside out." "I speak for your own survival," the queen warned, her voice stern. "No human can withstand such overwhelming mana." Liam's pride flared like a dying star. I have slaughtered countless dragons, he roared. Do not look down on me just because I am human. Warning thrown to the wind. He tossed the pill into his mouth. He swallowed destiny in a single gulp. Courage is the anthem of humanity, he proclaimed with insane bravado. Liam, no, Ross Weiss screamed, terror gripping her heart. Boom! A torrential surge of power erupted within him. The Valkyrie rushed to his side. You fool, my healing arts are not meant to fix stupidity. She grabbed him, panic evident in her eyes. I must neutralize the energy before it tears you apart. Agony racked his body, yet he thrashed against her grip. Stay still, she commanded, her voice trembling with fear. Arcs of raw mana crackled around his skin. He stared at the Valkyrie with wild, glowing eyes. This is human courage, outside. The very heavens responded as storm clouds gathered over the palace. A primal scream tore from his throat. Blue lightning erupted, engulfing his entire being in a pillar of celestial light. The queen recoiled in horror. Is he absorbing the lightning magic directly into his core? He gritted his teeth, forcing the voltage to submit, but the strain was too great. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into her waiting arms. Laying him gently on the bed, Ross Weiss sighed, shaking her head. Have you completely lost your mind? She turned to leave. I must summon the royal physician immediately. But suddenly a hand clamped onto her wrist. She froze, looking back in shock. Liam lay there, a dazed, goofy smile plastered on his face. His hand drifted down and grabbed her tail. What do you think you are doing? She hissed, her face flushing. Liam giggled deliriously. Wifey. Where are you going? Wife, Ross Weiss stammered, completely floored. Let go this instant. No, he pouted like a child. My wife can't leave me. The Valkyrie analyzed his glassy eyes. The lightning must have scrambled his senses, she realized. He is completely delirious. She sighed, realizing his life force was stable. At least he is not dying. He is just acting like an idiot. He tugged at her again, relentless, defeated. She slumped her shoulders. Fine. What is it you want, you fool? Liam grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I want to make another baby with my wife. Her jaw dropped. Her face turned as red as a dragon's breath. We haven't even raised the first ones properly, she stammered, playing along with his hallucination. I don't care, I want a third, he insisted. Arguing with a madman was pointless. If I agree, maybe he will finally sleep, she reasoned. Fine, Ross Weiss soothed him. We will have more children. We will even visit your hometown later. Liam cheered like a toddler who got his way. She rolled her eyes. Him acting spoiled is even more exhausting than his usual arrogance. You're the best, wifey. He lunged forward, puckering his lips. Don't push your luck. She shoved his face away, panic rising. When will this curse wear off? He tried again. You hopeless pervert. Bam. Her fist connected squarely with his jaw. Liam sprawled across the sheets, knocked cold. She rubbed her temples. I may have hit him too hard. She leaned in, concern returning. Liam. His eyes snapped open. I feel strange. Ross Weiss gasped. On his chest, a dark, ominous sigil began to glow. The dragon mark, she whispered in disbelief. Why is it awakening now? His grip tightened on her shoulder, ironclad and burning hot. He forced her back onto the mattress. Liam, what are you doing? I don't know, he groaned, but I cannot stop. Sweat poured down his face. I am burning up, he rasped. My heart, it's beating like a war drum. Realization struck her like lightning. The dragon mark, combined with the pill's energy. It had triggered an insatiable thirst for vital energy. He wrapped his arms around her tail, burying his face in it. I love you, he murmured feverishly. Her resolve crumbled. If he keeps this up, I won't be able to resist. She tried to shove him off. Get off me. My tail is not a pillow. Suddenly, the playfulness vanished. He placed a finger gently on her lips. His gaze darkened with intensity. You are breathtaking tonight, Ross Weiss. Her breath hitched. The boyish delirium was gone. In its place stood a predator who would not be denied. Her heart betrayed her, deep down. Did she crave this too? His voice dropped to a husky whisper. Help me, my queen. Face burning, she averted her eyes. Only Only for tonight. Outside, the storm raged. Inside, two souls merged into one. Morning light pierced the curtains. Liam stirred, his body aching from the night's events. He blinked, wondering what in the world had happened. Beside him, Rose Weiss watched with a predatory gaze, asking if he was finally awake. Completely startled, he scrambled away, demanding to know what she was doing there. Leon sat up, groaning as pain shot through his entire body. Every muscle screamed in protest. As he tried to piece together his fragmented memories, she asked if his mind was blank. With a teasing, dangerous smile, she pointed to the scratches on his back. A dragon hunter shouldn't forget his scars so easily, she taunted. Shock paralyzed him. Was he really the one responsible for those savage bite marks? Suddenly, the floodgates opened. Flashes of the previous night's wild passion crashed into his mind like a tidal wave. With full clarity returning, Leon screamed in pure embarrassment. She didn't let up, asking if he now recalled how he had begged her for mercy last night. As panic seized him, Rose Weiss began to recite his shameful words from the night before, savoring every syllable. Desperate to stop the torture, the alchemist cut her off. Stop. I remember everything. He realized the elixir was meant to boost his health, but he never imagined the side effects would be this explosive. Leon admitted he had gone too far. Voice trembling, he asked if he had hurt her, but the dragoness merely scoffed, assuring him she was perfectly fine. A smirk formed on his lips. He declared that now she knew his body's true limit. She could never claim he was weak again. Rose Weiss simply stared at him, her eyes burning with intensity. She stepped closer, and his confidence wavered. What is it? She gripped his chin dominantly. Praising his stamina, she whispered that she expected him to maintain this level of performance. Indignant, Leon snapped back, asking if he was just a servant to her now, but she deftly changed the subject, bringing up the bet they had made regarding the treatments. She gracefully admitted a defeat. Have you decided what you want as your reward? She asked, eyes glinting. Leon replied with a sly, calculated smile. He had already decided. He requested she send someone to check on his master and the master's wife back in the Empire. Rose Weiss confirmed a visit was possible. A wave of profound relief and gratitude washed over him. Composing himself, he bowed his head, thanking her with genuine sincerity. Meanwhile, in the lush gardens of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, little Mun approached, asking innocently if her father was sick. Surprised. Leon denied it immediately, but Mun revealed the truth. Her mother said he took special medicine, and that men often lie about being sick to save face. Rage flared within him. How could Rose Weiss tell a child such things? His dignity as a father was crumbling. As the little one kept pestering him about his health, Leon tried to scold her but bit his own lip in frustration, drawing blood. Seeing the crimson drop, Mun went into a panic. She begged him not to die, crying that she couldn't live without him. Leon pulled her into a hug, assuring her he was fine. In his heart, he realized she truly resembled her mother, especially her brutal bluntness. To stop the tears, he offered to craft a new toy. Instantly, Mun's face lit up with excitement. With practiced hands, Leon began assembling a colorful, mechanical cube using his tools. He presented the magic cube, explaining its shifting parts. The little girl was absolutely thrilled. He mused that he never thought his mechanical genius would be used for childcare. Perhaps he actually had a knack for being a father. Suddenly, the air shifted. His expression hardened. He sensed a presence, something unexpected lingering in the garden shadows. Mun asked what was wrong, but he quickly masked his alertness, claiming it was nothing. But internally, he knew. For a split second, he had felt the piercing gaze of a dragon coming from Noah's training grounds. Knowing the older girl was too proud to approach, he quietly decided to craft a toy for her as well. Later that night, while Mun slept, Noah peeked through the door. On the table sat a magic cube with a note from Leon. I challenge you to solve this. The girl scoffed, holding the cube. She muttered that she didn't care for such childish trinkets, yet curiosity won. She began twisting the pieces. A rare smile graced her lips as she hugged the gift, whispering a silent thank you to her father. St. Heath Academy, a prestigious stronghold of nobility with ruthless standards for dragons. Here, a student's family lineage is the ultimate judge of worth. To maintain the perfect illusion of a united family, Rose Weiss transported everyone to the legendary floating city. Upon arrival, the matriarch descended in her majestic, terrifying dragon form. Leon stepped forward to help Mun down. The innocent girl asked the dreaded question, Daddy, why didn't you turn into a dragon too? An awkward silence fell. Leon thought grimly, I am a master at slaughtering dragons, not becoming one. Noah narrowed her eyes, asking suspiciously if he really couldn't do it. Faced with her sharp gaze, the man was left speechless. Roseweiss stepped in smoothly, explaining that his body was still too weak to handle the transformation. Moved to tears, Mun begged her father to recover soon. He promised to try, even though he knew it was an impossible lie. Leaving the tension behind, the family approached the city gates. The girl was mesmerized by the swarm of dragons, but her sister scolded her to maintain composure. But then, Leon began to tremble visibly. Noticing his reaction, Roseweiss remarked that this was the first time he had faced so many dragons since awakening. The predator was walking among the prey. With a playful smirk, she challenges his courage, asking if fear has taken hold, but he scoffs at the notion. In truth, adrenaline is already coursing through his veins. His eyes gleam with greed as he scans the streets to him. This isn't a festival, it's a treasure trove waiting to be plundered. The Dragon Queen realizes her concern was wasted. He's already calculating his return on investment. Just then, the chime of a photo studio announces their arrival. The staff bows low, welcoming the Silver Dragon Queen and her entourage. Inside, Little Mume's eyes widen as she excitedly points to the majestic dragon portraits adorning the walls. Curiosity strikes Leon. He questions why a ruler of her stature would visit personally when a simple command to her clan would suffice. After hearing her reasoning, he can't resist a jab, teasing that perhaps the title of queen doesn't carry as much weight as she claims. Her patience snaps. She drives the tip of her shoe into his shin. As he crumples in agony, she coldly reminds him that her rank still towers over his. The photographer trembles with honor, but Roseweiss humbly insists that they were the lucky ones to secure a slot with such a master. She inquires about accommodating Leon's tail, but he quickly interjects, requesting a suit strictly designed for a human form. A memory surfaces the time he flatly refused tail ornaments, claiming such trinkets were a stain on his dignity. Snapping back to reality, the photographer ushers them to the changing rooms. Mume cheers, ecstatic about transforming into a princess. Moments later, the girls emerge, radiating innocence in their new gowns. Then, Leon steps out, looking sharp and commanding in a pristine white suit. Mume gasps in delight, immediately showering her father with praise. To her, he looks like a true prince. The photographer nods in approval. Leon muses that he hasn't dressed this formally since his graduation ceremony. With a warm smile, he turns to Noah for her verdict. Blushing furiously, the shy girl whispers that he looks handsome. His heart melts, and he tells his daughters they look absolutely adorable. Suddenly, the curtain to the main fitting room sweeps open. Roseweiss steps forth in a stunning black dress. Even the children gasp. Leon freezes, his mind going completely blank as she asks what's wrong. Recovering his wits, he awkwardly stammers that the dress suits her well. She teases that a tail would complete his look, but he shuts down the idea instantly. Before they can bicker, the girls urge their parents to hurry up, and the photographer seizes the moment, announcing it's time to capture the memory. He instructs the couple to stand closer. Reluctance is written on their faces, but they shuffle together, closing the gap. Smile. The shutter clicks. Moments later, the masterpieces are revealed, a perfect portrait of a chaotic but beautiful family. Studying the prints, the professional swoons. He remarks that they don't just look good, they look like they were destined for one another. However, perfection takes time. He informs them the final prints will take 6 hours and suggests they enjoy a city tour in the meantime. Leaving the studio, the group bids farewell to the artist and steps back into the bustling city. As they wander the streets, Moom spots something and urgently waves her sister over to a roadside stall. Roseweiss is baffled to find herself shopping, but Leon explains the strategy. This is crucial relaxation before Noah's big exam. The girls are mesmerized by the prizes at a game booth. Suddenly, a sharp crack rings out, startling the adults. It's a shooting gallery. The owner grins, encouraging the losing children to keep spending money if they want to hit the target. Leon's hunter instincts kick in. Mume shouts for his help after watching Noah fail. Leon instantly analyzes the setup. The game is rigged for the house to win. Roseweiss confirms his suspicion, pointing out the subtle traces of magical energy interfering with the shots. Spotting a new mark, the owner challenges the couple, dangling a giant teddy bear as bait for the little ones. The hunter turns to his daughters, asking casually if they truly desire the prize. They shake their heads no to be polite, but a father knows the truth. Their eyes scream yes. Decision made. He demands 10 shots from the merchant, adding with a grin that Rossways will cover the bill. Hefting the rifle, he thanks his sponsor. He muses that he hasn't touched a firearm since the Hunter Academy days. Then bang, a perfect center shot. The owner's jaw drops. He had rigged the sights yet, one by one. The targets shatter in a flawless sequence of destruction. Leon chuckles, chalking it up to beginner's luck, while the merchant mutters in disbelief, his scam falling apart before his eyes. Noah cheers for her amazing dad. Even Rossways admits his skills aren't half bad. Defeated, the owner hands over the prize, met by Leon's victorious smirk. He presents the plush trophies to his daughters, who squeal with pure joy. Watching him, Rossways feels a flutter in her chest. When he truly dedicates himself, the man possesses an undeniable charm. Leon catches her staring and raises an eyebrow. Nearby, a random child tugs her mother's sleeve, begging for a bear like the one the lady has. Before she knows it, Rossways finds herself bewildered, clutching a giant teddy bear of her own. Leon bursts into laughter at the vendor's despair. With a wild glint in his eye, he slams his hand on the counter. 10 more shots. She warns him not to waste time, but he just smiles. Today isn't about efficiency, it's about making memories with his family. The hunter asked if the gift displeased her, but the woman hesitated. She claimed she didn't need it, yet he insisted he could never leave her empty-handed. Although she deemed the stuffed bears useless, a hidden part of her heart admitted they were adorable. Clutching the teddy bear tight, Rossweiss issued a command he was to come to her chambers after dinner. The unexpected invitation struck Leon like a thunderbolt, leaving him completely shell-shocked. Later, the castle illuminated the night sky, setting the stage for their encounter. Walking down the silent corridor, he concluded there was only one reason for this summons and intimate moment. A heavy realization weighed on him. If he went, he would suffer for a single night. But if he refused, the suffering would torment him for an entire week. Steeling his resolve, he chose to face his destiny and rushed toward her bedroom door. To his surprise, the handle turned easily unlocked. Cautiously, he stepped into the lion's den and called out for Rossi. The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. She was bathing. He glanced at the frosted glass, his eyes tracing her silhouette against the light. His heart began to hammer against his ribs. He convinced himself this was it tonight. They would truly become one. Desperately, he tried to suppress his rising anxiety, but his composure cracked as the bathroom door creaked open, and he peeked with burning curiosity. Rossweiss emerged, draped in a silk nightgown, and coolly invited him to commence their activity. Panic set in. Leon realized she planned to drain every ounce of his energy again, right off the bat. Rossweiss asked if he preferred the living room or the exposed balcony. Flustered, he stammered that the balcony was out of the question. What if someone saw them? She shrugged indifferently and agreed on the living room, stating that the location was trivial. Leon closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady his trembling soul. He prepared for the inevitable, then shouted that his body was ready. Suddenly, he dove onto the sofa in a sacrificial pose, causing her to stare at him in sheer confusion. Lying there, the hunter asked if this wasn't what she desired. Rossweiss teased him with a smirk, noting his eagerness, but clarified that activity would have to wait. As he sat up, bewildered, he pointed to the scroll in her hands. She revealed the truth. It was the Saintis Academy's compatibility test. It was an assessment of a couple's habits and personality. She explained they needed to synchronize their answers perfectly to avoid failing the upcoming evaluation. Leon scanned the paper, questioning if this was merely a childish game for lovers. He tested the waters, asking for her favorite color. Rossweiss answered black, while he simultaneously declared silver. They exchanged papers to verify their responses, hoping for a miracle. Immediately, they both shouted in embarrassment it was nothing more than a fluke. The woman then suggested a real test of their knowledge, and he accepted the challenge. A short time later, Leon threw down his pen, announcing he had already completed his portion. When they compared the results, he puffed out his chest, boasting that his score far exceeded hers. Internally, Rossweiss was floored by the intimate details he knew, even the sensitivity of her tale, yet she noted his only mistakes were when he tried to guess her inner thoughts. She reflected on this silently. The errors were natural, for she had never truly opened her heart to anyone. Given the circumstances, she considered that perhaps it was time to let her partner in just a little. Meanwhile, he noticed her intense stare and wondered if she was fuming over her lower score. To shatter the awkward silence, he laughed softly. reassuring her that a high score was impossible with the little time they had spent together. He added that for the sake of their future, they simply needed to try to understand one another. Upon hearing his sincere words, Ross Weiss became completely flustered. To hide her blush, she smacked him, ordering him to stop stalling and write down the correct answers. They bickered over the answer regarding disappointment, with her expecting him to utilize his dragon strength more often. 1 week later, Leon celebrated their improved average while Ross Weiss slumbered peacefully in his lap. Satisfied with their progress, he whispered a goodbye to leave. But as he stood, her hand shot out, grabbing his clothes and commanding him to wait. Then came the invitation to take a bath in her tub before he departed. Leon blinked, stunned, asking if she really wanted him to bathe in her private sanctuary. Without giving him a second to think, Ross Weiss shoved him toward the bathroom, ordering him to go immediately. Standing in the tiled room, he wondered why she was so insistent. Was she plotting something? However, he concluded she was likely just tense from the exam stress. He decided to surrender to the moment and lowered himself into the bathtub. He sank into the hot water, his muscles relaxing instantly. It felt like paradise. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Ross Weiss walked into the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel. She approached, her voice low, admitting she had accumulated too much stress and needed to release it right now. Leon's mind raced. He knew exactly where this was going. He shouted for her to find another outlet for her tension and not to dump it all on him. With a predatory smile, Ross Weiss replied that transferring the stress onto him was the only way she could truly relax. As she slipped into the bathtub with him, she teased, asking if he hadn't come here hoping for this very outcome. Leon was utterly cornered, stripped of every argument he had. Finally, she delivered the ultimatum escape was impossible, and he had no choice but to surrender to his destiny. At long last, the sun rose on the day of judgment. It was time for the St. Hist Academy entrance exam. The sheer scale of the academy was breathtaking, standing before the massive gates. Leon and Ross Weiss felt the weight of the moment settle upon their shoulders. Sensing the tension, the hunter whispered a teasing remark about her stress relief therapy from the previous night. Irritated, she muttered a curse under her breath, but he only laughed, ushering her forward. Stepping inside, their eyes were immediately drawn to the majestic crests of the great families on display. Suddenly, the receptionist's voice rang out, calling for Noah Cosmo, Milky Way of the Silver Dragon tribe. The woman paused, her eyes widening in shock as she checked the clipboard. She couldn't believe the candidate was merely 1 year and 3 months old. Sensing the hesitation, Leon stepped in, asking if something was wrong. The receptionist stammered, admitting she was simply taken aback. She explained that while the minimum age was indeed 1 year, most dragon hatchlings didn't enroll until they were 4 or 6. Ross Weiss immediately stepped forward, her voice firm with pride. She declared that their daughter was a genius and they fully trusted her decision. Swayed by their confidence, the staff directed the parents to the evaluation room on the 4th floor. While Noah marched off to her own battlefield, Leon and Ross Weiss headed to theirs. Inside the waiting room, the couple took a seat on a plush sofa. 3 other hopeful guardians were already there, the air thick with silent competition. Ross Weiss leaned in, whispering to ask for his assessment. Leon scoffed softly, noting that their opponents looked frail. His former self would have crushed them all in 50 moves. But as the others noticed them, Leon's demeanor shifted. He whispered intensely that if any of them caused Noah to fail, he would hunt them down personally. The tension broke as the man entered, introducing himself as Vice Principal Walter Wilson. He was the final boss of the parental evaluation. Both parents forced polite smiles, though the hunter's instincts warned him that this evaluator was going to be trouble. The vice principal wasted no time, opening with a lethal question, "When is your wedding anniversary?" The air froze. Leon and Ross Weiss exchanged a panicked glance. It was the one question they had dreaded the most. In a brief flashback, Ross Weiss had panicked, realizing they weren't actually married. It was Leon who suggested they fabricate a memorable date to cover their tracks. Returning to the present, she recited the script perfectly, the year 1733 of the creation era. In unison, they smiled and declared it was May 25th, the fateful day they met in the dungeon. The vice principal raised an eyebrow at how quickly marriage and pregnancy followed. Without missing a beat, the hunter spun a tale of passionate love at first sight. Digging deeper, the evaluator asked if they had discovered any flaws in one another after living together. To sell the lie, They stuck to the plan. Leon admitted to finding flaws, while Rossweiss claimed he was perfect. Playing the part of the neglected husband, Leon lamented that sometimes he felt like he barely mattered in his own home. Yet, he quickly pivoted to praise, describing Rossweiss as terrifyingly efficient and capable of handling everything flawlessly. However, he dropped a hint of truth, admitting she accumulated too much stress. He wished to help her more, silently pleading for her to stop taking that stress out on him. The interviewer then turned to the dragoness, asking her to list her husband's most charming qualities. Rossweiss didn't hesitate. She described him as handsome, brilliant, and responsible, listing his virtues one by one. Leon listened with a strained smile, unsure if this was genuine praise or sarcastic mockery. Then, she took his hand, sweetly telling him not to overwork himself. A split second later, her grip tightened like a vice, sending a jolt of pain shooting through his hand. To the interviewers, it looked like a loving touch. Convinced they were a deeply devoted couple, the atmosphere in the room softened pleasantly. As the session neared its end, the evaluator proposed one final test. They had to ask each other a single question. Rossweiss smiled radiantly, stating she had no questions, for she already knew everything about her beloved partner. The spotlight turned to the hunter, desperate to end this charade quickly. Leon threw a curveball, asking if she liked the teddy bear he had gifted her. The random question caught Rossweiss off guard. Her mask slipped for a moment, confusion clouding her eyes. A genuine blush crept up her cheeks as she timidly admitted she loved the gift. Satisfied with her reaction, Leon smiled and signaled he was done. Impressed by their chemistry, the evaluator concluded the assessment, thanking them for their cooperation. Days passed in agonizing silence until a messenger wyvern swooped through the window. Mume announced that the verdict had finally arrived. Heart rates spiked. The family gathered around the table, holding their breath as Leon unfurled the scroll. The words leaped off the page Noah had passed. She was officially summoned to the admission ceremony. Joy exploded in the room. As the sisters celebrated, the parents stared at the result in awe. The younger sister hugged Noah, proclaiming that she and their parents were absolute legends. Rossweiss turned to thank her partner, but Leon shook his head. This victory belonged solely to Noah. She had done it all herself, proving she was truly his daughter. Beaming, the woman announced a celebratory banquet. She teased that Leon could help prepare it so he wouldn't feel unimportant, prompting him to call her petty and spiteful. And so, the wheel of fate turned once more. The day of the St. Hist Academy entrance ceremony had arrived. Standing on the grand stage, the headmaster welcomed the new generation, congratulating them on stepping into a new world of power and possibility. Meanwhile, music. A heavy silence fell over the auditorium as families and students hung onto every word of the speech. The tension broke when the headmaster finally announced the top-ranked student, Noah K. Melvi, inviting her entire family to ascend the stage. Overcome with excitement, little Muan erupted in cheers, while Leon, Rossweiss, and Noah began their long walk toward the podium. As they walked, Leon's mind raced, recalling the ambush. He had only been notified of this impromptu speech a mere hour ago. Stepping into the spotlight, he steeled his resolve, accepting that there was no running from this sudden battlefield. The headmaster handed the microphone to the young prodigy, asking if she had any wisdom to share with the crowd. Noah began by honoring her mother, a majestic dragon whose strength inspired her, before thanking her little sister for being her constant source of joy. A knot of anxiety tightened in Leon's chest as he wondered if his daughter would even acknowledge his existence. But then, Noah turned her gaze to him, thanking the father who had sacrificed countless nights to help her study. The words struck him straight in the heart. With her gratitude expressed, the young genius concluded her speech with a humble bow. However, the headmaster wasn't finished. He suggested Leon kiss Noah to prove his fatherly love. To Leon, this felt less like a request and more like a public execution. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he remembered that just 1 month ago, his daughter wouldn't even tolerate his touch. Desperate to survive, he whispered a compromise of a simple hug, but Noah ruthlessly insisted he just kiss her and get it over with. Her blunt demand hit him like a physical blow, leaving the powerful father momentarily stunned. Gathering his courage, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. From the audience, little Mon screamed in jealousy, but the maid barely restrained her from storming the stage. Standing beside them, Rossweiss let out a breath of relief, thankful the spotlight of doom hadn't fallen on her. The headmaster beamed, praising the Melvi clan for demonstrating the perfect image of familial harmony. But the trap had a second mechanism. He immediately turned to Leon and asked how he could neglect his wife after kissing his daughter. Rage flared in Leon's eyes. The headmaster had crossed a line, and Leon bitterly regretted not crushing him during the evaluations. Yet, glancing at Noah's proud face, he realized he couldn't let a trivial provocation ruin her moment of glory. Wearing a forced smile, Leon turned to Rosweiss, reminding her through gritted teeth that they needed to play the part of a harmonious couple. She whispered back in disbelief, but he insisted they had no choice with their daughters watching. Rosweiss panicked, wondering how he could remain so calm while her heart hammered in her chest. Swallowing her embarrassment, she prepared herself to kiss him once and end the torture. But before she could move, Leon delivered a swift, chaste kiss to her cheek and immediately retreated to a safe distance. The sudden, fleeting contact left her frozen in shock, her hand instinctively rising to touch the spot where his lips had grazed. Leon addressed the crowd with a winning smile. Even as they chanted for more, leaning toward his wife, he whispered that he had barely survived the ordeal. Realization dawned on Rosweiss. She had been played furious. She vowed that he would pay dearly for this humiliation once they were in private. Satisfied with the spectacle, the headmaster finally dismissed the family, allowing them to escape the stage. Outside the venue, the family said their farewells, with Rosweiss promising to return for her daughter on the weekend. Pulling her sister into a tight hug, Mulan begged not to be forgotten. Leon stepped in, advising Noah to eat well and maintain her health. Noah scoffed, claiming she was no longer a child, but Leon smirked, revealing he was only delivering the message her shy mother couldn't say herself. His expression then darkened into serious intensity as he commanded her to fight back against any bullies, promising she would always have his absolute backing. Skeptical, Noah asked if he had ever fought back, and Leon admitted he used to get thrashed by her grandfather every time he tried. But his gaze softened as he assured her that, unlike his own brutal father, he would never raise a hand against her. Understanding the weight of his promise, Noah clenched her fist, her resolve hardening like steel. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Temple, where blinding light flooded the Queen's private chambers. Rosweiss sat amidst ancient tomes, studying a forbidden blood spell known to consume the caster's very life force. A dangerous glint entered her eyes as she realized that, with a slight modification, this curse could be weaponized into a blessing. The heavy doors creaked open, and she looked up, surprised that her agent had returned so soon. Her loyal handmaiden fell to her knees in reverence. The sovereign demanded a report, but the servant trembled, admitting she had failed to locate the elusive Tiger Lawrence and his wife. Rosweiss questioned how this was possible, only to learn that the targets had professionally erased their existence from the world. A realization struck the Dragon Queen. Leon's so-called farming master was no simple peasant. He was a ghost. Determination burning in her eyes, she ordered her servant to dig deeper and report the slightest disturbance. Elsewhere, the training grounds echoed with the sound of combat. Leon, wielding a staff, roared for little Mulan to strike with killing intent. The young girl unleashed a barrage of strikes with terrifying speed, leaving even her overpowered father wide-eyed in shock. From a distance, Rosa watched the two of them training, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The moment the little girl spotted her mother, she called out with pure joy. Leon turned his gaze to his wife and asked if she had finished her patrol. The queen nodded, confirming her duties were complete. Next, Rosa asked if their daughter had behaved herself with her father. The child immediately puffed out her chest, confirming she had been the picture of obedience. Soon after, Rosa announced that tonight's dinner would be premium steak and told the girl to go change. Mune jumped with excitement, her eyes sparkling at the mention of her favorite meal. Quickly, the maid whisked the young princess away, while the little one left the training ground singing a happy tune about steak. After the child left, the queen turned her attention to her husband. Suddenly, Leon raised the wooden branch he had been using for training and pointed it directly at her face. She stared down the wood and asked if he had finally decided to attack her, reminding him that raising a weapon against the queen was high treason. Leon scoffed, replying that it was merely a tree branch, and questioned if she seriously considered a twig to be a weapon. However, the woman countered that in the hands of the strongest hunter, even a simple branch became a deadly instrument of destruction. Leon simply turned his face away, unable to deny her logic. Soon after, he grumbled and asked her to give him a proper compliment without the sarcasm, but her response was a flat, cold refusal. Admitting his defeat, he confessed he just wanted to scare her a little. Rosa scoffed, doubting that a mere branch could scratch her in her current state of power. The mood shifted as she mentioned that Noah had sent a letter from the academy, reporting that everything was proceeding smoothly. Leon shrugged, thinking it was a trivial update, but his companion explained that for their stoic daughter, writing to reassure her parents was a rare and significant gesture. With that realization, he agreed, commenting that in that specific way, the girl was a mirror image of her mother. Rosa shot him a serious look, her expression heavy with unsaid words. Then, her gaze softened. She told him that despite his stoic face, he was kind, and revealed that their daughter admired him greatly for his overwhelming strength. She explained that, in the girl's mind, he was the ultimate benchmark and exemplary student she needed to surpass. Leon smiled with relief. Until then, he feared his daughter only saw him as a weak scholar. With that barrier broken, Rosa revealed that Noah often visited his bedside when he was unconscious. Leon laughed softly at the girl's stubborn devotion. She continued down memory lane, recalling that when their daughters were crying babies, only their father's presence could calm the storm. The memory surfaced vividly, Leon sleeping peacefully, with the two little ones resting safely by his side like guardian spirits. Even so, a shadow crossed his face as he admitted that the concept of blood ties still felt somewhat distant to a man like him. His mind drifted back to his childhood as an orphan, a time when he never understood what a family truly was. At age 5, his master and the master's wife adopted him, treating him like their own flesh and blood. For the first time, the concept of home took root in his heart. Yet, he often felt a hollow void when he watched others with their biological families. Back then, he naively believed everything would be perfect if his masters were his real parents. His master had comforted him then, prophesying that in the future, Leon would become a father himself. She had explained that one day, there would be people for him to love and protect a family united by the unbreakable bonds of blood. With that memory fueling him, Leon reinforced his resolve. He finally understood that these people before him were his most precious treasure. Rosa pulled him from his thoughts, saying it was time to return home. He thanked her for the update on Noah and suggested they move on. Suddenly, the woman subtly moved her foot toward her shoe, which sat on the floor. Seeing his hesitation, she commanded him to help her put on her shoes as a form of gratitude for her patience. Leon was completely thrown off by such an audacious request. Despite Rosa's royal insistence, he refused to kneel and serve her like a common attendant. He complained that washing her feet previously had been humiliating enough, and he had no intention of shredding his dignity any further. The queen instantly delivered a swift kick to his face. She reminded him that he still owed her a massive debt for the kiss during the ceremony. Firmly, she ordered the strongest hunter to stop whining and finish the task quickly so they could leave. With no other choice, Leon sighed and agreed to help, sliding the shoe onto her foot. Rosa commented that his body obeyed her commands well, but he grumbled that the task was unnecessarily difficult. That complaint ignited a spark of fury in his wife's eyes. In an instant, she launched an attack, trying to sweep him to the floor. Leon activated his speed and started running, shouting that she would never catch him. Rosa roared and chased him down furiously, their laughter echoing in the air. Days later, Mune burst into the room, excitedly announcing a special arrival to her parents. Soon after, the sky darkened as a massive dragon descended from the heavens. The hunter noted that the Leviathan dragon was significantly larger than Rosa in her own dragon form. Even so, Rosa explained that despite its colossal size, the Leviathan was weak in actual combat and possessed a docile temperament. While he questioned the nature of such a creature, she explained that the Academy used the beast specifically to transport the young hatchling safely. Immediately, a beam of brilliant blue light enveloped Noah, lifting her gently off the ground. Stepping out from within the light, the girl announced she had returned to her mother. Rosa welcomed her with open arms while Mune tackled her sister in a warm hug, having missed her dearly. Soon after, Noah hesitated, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to call Leon father. He smiled gently, noting that she still wasn't used to saying it aloud. As they walked back, Leon mentioned that he and his wife had prepared a feast fit for kings to celebrate her return. On the table, Noah's report cards were displayed, revealing perfect scores and first-place rankings in every subject. The queen smiled with maternal pride, while Leon looked at the results, thoroughly impressed by his daughter's genius. Noah trembled as she handed over the results paper, her head bowed in shame as she apologized for failing to claim the first place rank in the physical aptitude test. Her mother immediately pulled her into a warm embrace, dismissing the need for apologies, while her sister loudly proclaimed that Noah was still the absolute best. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Leon realized it was time for the patriarch to intervene. One daughter was drowning in self-doubt while the other was drowning in hyperbole. Taking the report, he analyzed the data with a sharp eye, explaining that her endurance was naturally lower simply because she was competing against older, pure-blooded dragons. His finger tapped the paper emphatically as he highlighted the truth: she held the highest win rate in the class, proving her tactical genius was unrivaled. Noah's voice was barely a whisper as she muttered that she heard Mother had always achieved perfect scores during her own school days. To shatter that burden of expectation, Leon revealed a shocking truth: he wasn't a top ranker when he started, but clawed his way to the peak through sheer, blood-soaked effort. He urged her to ignite her fighting spirit, knowing her potential was limitless, a sentiment Mun echoed before dropping a bombshell question: if Dad and Mom fought seriously, who would be the last one standing? Without missing a single beat, the power couple answered in perfect unison: I would win. The air crackled with tension as they instantly turned to glare at one another, sparks flying between their gazes. Leon puffed out his chest, arrogantly declaring that no living being could best him in combat training, cementing his claim as the strongest hunter. With a look of icy disdain, Rosweiss countered that she would crush him into the dirt, regardless of how many shiny trophies gathered dust on his shelf. The hunter smirked, teasing that she only married him because she couldn't defeat him back then, but his wife shot back that he was the defeated one, hence their current family. Pushed to the brink, Leon issued the ultimate challenge to settle this dispute outside right now, a duel he had been craving for an eternity. As Mun asked if violence was really the answer, Noah realized this was a legendary learning opportunity, and the sisters hurried to witness the clash of titans. Moments later, the atmosphere grew heavy as the couple began their warm-ups, while the audience of two settled in for the show of a lifetime. Mun could barely contain her curiosity about the victor, but her sister silenced her, explaining that watching veterans of this caliber was a lesson money couldn't buy. Rosweiss threw a taunting jab at her husband, questioning if his mortal body had recovered enough to survive a bout with the dragon. Leon scoffed, retorting that he wouldn't miss this chance for anything, a rare opportunity to spar against the legendary Silver Dragon Queen herself. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Rosweiss raised the stakes with a devilish wager: if he won, she wouldn't touch him for a month, but if she won, he owed her a wish. The hunter paused, his mind racing as he calculated the odds of victory against the sheer freedom that bet offered. An image of paradise flooded his mind: an entire month of uninterrupted vacation, a luxury he hadn't tasted in years. Intoxicated by the dream of freedom, Leon pointed a finger at his wife and roared his acceptance. The two locked eyes, challenging smiles carving across their faces as the battle aura flared. Leon and Rosweiss took their stances, the silence between them heavier than a mountain as the countdown began. Meanwhile, Mun was enjoying the spectacle with popcorn in hand, until her trembling excitement caused her juice cup to crash to the ground. The sharp sound shattered the concentration of the combatants, while Mun mourned her lost drink. Noah shouted for them to ignore it and unleash hell. Answering the call, the hunter struck first. He launched forward like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in a terrifying aura of blue energy. Yet, the queen was immovable. She caught the devastating blow with a single hand, as if swatting a fly. In a flash, her tail whipped out for a lethal counter-strike, forcing Leon to perform a desperate backflip, the air slicing just inches from his nose. Using one hand to pivot off the ground, he converted his momentum into a renewed, ferocious assault. He unleashed a thunderous kick that crashed against her guard. Although she blocked it, the sheer kinetic force skidded the Dragon Queen back several meters. Her eyes narrowed as she realized the danger. Engaging a monster like him in close quarters was a tactical error. She needed range. Leon watched like a hawk as she retreated, sensing the terrifying surge of magical energy beginning to pool around her, declaring that victory was the only metric that mattered. Rosweiss unleashed a beam of destruction. Leon, however, danced through the blast with supernatural agility. Mun gasped, fearing for her father's life, but Noah calmed her, explaining that this was a high-level chess match of abilities. The young tactician deduced the truth immediately. Their mother lacked confidence in hand-to-hand combat against a specialist like Dad. Mun looked at her sister with starry eyes, impressed by the analysis Noah had picked up from her academy instructors. Rosweiss dared him to dodge the next volley, but amidst the magical storm, Leon laughed, boasting that his speed was matched only by his unbreakable resilience. A confident smirk played on the dragoness's lips as she gathered the mana for an earth-shattering blow. Suddenly, the atmosphere screamed as two colossal waves of magic converged on Leon from both sides. Boom! A catastrophic explosion swallowed his position, and silence fell over the battlefield as smoke obscured the outcome. But then Crackleon emerged from the dust cloud, his body wreathed in crackling blue lightning, casually remarking that her attack was crawling at a snail's pace. Rosweiss's eyes widened in genuine shock. She hadn't realized her husband had mastered lightning magic to overclock his physical limits. With eyes blazing, Leon roared that absolutely no one would steal his precious 1-month vacation. He vanished into a blur of speed, hammering against her magical barriers. Assessing the escalating violence, Rosweiss realized she had to end this immediately. His desperation for a holiday was making him fight with reckless, self-destructive abandon. Leon spotted a fatal flaw in her defense, and a confident smirk played on his lips. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance, sweeping her legs to shatter her stance completely. Taken completely unawares by the lightning-fast assault, Rosweiss gasped as gravity claimed her, losing all control in midair. Leon threw his fist up in triumph, savoring the victory, but his celebration was cut short as he saw his beloved wife tumbling backward dangerously. Instinct took over. He snatched her arm to break the fall, and with a powerful tug, he pulled her body flush against his own. The battle died instantly as Leon held her tight in his embrace. Time seemed to freeze as their gazes locked, and she breathed his name in a soft, flustered whisper. But the romantic atmosphere shattered. Panic surged through him as a searing dragon flame erupted within his chest. He howled in sheer agony, screaming that he was burning alive. Confusion clouded his mind as he looked down, unable to comprehend the source of this sudden inferno. The flames vanished as quickly as they appeared, and Rosweiss scolded him sharply for losing focus in the heat of battle. The children rushed over, and little Mune chirped, asking who had claimed the crown. Leon sighed heavily, admitting that a single moment of weakness had cost him the match. His wife praised his strength for fighting without gear, but Leon wasn't having it. He boldly proclaimed that, at full power, he would have absolutely crushed her. A predatory smile curled her lips. She reminded him that defeat came with a price, and he had best not forget their wager. The realization hit him like a truck. He crumbled to the ground in utter despair, the memory of that cursed bet finally returning to haunt him. Terrified, the girls asked if their papa had died. Rosweiss soothed them gently, explaining he had just overexerted himself and would recover. Night fell over the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Standing in the nursery, Leon began his solemn farewells to his children. He entrusted Mune to Noah's care and told the youngest to be good. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented leaving his precious daughters behind. Noah rolled her eyes at her father's theatrics, reminding him dryly that he was only spending one night with Mom. Terror filled his voice. He argued that a night of torture at his wife's hands was a fate far worse than death itself. Little Mune clapped her hands, cheerfully concluding that Mommy was going to eat Daddy up. She cited a book about females devouring males in the wild, as Leon stared in horror at her enthusiasm. Rosweiss materialized from the shadows, scolding him for corrupting their minds. Swiftly, she tucked the little ones into their warm beds and whispered that she and Daddy were merely going to discuss interesting topics. The girls wondered what these fascinating topics could be, while the adults gave painfully vague and conflicting answers. Rosweiss's patience snapped, and she dragged him away by the collar. Leon begged for just one moment to speak his final words. As he was hauled off, Leon shouted his undying love for his girls, leaving Noah to mutter about how immature adults were. Meanwhile, in the Queen's chambers, wine and glasses awaited them. She offered him a glass of crimson wine, but he flatly refused the drink. Silence filled the room as she stared into the liquid depths. She cut to the chase, reminding him of his oath to fulfill her request after his loss. Leon countered that he wasn't in the mood. He needed his wits sharp and his mind sober to avoid her manipulations. Then, Rosweiss dropped a bombshell. She confessed that she had actually wanted him to win the duel. Perplexed, he demanded to know why. She mused that a victory would have bought him a month of recovery, perhaps making him a more interesting challenge later. Suspicion narrowed his eyes. If that were true, why hadn't she simply surrendered? The Dragon Queen sauntered closer. She purred that in the heat of the moment, a new game had come to mind. Slowly, she began to tilt her glass. With a devilish smile, she let the wine cascade over her own skin, whispering that she adored the look of despair on his face when he lost. Leon froze, heart pounding in his chest. Rosweiss looked him in the eye and issued a seductive command to drink it all. The heady scent of wine mixing with her natural perfume intoxicated him. In that instant, his resistance crumbled. She was irresistible. Driven by pure instinct, Leon leaned in. As he tasted the wine from her skin, Rosweiss gasped, surprised by his sudden boldness. When he finished, she looked down at him with flushed cheeks, asking if the taste pleased him. He smirked, replying that it clearly wasn't enough to satisfy her. Rosweiss's eyes darkened, and she ordered him to open his mouth wide. Without hesitation, she bit into her own lip until crimson welled up. She leaned over, allowing a single heavy drop of dragon blood to fall onto his tongue. The metallic taste triggered alarms in his mind. Realizing he had swallowed blood, he shoved her back, demanding to know her game. A strange heat coiled in his gut. Leon accused her of binding him with a forbidden spell. She confirmed it was the blood curse he knew so well. Suddenly, Leon's eyes began to blaze with an intense crimson light. He demanded a reason. Rosweiss revealed that the lingering traces of his previous magic on her had been driving her mad. Leon gritted his teeth, asking if she truly understood the terrible price of such a spell. She smiled slyly, claiming she had modified the curse to act only as an enchantment. Leon groaned as fire raced through his veins and his mind went blank. Rosweiss placed a hand over his beating heart, confessing softly that she had always forced him to stay by her side, even against his will. Her voice drops to a sultry whisper, demanding his absolute obedience. He clutches his chest, heart pounding like a drum, and lets out a breathless, disbelief-filled laugh. Rosweiss teases him mercilessly, asking if the legendary dragon hunter has lost all control over his own body. She then reveals a high-tier magical artifact from the Sky City. The lens glows, ready to record his humiliation for eternity. Crushed under her overwhelming pressure, the truth is forced from his lips. He admits he wants to kiss her. The hunter freezes, his mind blanking out, managing only a single word. With a devilish smirk, she commands him to say it again louder. He roars it out, "I want to kiss you," but panic instantly sets in, and he frantically tries to deny the words that just left his mouth. She cups his face, savoring his defeat. Rosweiss mocks his shattered pride, calling him a pathetic man who abandoned his dignity to beg. Then comes the cruel twist. She refuses to give him what he pleaded for. The rejection hits him like a physical blow. He stands there, frozen in stunned silence. Snap. The dam breaks. He lunges forward with the ferocity of a beast, screaming her name. He pins the Dragon Queen to the floor, panting heavily as instinct takes over. Even pinned beneath him, she remains composed, teasing that such impatience is unlike his usual stoic self. Gripping her hands tight, he pours out his raw desire. He confesses that he needs to kiss her, he needs to hold her. Finally, he admits he wants to claim her completely. Rosweiss realizes the truth. The blood curse has finally shattered his restraints. She smiles triumphantly. The hunter has finally broken. Seeing him beg with such desperate passion, she decides to grant her little pet's wish. She calls him a good little puppy, demanding he show his true nature. The camera pans out, revealing the majestic silhouette of the dragon's castle under the moonlight. Time skips forward. Only her raven hair is visible on the silk pillows. The hunter jolts awake in bed beside her, reality crashing back in. He clutches his head in agony. How could he fall into her trap again? The shame burns through him. He realizes it was the blood curse, that accursed magic forced him to cast aside his hunter's pride and beg like a dog. Gritting his teeth, he trembles with rage. This humiliation is unforgivable, yet the culprit sleeps peacefully beside him, satisfied with her victory. Drawn in against his will, he reaches out. He traces her face, shocked by how completely defenseless she looks in her slumber. Suddenly, he recoils. He questions his own sanity. Why did he just caress her? Why did his hand move with such gentleness? He tries to lie to himself. He convinces himself he was just trying to wake her up, that there was absolutely no affection in that gesture. But something is wrong. Her lack of reaction is strange. He wonders if she's playing another game, feigning sleep to mock him. He barks an order, "Stop pretending." He questions her silence, knowing she is too disciplined to sleep this late. Standing over her, a dark realization forms. Could this deep slumber be the after effect of the blood curse? He calculates quickly. Even with the vitality of a dragon queen, the energy transfer will keep Rosweiss comatose for at least a week. The boy stares at her, the gears turning in silence. This is it. It is the perfect opportunity to escape. He tears open a drawer with the ebony and gold war chariot. Escape is not just a dream, it is a certainty. Gear equipped, he formulates a plan to combine speed potions with the chariot. He can race back to human territory before she even opens an eye. Standing by the bed, he declares victory. By the time she wakes up, he will be a ghost. He throws his head back and laughs maniacally, confident in his triumph. But the laughter dies in his throat. His shoulders slump, and he leans forward, the joy vanishing instantly. He grips a potion flask, the glass cold in his hand. It has been 2 long years since he vanished from the Empire. He calculates the risks. Returning blindly is suicide. With so many mysteries surrounding his capture, a rash return could lead to a fate worse than death. He hesitates. He had tasked Roseweiss with investigating his former master. But then, a heavier chain binds him here. A memory flashes before his eyes, Little Moon chasing butterflies in the garden. Noah warning her to be careful. His resolve shatters. He states it plainly he cannot abandon those 2 children. He crosses his arms, resigning himself to his fate. He will stay in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Glaring at the sleeping queen, he plots a petty revenge for last night. He whispers a challenge to her sleeping form, asking if she is ready to pay the price. Meanwhile, Roseweiss remains in a deep coma by the bedside. Little Moon looks up with teary eyes, asking if her mommy is okay since she has slept all day. Suddenly, Noah turns to him, eyes sharp with suspicion. He demands to know exactly what the 2 of them did last night. Sweating nervously, the boy spins a lie. We were just talking on the balcony. She caught a cold. He turns to the maid, begging for backup. Anna. The maid steps in to reassure him. She explains the doctor has already examined the queen despite her weakness. Her vitals are stable. The maid offers to handle the castle's internal affairs. The hunter nods, relieved to delegate the burden. By the bed, Moon whispers a prayer for her mother to recover, promising to never be naughty again. Observing the scene, he notices beads of sweat on Roseweiss's forehead. He decides he must wipe her face and keep her comfortable. Noah watches him like a hawk. The boy questions if the hunter plans to take advantage of the situation while the queen is defenseless. He immediately flusters and denies the accusation, claiming she's reading far too much into the situation. He insists his only mission is to tend to the patient. Sensing the tension, Noah signals a retreat, telling Moon they will return to visit mommy tomorrow. At the threshold, the little one waves goodbye with a sweet, "Good night, Daddy," and he returns the gesture with a gentle smile. Left alone with the sleeping beauty once more, he ponders his next move. A moment later, he decides to fetch some fresh water. Upon returning, he wrings out a damp cloth in the basin. As he gently cleans her, he mutters that this is strictly to prevent a fever, pleading with the silent room not to misunderstand his intentions. His gaze softens as he notices her weakened state. She is so drained that she cannot even manifest the majestic tail she usually flaunts with pride. When the cleaning is done, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should change her into fresh clothes as well. He flings open the wardrobe, revealing a treasure trove of options, and decides to exercise his right to choose his absolute favorite. A mischievous plan forms as he assembles an outfit featuring bare shoulders, a plunging neckline, and silk stockings. He quickly finds the perfect garments to replace her current attire, but he pauses, wondering how to handle her adorable ears. Gently gathering her hair, he realizes that tying it up provides the perfect solution. With a satisfied smirk, he announces that the masterpiece is ready. The boy unveils his creation, Roseweiss, the bunny girl edition. He admits to himself that the result exceeds his wildest expectations. She looks absolutely breathtaking. But suddenly, the mystic seal on his chest begins to emit a blinding glow. Clutching his shirt, he panics, wondering why the dragon mark is reacting now. He recalls the lore the mark resonates when one bearer harbors intense desire for the other. Desperate, he vehemently denies having such impure thoughts while conscious, blaming the alluring bunny costume for this biological betrayal. To regain control over his mind, he decides to recite the Dragon Hunter's Code of Honor 10 times in rapid succession. Finally relieved as the glow fades, he admits it was a close call, though he feels a tinge of regret that Ross will have no memory of this legendary look. Meanwhile, she remains in a deep slumber, unaware of her cosplay. Suddenly, he remembers seeing a recording device nearby. He scrambles to search the room. Moments later, he unearths the camera he was looking for. The shutter clicks repeatedly as he celebrates his victory, declaring that now he holds the ultimate leverage over her. He boldly adjusts her cheek with his finger, asking his darling to smile for the lens. With the camera in hand, he vows to keep these blackmail photos in a very safe place. Just then, Ross stirs in the bed and murmurs something in her sleep. The boy freezes in terror, Wondering if his antics woke her up too soon, he leans in closer to inspect, but the girl remains fast asleep. Placing a hand over his pounding heart, he sighs in relief, realizing it was just a false alarm. Glancing out the window, he decides it is best to change her back into her pajamas and resume his grand revenge plan tomorrow. The next morning brings chaos as Moon sprints down the hallway, screaming for her sister, with crossed arms. Noah demands to know what the commotion is about. Through tears, Moon explains that her precious Rubik's Cube shattered, and when she went to find Daddy to fix it, he had vanished into thin air. Hearing this, a dark thought crosses Noah's mind. Did he use their mother's unconscious state as a chance to finally escape? Trying to stay strong for the younger one, she says there is no need to panic and promises they will scour the castle together. Thus, the two sisters race down the corridor, their voices echoing as they call out for their father. They burst into an empty room, Moon's voice trembling as she asks where Daddy is. They check their mother's bedroom, but the girl notes with sinking hope that he is not there. Immediately after, they sweep another room, with Moon confirming that this one is empty as well. Desperation drives Moon to check inside a large barrel, shouting for her father. Watching this heartbreaking scene, Noah questions how a grown man could possibly hide in there. Tears welling up, the younger sister wonders if he got lost, since they have searched every possible corner. Noah's expression hardens as she explains that good people always leave sooner or later, just like it happened before. Confused, Moon asks what she means by last time. Noah states cold-bloodedly that if her intuition is right, that man is already gone, having finally succeeded in the escape he always desired. Internally, the girl reflects that while their family seemed harmonious on the surface, it was built on a foundation of lies. She recalls that, for as long as her memory serves, their father was essentially a comatose statue, and their mother simply referred to him as their biological progenitor. She remembers the day he awakened. His first instinct was to flee, but he was dragged back. Since then, she sensed he never stayed of his own free will. Noah analyzes how he changed tactics, suddenly trying to get close, pleasing them, and role-playing as a devoted father. However, she questions if that was love, or simply a strategic move to lower their guard so he could find an opening to desert them. The girl decides that when affection masks hidden agendas, she would rather be alone than be used as a tool. She accepts the harsh truth that he does not belong in their world and that his disappearance was inevitable destiny. Breaking down, Moon wails that mommy will not wake up and daddy does not love them, asking her big sister what on earth they are going to do now. Noah gently cupped the little one's cheeks. She whispered a solemn vow that big sister would always be her shield. Overcome with emotion, Mun buried her face in her sister's embrace and the tears finally broke free. Wrapping her arms tight around the sobbing child, Noah made a steely declaration. They would hold a proper farewell ceremony for that man. Meanwhile, high in the peaks behind the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Leon stood with a map in hand, surveying the terrain. The maid spoke the truth. This landscape was nothing short of breathtaking. His mind drifted back to an earlier conversation. He had pressed Anna for intel on Her Majesty's most frequent haunts. In the memory, the loyal maid offered him an escort, but he flatly refused, simply commanding her to mark the coordinates on his map. Now unshackled and free to move, he planned to exploit his mobility to the fullest. It was time to prepare a special surprise for Roswissa. Then, the truth came out. His interest in her favorite scenic spots was merely a smokescreen for his grand revenge. Every innocent question about her preferences was a calculated step in his scheme. The boy finally solidified his strategy. He would drag her to her beloved sanctuary and humiliate her deeply, striking exactly when she woke up powerless. Approaching a massive, ancient tree, he nodded in approval. Its trunk was thick and sturdy. As he visualized the scene, he realized the positioning was absolutely divine. He tested the earth beneath his boots. It was too firm, but a thick layer of flower petals would solve that problem instantly. He took in the panorama. From this vantage point, the Silver Dragon Sanctuary was perfectly visible. Not bad at all. Studying the map one last time, he aggressively circled the forest. This location was officially added to his hit list. The stage was set. Now, he only needed the woman to awaken so the show could begin. A wicked smile curled his lips. This time, victory would be his. Back at the sanctuary's main courtyard, a sound cut through the air. Someone was weeping near the bonfire. He approached the gathering of maids, confused by the heavy atmosphere. He demanded to know what was causing such a commotion. A servant explained, trembling. The young highnesses had ordered a funeral pyre before a portrait of the deceased. Mun sobbed uncontrollably, offering a juicy steak as a final tribute. Beside the little one, Noah stood stoic. She urged her sister to face the harsh reality and accept that he had abandoned them. Watching from the shadows, the boy tilted his head. Were they playing house? A mischievous thought struck him. Why not join the game? He stepped into the light. "Excuse me," he said casually. The maids gasped in horror. Instantly recognizing the prince, facing the stunned girls, he innocently asked whose funeral they were holding. He even offered to play a morning tune to set the mood. His eyes fell upon the memorial portrait. Wait, that face was his. He smirked, noting how handsome he looked, until the terrifying realization slammed into him. A scream of sheer desperation tore from his throat. Why on earth were they burying him while he was still standing there? Mun's eyes went wide. She pointed a trembling finger and screamed that Daddy had returned from the dead. Leon sighed, trying to keep his cool. He told his dramatic daughters that a full funeral was a bit extreme for a man who had only stepped out for a single day. Tears spilled from the little girl's eyes. She cried out his name, sprinting forward and launching herself into his arms. Daddy was back, buried in his embrace. Mun's voice wavered. She sobbed that she thought he had thrown her away. He gently stroked her hair, offended by the very idea. How could he ever unwanted them? Noah stepped forward, explaining that they had scoured the entire sanctuary and assumed the worst. In that moment, the weight of her mistake hit her. She had accused him of abandonment without a shred of proof. Hoisting Mun onto his hip, he announced the funeral was officially canceled, safe in her father's arms. The little one blinked. Could she eat the steak offering now? The moment her feet touched the ground, she dashed for the food table. He chuckled to himself. She had clearly inherited his insatiable gluttony. Noah lingered behind. She quietly asked that the next time he vanished, he should at least leave a note. She claimed Mun had been terrified. He apologized for the scare, but he saw right through her. The older sister was just as worried, but too proud to admit it. Then, Noah dropped her guard. She admitted that, regardless of the note, it was her fault for not trusting in his return. Her sudden apology caught him completely off guard. Leon realized the truth. The funeral, the panic, it all stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity. He hadn't done enough to make her feel safe. He understood now. Noah craved affection, yet she was too guarded to ask for it and too scarred to believe in empty promises. Words were cheap. As a father, he decided the only way to heal her heart was to prove his devotion through consistent action. He gently patted the girl's head, his voice warm. He suggested they all have dinner together, promising he would always remain by their side. The following day, deep within the queen's chambers, Roswis began to stir from her slumber. Slowly, the woman's eyelids fluttered open. Mun erupted in cheer, screaming at the top of her lungs that Mommy had finally awakened. Beaming with joy, the child explained that her mother had been asleep for ages, and she had been worried sick. Roswis offered a weak smile, apologizing for causing such concern, but as she tried to move, she realized her mana core was empty. She was completely drained. The realization hit her. Her mighty dragon queen physique was frail because she had sacrificed her own power to save him from that terrible curse. Beside the bed, little Moon sighed, shaking her head, knowing her father's chaotic nature. He had likely already made a run for it. The queen stirred, her voice raspy as she asked how much time had passed. Moon raised 2 fingers, confirming 2 full days had drifted by. A dangerous glint returned to Roswice's eyes. There was still time to hunt him down. She turned to Moon, casually suggesting grilled fish for tonight's feast. Speak of the devil, the door burst open, and there stood Leon, triumphantly hauling a massive fish he had wrestled from the mountain streams. Beaming with pride, he demanded praise. Moon's eyes sparkled as she agreed, declaring her daddy the absolute greatest. Then, he froze, his gaze locked with the bed. Shocked, Rosweiss demanded to know why he hadn't fled, but Leon just smirked, relieved she had finally opened her eyes. His grin widened. He claimed he merely stepped out for fresh air, seizing the chance to hunt a meal worthy of his beloved wife. Rosweiss scoffed at the term of endearment, while Moon shook her head, muttering about her father's utter lack of shame. Leon wasted no time. He turned to his daughter, entrusting her with a critical mission to transport the beast to the kitchen immediately. Moon saluted, accepting the quest with gusto. As she scampered off, Leon called out, telling her to eat without them. He and Mommy had urgent matters to discuss. Silence fell over the room. Rosweiss admitted she was certain he would use her vulnerability as a chance to abandon them and vanish. Leon slowly peeled off his gloves, his expression darkening. How could he leave? Not when the score between them remained unsettled. Her brow furrowed in confusion. What unfinished business was he talking about? He leaned in, reminding her of her actions a month ago. Realization struck her like lightning. Panic flooded her face as she begged him not to even think about it. A devilish grin spread across his face. He confirmed her worst fears. It was exactly what she thought. Rosweiss hissed a warning. Just because her energy was low didn't mean he could take advantage of her. She dared him not to do anything reckless. Leon raised an eyebrow, latching onto that specific word. Weak, is that right? He reminded her that he was powerless when she branded him with the dragon seal, stripping him of any choice. The Silver Queen growled, promising that once her power returned, he would pay dearly. He had best tread carefully, lest he regret this night. Leon chuckled, unfazed. Regret was not in his vocabulary, not when it concerned his beloved wife. He swept her up into his arms, declaring this the single greatest decision of his life. The tables had turned. Tonight, she was the prisoner of war. Under the moonlight, he carried her through the mountain's cherry blossom forest. Rosweiss struggled, commanding him to release her this instant. He tightened his grip against her thrashing, warning her to stay still unless she wanted a painful drop to the ground. She fumed, claiming that if her mana were full, she would have sent him flying into the stratosphere with a single blow. Leon finally lowered her beneath a towering, ancient cherry blossom tree. Confused, she looked around, demanding to know the meaning of this location. He shrugged, revealing he had studied her favorite haunts while she slept. This, he announced, was merely the first stop of their evening. Her eyes narrowed. First stop? Just how many locations did he plan to drag her to? The young hunter pointed toward a distant shrine, explaining that the view from this vantage point was absolute perfection. Rosweiss lowered her guard slightly. Was this his way of seeking vengeance for the events in his homeland? He nodded. After all, returning a favor tenfold wasn't a privilege reserved only for dragons, was it? The dragon seal on his chest pulsed with light. Leon declared that despite his humanity, his sense of retribution was just as potent as hers. He pulled her close, directing her gaze forward. There, in the distance, stood the palace, the very foundation of her pride and royal dignity. Pressing her forward, he whispered into her ear, how did it feel to be bested by a mere, fallen dragon hunter? He stepped closer, closing the gap. This was exactly the humiliation she had once forced upon him. Rosweiss wanted to fight back, but her heart betrayed her. If this was to be her fate... Suddenly, her dragon tail coiled instinctively around his waist. Leon blinked in surprise. Did she truly have enough stamina left to control her tail like that? He grinned. The night was young, and the feast of his sweet revenge upon her majesty was only just beginning. Morning light filtered into the Silver Dragon Queen's chambers. Leon woke beside her, celebrating his safe return from the battlefield of love. His body ached. He was utterly drained after a whole night of dragging her from one scenic spot to another to exact his torment. Yet, as he looked at her sleeping face, he noticed something undeniable. She looked peaceful, happy, even. She was in a deep slumber. He convinced himself she had felt every bit of his retribution. Yes, his revenge had been a resounding success. He needed to escape to his own quarters before the maids arrived. But as he shifted to leave, a soft hand gripped his. She was murmuring something. Half asleep, her voice was small and fragile. She complained that she was cold. Leon scoffed internally. It was just a survival instinct seeking warmth. He wouldn't be fooled again. Yet, despite his thoughts, his hand gently covered hers. Elsewhere, Moon rubbed her eyes, wondering if her mother was still lost in dreams. Outside, the birds sang, welcoming the warm morning sun. With a spark of genius, Little Mun remembered the ancient wisdom passed down to her how to treat nasty bug bites. Victory. She secured the legendary healing artifact, the ointment. Sprinting to the master bedroom, she cried out, Mama, awaken, the sun has already conquered the sky. Rosis, still drifting in the realm of dreams, murmured groggily, Go summon your father, my little one. Next target, Daddy. Papa, the sun is literally burning your butt. But Leon just burrowed deeper into the blankets, grumbling, 5 more minutes. It's too cozy. The little princess pouted, her cheeks puffing up. If you two just hibernate all day, who is going to play with me? Ignoring the protest, Leon pulled his wife closer, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. The atmosphere was overflowing with pink bubbles. Mun watched with wide eyes. Wow, I've never seen you two being so lovey-dovey. But then her sharp eyes caught something. Wait, why are you covered in little red spots? A realization struck her like lightning. Those are bug bites. Don't worry, big sister isn't here, but I am. I shall heal you, she declared. With the determination of a master alchemist, she began slathering the green goo everywhere. I'll put extra protection on Daddy. Sometime later, Rosis nudged her husband. Darling, wake up. Leon opened his eyes, confused. Why is my face soggy? He looked at his wife and gasped. They looked like swamp monsters, covered in green slime. A burst of laughter escaped him. Honey, what on earth happened to your face? Mun puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. I saved you. You had red insect bites everywhere, so I applied the cure. Rosis blushed furiously at the mention of the marks, while Leon smirked, noting, Ah yes, some truths are too heavy for the young. Mun blinked, asking, Wasn't I helpful? You did a magnificent job, Leon praised, holding back laughter. While Mun vowed to perform this duty again, the parents shared a silent telepathic message. We must lock the bedroom door next time. Later, the dragon hunter returned, not with a sword, but with a steaming bowl. He lifted a spoon to his wife's lips. Rosis raised an eyebrow, the dragon queen's dignity flaring up. What is the meaning of this? Open wide, he insisted. It has been days. Even a mighty dragon needs fuel to burn. I am not an invalid, she scoffed, but accepted the bite. Her eyes widened slightly. Not terrible. Naturally, Leon grinned. It is fried rice infused with my burning love. He took a bite himself. I am just quality testing. Less talking, more feeding, she demanded. In no time, the bowl was polished clean. Leon leaned back, counting on his fingers. Bathing you, feeding you, cooking for you. I have been the perfect servant these past few days. Rosis narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are we talking about care or the torment you inflicted in bed? You went too far. Torture. Leon feigned innocence. That was simply the overflowing affection of a devoted husband. As he left, Rosis shot a dagger-like glare at his back. Keep acting like a fool, and I will add it to the list of reasons to crush you later. Alone in the silence, she sighed. That damn dragon hunter. He truly has a genius for driving me mad. Frustration boiled over. She slammed her fist into the headboard. Crack. The solid wood shattered like glass. Her eyes widened in shock. She looked at her hand, then the destruction. A realization dawned on her. My power. It has finally returned. Meanwhile, oblivious to the danger, Leon hummed while washing dishes. I hope she stays weak a bit longer, he thought, dreaming of more fun times. Poor fool. He had no idea the dragon had awakened. Later in the royal chambers, the maid, Anna, bowed low. Forgive the intrusion, Your Majesty. She presented a potion. The physician prepared this elixir to restore your vitality. But Rosis waved it away. Take it back. My strength has already surged back to its peak. Anna's gaze drifted to the bed and the pulverized headboard. Your Majesty, what is that? Rosis cleared her throat awkwardly. A slight miscalculation of force. Summon a carpenter tomorrow. As Anna turned to leave, the queen's voice stopped her cold. Wait. Peeking from behind a book, Rosis whispered, Do not utter a word to Leon about my recovery. I wish to enjoy his care a little longer. Anna's jaw dropped. A knowing smile spread across the maid's face. Understood, Your Majesty. My lips are sealed. The Dragon Queen smirked. Leon's peaceful days were over. 2 days later, little Mun rushed to her father. Papa, teach me how to make my body glow. Leon crouched down. You mean the mana aura your mother and I demonstrated? What sparked this sudden desire for power? He asked. Mun clenched her tiny fists. Big sister is learning so much at school I refuse to be the weak link. Leon grinned. The spirit of a warrior. So, you wish to cultivate your own strength? Mun nodded vigorously. Excellent, Leon thought. Sibling rivalry is the ultimate motivator. Her admiration will fuel her growth. Very well, Leon declared. Today, your journey begins. We start with the foundation of all power, mana channeling. And so, under the watchful eye of the strongest hunter, the little dragon worked tirelessly to awaken her potential. Leon stood frozen in awe. In a mere matter of hours, his daughter was channeling mana with the proficiency of a master. Her awakening was imminent. Witnessing such terrifying progress, a single thought crossed his mind. Was his little girl a heaven-defying genius? But the intense atmosphere shattered instantly when she declared she was starving and out of fuel. Noah decided that training could wait. Food was the priority. Leon immediately declared the session over, promising a feast, while his daughter cheered that Daddy was the absolute best in the world. Meanwhile, within the master bedroom, the maid Anna delivered the special package, though Ross Weissy simply ordered her to leave it in the corner. As soon as Leon arrived and announced his presence, his wife dismissed the servant. He smirked internally, thinking that since Ross Weiss needed 5 more days to recover, he had plenty of time to tease her. With a predator's confidence, he approached the bed, offering a massage just in case her body was still aching from before, but the dragoness narrowed her eyes, challenging him directly and questioning why he wasn't displaying any real power. She scoffed, calling him a disappointment for only being able to last 2 days. Leon blinked, stunned, and asked her to repeat that audacity. He leaned in, calling her mommy dragon, admitting he had planned to be gentle and let her rest, but clearly he had been mistaken. Seizing her chin, Leon surmised that if her tongue was this sharp, her body must be equally resilient to his punishment. As he discarded his shirt, Leon's aura flared. He warned her that she would regret provoking him. With a dangerous smile, the woman replied that a dragon never regrets anything. Suddenly, Flash Ross Weiss's tail snapped around his waist, catching him completely off guard. With terrifying speed, she used her tail to slam him onto the mattress with overwhelming force. As she pinned him down, her husband was paralyzed by the sheer physical strength she possessed. It finally clicked. He stammered, asking if her recovery was already complete. Ross Weissy silenced him with a finger to his lips, whispering that a prisoner should know better than to speak. Beside the bed, a tray of glistening restraints lay waiting in the lamplight. His eyes widened. When had she prepared all of this? With his wrists and ankles bound, the realization hit him. He hadn't walked into a bedroom. He had walked straight into the dragon's lair. Looking down at him like a conqueror, the dragoness warned him to cease all resistance. Leon gulped, asking if this was an interrogation to extract state secrets. Though tied to the bed, Leon gritted his teeth, bluffing that he had undergone elite mental training and would never yield. But Ross Weiss simply tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with amusement, and asked if he was sure about that. Suddenly, a memory crystal activated, playing a recording of his own voice declaring how much he wanted to kiss her. Panicking, he begged her to hand over the artifact. The woman held it out of reach, teasingly asking who this desperate man begging for her affection was. The recording played on, Leon's voice stammering her name like a lovesick fool. Desperate, he denied reality, claiming it was a shapeshifter or a doppelganger. Ross Weissy brought the crystal closer, asking if he wanted to analyze the embarrassing scene in high definition. The image played on the boy saying he wanted to hug her, kiss her, and become one with her. Leon's spirit broke. He surrendered instantly, admitting he remembered every single detail. The dragoness smirked. Noting that it was very good, he recalled his place. She then reached for a leather whip beside the bed, ordering him to repeat the sweet words from the recording loudly. She teased him further, offering to summarize the lesson like a strict teacher if his memory failed. The silhouettes of the two merged behind the room divider. The rune lamp burned through the night. Hours later, the mighty Leon lay sprawled on the bed, completely drained of all stamina and life force. As he gasped for air, Ross Weiss received a letter delivered by an urgent messenger dragon at the window. Frowning, her husband asked if the academy was sending messages and why they would dispatch a courier at such an ungodly hour. She informed him that their presence was requested immediately the next day. Noah had been in a brawl, and the news left Leon completely stunned. The following day, inside Vice Principal Wilson's office, Noah sat in the chair, silent as a statue. Sitting across from her were 3 dragonkin boys, bandaged, bruised, and looking utterly defeated. The vice principal cleared his throat, explaining he had summoned them to discuss the violent incident involving their daughter and her classmates. Ross Weiss's maternal aura flared as she demanded clarification. Did these 3 trash mobs dare to gang up to bully her child? While Leon frantically checked Noah for injuries, the girl calmly stated that she was untouched and perfectly fine. The educator sighed and corrected the misunderstanding in truth. It was their daughter who had single-handedly annihilated the 3 boys. Upon hearing the truth, Ross Weiss blinked and simply asked if that was all. A heavy silence fell over the room as the parents processed the information. Suddenly, Leon burst into laughter, praising Noah for a job well done. She was truly his daughter, a chip off the old block. Finally, the vice principal intervened, explaining that this skirmish highlighted the boiling tension between dragons born from cocoons and those born from wombs. He lectured that while dragons reproduce both ways and are equals in adulthood, their power levels vary drastically in their youth. The principal continued his explanation, noting that the cocoon-born dragons possess a unique advantage. They inherit raw power directly from their mothers, while womb-born dragons must cultivate from scratch, making the former infinitely stronger at the same age. He analyzed the battlefield instantly. Even though she was only a womb-born fledgling, she had single-handedly crushed 3 older cocoon-stage opponents. Her potential was nothing short of monstrous. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The father of one of the beaten boys burst onto the scene. He immediately tried to buy his way out, offering cash to cover the medical bills like it was nothing. But the moment his eyes landed on his son's battered face, the arrogance vanished. His voice trembled with rage as he demanded to know who had done this. Hearing his father's voice, the boy crumbled. He ran into the man's arms, wailing like a toddler. Rosweiss whispered a warning from the shadows. That boy belonged to the infamous Crimson Dragon Duke's lineage. But Leon's expression remained bored. The number of Crimson Dragons I've slaughtered could circle this entire academy twice over. Music. The nobleman spun around, glaring at Rosweiss. With venom in his voice, he asked how a mother could let her savage daughter terrorize other dragons. But Leon stepped between them, his presence like a wall of steel. He sneered. Maybe if your bloodline wasn't so pathetic, you wouldn't need to send children to bother mine. The insult hit its mark. The father demanded an apology instantly, but Leon just cracked his knuckles. You want an apology? My fists are itching to give you one right now. Boom! The vice principal slammed his hand on the desk, shattering the tension. He ordered silence. He demanded the parents cool their heads and actually listen to the truth. The vice principal began his report. It started in the cafeteria. Laurel and his goons had picked a fight with Noah just because she accidentally spilled something on his clothes, but it didn't end there. The educator's voice grew serious. Later, on the way back to the dorms, the 3 boys had ambushed the girl in the courtyard. They cornered her. And that was when the real fight broke out. The explanation hung heavy in the air. The vice principal looked at the boys for a defense, but guilty silence was their only answer as they shook their heads. That was Noah's cue. She raised her hand high, eyes burning with determination. She had something to declare. Vice Principal Wilson nodded to her. He gave the floor to the little warrior. Speak, Noah. Noah didn't stutter. She exposed everything: how Laurel provoked her on purpose, how they ambushed her, and how she had no choice but to fight back. It was pure self-defense. She turned her gaze to Laurel. Her eyes bored into his soul as she demanded he tell the truth. Terrified, the boy nodded. His father looked down, confused. Why are you trembling before a little girl? Suddenly, Leon cut in. His voice was stern. Noah, I believe you made a grave mistake today. The room then went silent. Noah looked up at her father, waiting for the scolding. Leon's face remained stone cold. Next time, aim directly for the knee. Noah blinked. The knee. Leon nodded sagely. Listen well. A crimson dragon with a shattered knee in battle, is nothing but a sitting duck. A light bulb went on in Noah's head. She immediately memorized the brutal advice. The nobleman exploded with fury. He couldn't believe Leon was teaching his daughter how to cripple people in front of the faculty. He pointed a shaking finger, demanding Noah be expelled immediately for her violence. The vice principal sighed, rubbing his temples. He reminded the raging dad that expulsion was the academy's decision alone, not his. Then, Wilson dropped the hammer. Multiple students had already reported Laurel for bullying. Witnesses confirmed it. He was the one who poked the sleeping dragon first. The boy's father lost it. He screamed at the administration. Are you saying you won't punish her? You're blaming my son for getting beaten up. He refused to accept reality. The victim card was the only weapon he had left. Leon stepped forward, his aura flaring. What are you whining about? My daughter is barely a year and 2 months old, and she mopped the floor with your son. Laurel, not reading the room, sobbed out a correction. I'm 7 years and 11 months old. Leon smirked. It was a brutal execution by words. 7 years old. If I were you, I'd dig a 3,000-meter hole and bury myself in shame. The nobleman snapped. He attacked Leon's character, sneering that a man who hides his dragon tail has no right to lecture anyone about pride. He pointed a trembling finger at Rosweiss and Noah. Your entire family is nothing but trash. That was the final straw. Leon caught the man's hand in a vice grip. His eyes glowed with lethal intent. Insult me, and I might let you live, but bring my wife and daughter into this. Rosweiss watched from the side, a small smile playing on her lips. Her husband really was overprotective when it counted. The nobleman tried to pull away, panic setting in. How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? He played his trump card. I am a Duke of the Crimson Dragon clan. Leon just stared at him like he was looking at a bug. Tension spiked to a breaking point. Suddenly, Rosweiss stepped in. Honey, that's enough. She placed a calming hand on his arm. She warned him that this was just a school squabble. Turning it into a war between clans wouldn't solve anything. Rosweiss turned to the vice principal with grace. She declared that they trusted the academy's judgment completely. They would accept the ruling. The educator nodded, grateful for the lifeline. He turned to the nobleman with a warning. Sir, if you keep making a scene, you're only digging your own grave. Wilson's voice dropped an octave. Push this any further, and your son might lose his place at this academy permanently. Panic seized Laurel. He tugged desperately on his father's sleeve. Dad, please, stop. I want to stay in school. The man froze. Seeing his son's fear, his pride finally shattered. He gritted his teeth, admitting defeat. He would accept the school's decision. He glared at Leon's family one last time. I'm leaving for now, he spat, but don't think this is over. The vice principal quickly wrapped things up. Laurel was the instigator. Noah had defended herself, even if she went a little overboard with the beatdown. The verdict was final. Noah would receive a verbal warning and write a reflection paper. Justice had been served. As for Laurel and his lackeys, their punishment was absolute, a humiliating self-reflection report and manual labor cleaning the classroom. The verdict was final. Noah bid her farewells, prepared to return to class, while her mother granted her permission to leave the stifling room. But as she walked away, Leon shouted one last piece of fatherly advice. If those brats bother you again, aim straight for their knees. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him. The vice principal appeared from nowhere, calling his name and startling him. Leon spun around, feigning innocence. The educator's eyes narrowed. He had a burning question, for this man had never once revealed his dragon tail. The inquiry hung in the air, leaving Leon momentarily silenced by the sudden scrutiny. Which dragon clan do you hail from? Wilson pressed. Rosweiss stepped in smoothly, claiming her husband was a mere common dragon, and Leon quickly played along with the charade. The vice principal accepted the lie, but his eyes gleamed with greed. In that case, he mused, it is a miracle you produced a prodigy. He urged the couple to have more children, for the academy craved such power. His speech grew fanatical. He was certain of one thing regarding their daughter's future. When Noah graduates, she will lead the dragons to slaughter countless hunters. Leon simply nodded, offering a cold, polite thank you. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing. From the shadows, Laurel's father watched the family with eyes full of malice. He dismissed his entourage, ordering them to clear the area. At the academy's grand entrance, Leon and Rosweiss attempted a peaceful exit, but their path was blocked. Laurel's father stepped forward, calling out to the queen of the silver dragons with venom in his voice. Rosweiss met his gaze coldly. Do you have business with us? The noble scoffed, claiming their earlier peace treaty was just a show for the faculty. His mana flared. Now that we are outside the academy walls, he hissed, we settle this the dragon way. The nobleman pointed a trembling finger at Leon. I challenge you to a duel, right here and now. The queen hesitated. Refusing would brand the silver dragons as cowards. The tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. Their rival taunted them relentlessly. Are you backing down? Rosweiss whispered to her husband. Do you truly wish to accept this madness? Leon's eyes flashed. Since he is offering himself up on a silver platter, who am I to refuse? His wife sighed, accepting the inevitable. Fine, just promise me one thing. Please, do not kill him. Chaos erupted. Students rushed to the gates, hungry for violence. Hearing the commotion, Noah's heart sank. She knew her parents were involved. High above on the balcony, onlookers pointed at the figures below. speculating on the clash of titans. The challenger sized up Leon, seeing only a weakling who hid his tail. My son lost, so I will crush the girl's father to restore our honor. He sneered at his opponent, laying down the terms. If you can survive just 3 rounds, I will admit defeat. Leon cut him off with a look of pure disdain. Spare me the speech. Come at me already. The provocation snapped the noble's patience. You arrogant fool. He charged a fist wreathed in roaring flames, aimed straight for Leon's head as Leon blocked. The noble scoffed, sensing weak power. The combatant grinned darkly, thinking he had this in the bag, 2 rounds left to humiliate him. But Leon stepped back effortlessly. The opponent roared in frustration. Stop running, you coward. Are you from the Turtle Clan? He mocked, smashing the ground. Leon leaped skyward, soaring above the shockwave. Instantly, the nobleman unleashed a torrent of fire. Leon stared into the inferno, his expression unchanging. In a blink, he vanished. Leon reappeared beside his enemy. My turn. Crack! Leon delivered a precise, bone-shattering kick to the noble's knee. The man shrieked in agony. Collapsed on the ground, the Duke looked up in sheer horror. Leon gave him no quarter, winding up a devastating punch. Bam! The fist connected with the rival's face, sending him flying like a ragdoll from the sheer kinetic force. Leon dusted off his hands casually. For trash at your level, I didn't even need to use magic. Panic seized the retainers. They screamed Duke Lee's name. Leon turned his cold gaze upon them. Anyone else want to try? Terrified. They shook their heads violently. Take your trash and leave, Leon commanded, and tell his son to stay away from my daughter. Satisfied with his work, he turned to his wife. Let's go home. But he froze. Noah was standing right there. When did you get here? He stammered. I just saw the whole thing, she replied. Noah held out a small box. This is for you. Inside, Rossweiss found a giant heart-shaped cookie. The daughter blushed. I made them in cooking class. I only got 2nd place, so they might be bad. But please try them. Rossweiss smiled warmly. Nonsense. They look perfect. She insisted Leon take a bite immediately. The fearsome warrior melted. Anything made by my daughter is a masterpiece, he declared, vowing that next time she would take the gold. Little Noah turned to her father, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration as she told him his power just now was absolutely breathtaking. The sudden, unexpected praise struck Leon harder than any monster's blow, leaving him speechless. A moment later, his face lit up like the sun, pumping his chest with pride. He boasted that, of course, her daddy was the strongest existence in the world. Gently patting Noah's head, he made a solemn promise to pass down any combat art or secret technique she desired to master. Rossweiss observed this tender moment in silence, her expression unreadable. Later, the atmosphere shifted as Leon sat calmly on the sofa, immersed in a book. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon Queen approached. She asked about his hand, catching the S-Class hunter completely off guard. He glanced at the minor injury. He shrugged it off, claiming it was nothing but a scratch that would vanish in a few days. But she ignored his words. Immediately, she prepared medicine and cotton. As she drew near, the Dragon Slayer reflected that he had countless scars from fighting beasts, always treating his own body with reckless indifference. A realization hit him. This was the first time in his entire life that someone had tended to his wounds with such gentleness. Time seemed to slow. He could feel only the softness and warmth of her hand against his skin as she treated him. Rossweiss thanked him for protecting her, but Leon deflected, stating it was merely his duty. After all, to the outside world, she was still his wedded wife. She then mentioned an invitation from her sister. Hearing there might be rare dragon treasures involved, Leon's instincts kicked in and he immediately accepted. With their decision made, they departed. Soon, the majestic territory of the Red Dragon stretched out before them. As they arrived, Leon, holding little Mune in his arms, announced their destination and gently woke the sleeping princess. The older sister emerged to greet them. She immediately welcomed his dragon form, calling out the name Xiolu. She marveled at the sight, commenting that his dragon form remained as majestic and intimidating as ever. In a flash of light, Rossweiss returned to her human form. Her sister tackled her in a bear hug, ignoring Rossweiss's complaints that it tickled. Then, she introduced her husband. The Red Dragon sister greeted Leon with enthusiasm, thrilled to finally meet the man who had awakened. The hostess turned her gaze to the children. She correctly guessed Moon and Noah, and the little ones chirped that their auntie was exactly right, her eyes sparkling. The aunt turned to Noah. She asked if she could have a hug from her adorable niece too. Embracing them, she beamed with pure joy. Hugging two little dragon girls at once was a bliss like no other. The hostess then faced Leon. She bowed in gratitude, acknowledging that she heard he was the one raising these precious girls most of the time. Rosweiss scoffed, claiming the girls liked her better, but Leon instantly counterattacked, saying that was absolute nonsense. As sparks flew between the couple, the sister chuckled. She commented on how wonderful it was to see them getting along so well. Rosweiss blushed, shyly admitting they got along. Just a little. The sister then ushered them inside, knowing the journey must have been exhausting. Suddenly, Mune shouted. She wanted to see the secret Auntie had mentioned. Rosweiss froze in sheer terror. She demanded her sister hand over the hidden photos, but the sister only teased her, pointing out how flushed and embarrassed Rosweiss looked. Chaos erupted. The hostess sprinted down the hall, with a desperate Rosweiss chasing her to reclaim her dark history. Leon smirked, noting he never expected this childish side of his cold wife. Meanwhile, the girls chanted, begging to see the pictures too. Triumph. Leon snatched a photo. He teased the Valkyrie, noting how brimming with energy she looked back in her academy days. The next image revealed a younger Rosweiss, standing proud and giving a speech as the top honor student. He turned to her, asking how such a bright girl became so icy, but before he could finish, the photo was violently snatched from his grip. With a menacing aura, the blonde warned him, if he got too cocky, he would be the next victim of her sister's teasing. But the aunt wasn't done. She revealed a treasure trove of photos from when their mother was just a hatchling, urging the girls to look. As they flipped through the baby pictures, the atmosphere softened. One of the girls gasped at how tiny their mother used to be, while Moon squealed, wanting to pinch those chubby cheeks. Leon leaned in. He pointed out that even as a kid, Mommy had serious-style Moon pushed closer, eager to see every detail. The sister pointed to a grand image. It was the historic day Rosweiss inherited the supreme title Queen of the Silver Dragons. Leon gazed at the image. He had to admit, the aura she projected back then was truly magnificent. But alas, they reached the final page. Mune pouted, disappointed that the show was over so soon. Rosweiss quickly grabbed the album. She declared the show over and told her sister to lock those embarrassing memories away forever. However, a mischievous glint appeared in the sister's eye. She asked if they knew what object she was holding now. Leon's eyes widened. He identified it instantly, a recording stone. The aunt asked if they wanted to see moving pictures, and the girls screamed, yes. Rosweiss panicked. She begged her sister to stop, playing the I'm the youngest card in a desperate attempt to save her dignity. But Leon was ruthless. He pleaded with his sister-in-law to play it immediately. Judging by his wife's terror, he knew this footage would be legendary. The blonde protested, shouting her sister's name in vain, while a mischievous smile played on the other's lips. The verdict was passed. The sister declared that to honor Leon's first visit to their domain, she would grant his request. The youngest wish would have to wait. Levin erupted in cheers at the victory, but Rosweiss shot a warning glare, swearing she would never bring him here again. With the decision made, Mana flared as the recording stone hummed to life. As the projection materialized, the sister announced the unveiling of a legendary artifact, but Rosweiss's face went pale. She recognized that scene instantly. Panic seized her. She lunged to cover the child's eyes, screaming for him to look away, but curiosity had already taken hold. The recording displayed a relic of the past, her sister asking a young, innocent Rosweiss about her criteria for a future husband. The present-day Valkyrie wanted the ground to swallow her wholly. The young girl in the projection spoke with absolute conviction. Her future partner must possess intellect surpassing her own and a history of dominating the rankings. She wasn't finished. She demanded a man of unshakable responsibility. And most importantly, he could not despise children. One of the daughters gasped, realizing the description mirrored their mother's words about their father perfectly. The final decree, he must wield absolute power without ever abusing it. Hearing this, Leon puffed out his chest, declaring she was obviously describing him. The sister's voice echoed from the past, noting how rare such a soul was, as absolute power so often breeds corruption. The young Rosweiss made a solemn vow if such a paragon did not exist. She would walk the path of life alone. The video concluded with her ironclad resolve she would marry a legend, or no one at all. As the image faded, Leon stood frozen, his heart struck by the weight of her words. It dawned on him like a revelation he had been her ideal, her destiny, from the very beginning. Flustered, Rosweiss stammered that it was just the rambling of a naive child, but Leon smiled gently, assuring her there was no shame in her truth. But the sister wasn't done teasing. With a sly grin, she dropped the ultimate question, who pursued whom first. Chaos ensued. They instantly pointed fingers at each other, shouting accusations. Ross Weiss narrowed her eyes, challenging him to repeat his lie if he dared. Faced with the Valkyrie's killing intent, Leon's courage crumbled. He quickly rewrote history, admitting she chased him first, but that he regretted running away and ended up pursuing her later. Witnessing their banter, the hostess chuckled. She noted their chemistry was undeniable, a claim both of them vehemently denied in perfect synchronization. The older sister then reached for her trump card, the stash of love letters Ross Weiss used to receive. That was the breaking point. The Valkyrie shrieked, demanding those cursed artifacts be incinerated immediately. Later, amidst the chaos, Leon whispered the grim reality escape was impossible. They would have to share a room tonight. But when they crossed the threshold, they froze. The room had been transformed into a shrine of aggressive romance. Their jaws hit the floor. Ross Weiss whirled around, demanding to know what sorcery her sister had performed on the guest room. Her sister simply smiled, claiming she had prepared a special sanctuary for their stay. Desperate, the Valkyrie begged for any other room, but her sister scolded them for being shy. After all, were they not husband and wife? Ross Weiss realized too late she had let her guard down against a master tactician. Then, the hostess revealed her true objective, locking them inside until they fulfilled their sacred duty to revive the bloodline. Leon didn't hesitate. He bolted for the door, desperate to escape this trap, but a shadow loomed over him. His sister-in-law blocked the path, her aura daring him to take another step. He tried to use the children as a shield, but the woman countered instantly. She had already distracted them with a treasure trove of toys. Indeed, Muan and Noah were already lost in their own world. The lock clicked shut with the finality of a prison sentence. Silence descended. Alone in the love nest, both warriors slumped in defeat. Leon sighed, realizing checkmate. His sister-in-law's strategy was flawless. They were trapped. Ross Weiss opened a wardrobe, murmuring that her sister had always been a force of nature, something he was learning the hard way. Suddenly, she slammed the door shut with a thunderous crash. Leon flinched, bewildered by her sudden aggression. She turned with cold eyes, announcing that since there was only one bed, he would be exiled to the bathtub. Leon protested the injustice immediately, but the conspiracy ran deeper. The drain was plugged, and the tub was already filled to the brim. It was a calculated move to force them together. Left with no choice, he approached the bed, sensing a strange energy radiating from it. Could it be a waterbed, yielding to curiosity? He launched himself onto the mattress, marveling at the bounce, while Ross Weiss watched him like a hawk. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He declared he couldn't possibly let her suffer the luxury alone. They should sleep together. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. She demanded to know why he had changed his tune and what schemes were brewing in that head of his. Impatient, the Valkyrie's gaze hardened as she gave him an ultimatum: sleep now, or face the consequences. Her eyes drifted to the wardrobe, suggesting they experiment with the toys hidden inside. Leon recoiled instantly, declaring such things unnecessary, while she smirked and headed for the shower, warning him not to peek. Leon scoffed, claiming he had absolutely no interest, but the Valkyrie wasn't buying it. She pointed to the door, ordered him to cool his head, and ruthlessly kicked him out of their chamber. Exiled to the balcony, Leon sighed into the night air. He had seen her beauty countless times. It no longer held the same spell over him. Or so he told himself. Suddenly, his senses flared. A powerful presence was nearby. It was Ross Weiss's sister, observing him from the shadows. The sister-in-law asked why he wandered the night, and Leon simply replied that his wife occupied the bath, so he had retreated for fresh air. She approached the table, lifting a vintage bottle of wine and inviting him to join her for a drink. With a charming smile, Leon accepted the offer without hesitation. As the crimson liquid flowed, she noted it was the Valkyrie's absolute favorite vintage. He took the glass, offering his gratitude for the hospitality. The young man noted that the two sisters seemed to share an unbreakable bond. The sister confirmed it, reminiscing that this balcony was their sanctuary for conversation and wine. Her expression softened as she shared that she had watched Ross Weiss grow from a child into a queen. But after the marriage, their connection was reduced to letters until the announcement of the pregnancy. The woman continued, her voice dropping a decibel. Even through the ink on the page, she could feel the crushing weight of her sister's sadness. She revealed the painful truth Ross Weiss had written of a sickly husband who slept for eternity, leaving her to face a difficult twin pregnancy completely alone. The realization struck Leon like a physical blow. His partner had endured that hell in isolation, with only her sister's letters to keep her sane. The hostess looked him in the eye and confessed back then, She believed her sister had married a lazy, irresponsible dragon who wasn't worth the air he breathed. Leon let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh, asking if he truly resembled such a monster, but her gaze was gentle now. She admitted that after meeting him, she realized he wasn't trash. There was a purpose behind his slumber. It only proved how deeply the queen truly loved him to endure it all. Leon froze mid-sip, the weight of her words crashing over him. He quietly questioned the reality of it. Could Rosweiss really hold such affection? He shook his head, dismissing the foolish thought. There was no way that fierce dragon mother could harbor such soft feelings. His sister-in-law teased him, asking if he was wallowing in self-pity, but Leon shot back, claiming she knew nothing of her own sister's true nature. Yet, he admitted with a sigh that in front of her, they were forced to maintain the charade of a perfectly happy couple. His tone shifted, becoming solemn and serious. He declared that despite the act, their bond was real. She smiled, saying she already knew it was obvious in the way they looked at each other. She explained that Rosweiss was terrible at expressing emotions, yet Leon was the first person she had ever treated with such vulnerability. Then, the atmosphere tightened. She reminded him of his duty as a man, implying that failure would result in his execution. But Leon didn't need threats. He looked her in the eye, swearing a blood oath that although he missed the first pregnancy, he would not fail again. If a second child came, he would be there. He vowed to shield his companion and daughters with his very life. The sister-in-law simply nodded, hoping he would honor that heavy promise. Then, as the music shifted, she shooed him away, telling him to stop posturing and return to the room before his wife lost her temper. As he turned to leave, she called out one final detail. Leon paused, curious about what else she could possibly add. With a mischievous grin, she advised him to unleash his full power tonight because the room's soundproofing was absolute. The implication left him stunned, speechless in the face of such boldness. He squeezed his eyes shut, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Under the moonlight, Leon offered a silent prayer of thanks for the help. He slipped back into the room, finding Rosweiss already drifting in the realm of dreams. As he approached the bed, he studied her, wondering if she was truly asleep. He decided he was safe for the night, admitting she looked like a sleeping angel. The Valkyrie remained motionless in deep slumber. Suddenly, a strange light caught his eye. He stared in confusion. Why was her chest glowing beneath the covers? Panic surged had the dragon seal activated. Checking his own mana, he found no reaction and desperately tried to analyze the situation. With no other option, he reached out a trembling hand to investigate the anomaly under the sheet. To his shock, Rosweiss snapped her eyes open and greeted him with a casual hello. Leon recoiled, heart pounding. He demanded to know why she was hiding a lamp under the blanket. She revealed it was just a toy she found, and she had set a trap to prank him. A playful smirk touched her lips as she noted his reaction. He didn't seem at all disappointed to find her awake. He immediately denied the accusation, pulling the covers tight like a shield. He declared the conversation over, begging her to let him sleep in peace. Rosweiss chuckled darkly, warning him not to try any sneak attacks while she let her guard down. But fate had one last twist. A spider descended from the ceiling, landing right before her eyes. Confusion turned to primal terror, and the Valkyrie began to scream. The piercing scream jolted Leon into battle readiness instantly, shouting to know what catastrophe had occurred. In the blink of an eye, Rosweiss launches herself into his arms, leaving Leon completely thunderstruck, still clinging to him for dear life. The terrified girl warns that a monstrous spider has invaded the room. A memory flashes through Leon's mind, a photo from the album showing her sobbing over a spider. He wonders if this is the lingering shadow of some ancient childhood trauma. The truth hits him hard. Even the majestic queen of silver dragons has a fatal weakness she cannot overcome. With no other option, he declares he will banish the beast. The Valkyrie begs him to hurry, and with steeled resolve, Leon reaches out and grabs the spider with his bare hand. But the moment his fingers close around it, he freezes. The texture isn't right. Revealing the creature to the light, Leon sighs with relief. It is merely a toy, a harmless plaything. He assures her there is absolutely nothing to fear. Yet, Rosweiss refuses to hear reason. Trembling, she commands him to cast it into the abyss immediately, real or fake. Seeing her genuine terror, he softens and promises to dispose of the object at once. Without a second thought, he hurls the toy spider out the window and into the night. Turning back to his companion, he announces the threat has been neutralized. But a suspicion creeps in. Was this plastic terror another scheme by his cunning sister-in-law? He realizes the mastermind's intent was clear: to force the invincible Rossweiss to reveal her fragile, maiden-like vulnerability. Her composure slowly returning, the girl asks if she can take the safety of the bed while he sleeps on the floor. Leon, ever the gentleman, agrees without hesitation. She may rule this domain however she pleases. However, fate has other plans. Moments later, they find themselves lying in the same bed, backs turned to one another in the heavy silence. Time stretches on, breaking the tension. He whispers into the dark, asking if she wants to hold his hand to keep the fear at bay. The Valkyrie pauses, her heart racing. Finally, she surrenders to his offer, claiming she accepts only because he insists. Under the cover of the blanket, her hand seeks his. He teases her gently, asking if holding just his pinky finger is enough to make the mighty queen feel safe. She counters, asking him what the proper protocol should be. Calling her adorable for not knowing, Leon demonstrates the true way to connect, intertwining their fingers in a perfect, unbreakable lock. Silence descends once more, but now their eyes are locked. She wonders aloud how he can touch her so naturally, questioning if she is the only one drowning in the sea of emotions. But she quickly scolds her own heart. She is the queen of dragons. There is no shame in seeking comfort in a warrior's hand. Suddenly, Leon breaks her train of thought. Why? He asks, is your hand so cold? But he is mistaken. Rossweiss points out the sweat on his palm, revealing that the coldness comes from his own nervousness, not hers. Feeling the texture of his skin, she traces the calluses and scars of a sword wielder, a hand that is stiff from battle, yet radiates an incredible warmth. Realization crashes over her. Where their fingers lace together, it feels as if a lightning current is flowing directly across her skin. The world fades away, leaving only the sensation of his touch. As the night deepens, Leon attempts to distract himself by asking about her ideal type. She dismisses it as a past joke, claiming her heart has no criteria now. The night drags on. Both remain perfectly still, but sleep is an impossible dream. Leon realizes his mind is too chaotic to rest. He glances to the side, wondering if the beautiful Rossweiss has already drifted into the realm of dreams. His fingers begin to go numb from the rigid position, and he decides to shift them ever so slightly to restore circulation. Feigning sleep, Rossweiss's mind races. Why is he poking her instead of just holding on? She concludes with a smirk that her prisoner has grown bold enough to tease his mistress. Challenge accepted. If he wants to play, she will play. In a flash, Leon jolts as he feels her fingers actively caressing his skin. His mind goes blank. What is this sorcery? Why is the noble Valkyrie tracing patterns on his hand with such tenderness? He becomes hyper-aware of her softness. A pleasant warmth blooms where they touch, and suddenly, a primal, dangerous desire begins to ignite within his soul. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The desire is mutual. Both of them are thinking the exact same dangerous thought. The innocent hand-holding is no longer enough. The gravitational pull is irresistible. Slowly, their faces draw closer, eyes searching for permission in the darkness. Leon seizes the moment. He moves over her, pulling the blanket up like a sanctuary, and seals the distance with a kiss. He decides to surrender to the instinct just for tonight. The boy positions himself over Rossweiss, ready to cross the line of no return. She does not push him away. Instead, she whispers his name like a prayer. Leon responds with a low, guttural hum, leaning in to claim her completely. Yet, even on the precipice of passion, he is shocked his dragon mark, usually reactive to energy, remains completely silent. A legendary truth is revealed. The mark is a tool for power, but it stays dormant when two souls are bound by true, unadulterated love. But just as the climax approaches, disaster strikes. The toy spider drops from the ceiling right between them, and a scream tears through the silent house. Leon reacts instantly. He catches the plastic intruder and desperately assures her that she is safe, his warrior reflexes kicking in. Outside the door, the scheming sister-in-law chuckles to herself, satisfied that her little trap has sprung at the most chaotic moment possible. Back in the chaos, Leon pulls Rossweiss into a protective embrace. "Fear nothing," he whispers. "I have checked every corner. The traps are gone." He holds her tight, letting the silence settle the storm in their hearts. Pressed against his chest, the Valkyrie murmurs that his heart is hammering like a war drum. Leon confesses the truth. He is terrified of spiders too. Hearing his vulnerability, she makes a silent vow never to test him with such pranks again. Finally, He begs her to never speak of this embarrassment. Rossweiss agrees with a soft smile, and as morning breaks, the golden sunlight finds them, signaling the start of a new, deeper bond. Her eyes snapped open. Confusion clouded her mind as she sat up in bed. Had she really drifted off like that? She glanced around the room. Did he wake up early? She wondered. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was better if he had already left. The memories of last night flooded back. She didn't know how she could ever face him again. As she rose, the realization hit her. For the first time, she had shattered her own ironclad principles. While donning her armor, shame burned within her. To show such weakness to a human, to fall asleep wrapped in his arms, it was unthinkable. Fully prepared, she made a firm decision. This is too humiliating, she whispered. This secret would go to the grave. No one could ever know. She stepped out the door, but an ambush awaited. Her sister grinned mischievously, already awake, and then came the lethal question. So, how was your exciting night? Rossweiss gritted her teeth, her face flushing. It was stimulating, she retorted, but it will never happen again. Her sister leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Did you use the special items? Rossweiss denied it instantly. Fine, the sister teased. I will pack them for your practice. We need a generic air soon, you know. Panic surged through Rossweiss. She grabbed her sister's arm tightly. Stop talking nonsense, she hissed. We are going to breakfast, now. Meanwhile, in the grand dining hall of the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Leon was on duty with the children, waiting for the meal to be served. He gently pinched Moo's chubby cheeks. The little dragon opened her mouth like a baby bird in response. The door swung open. Muon's eyes lit up instantly. Mommy, Auntie, she cheered. You are finally here. The little girl patted her stomach. Can we start eating now? The family took their seats, but a heavy, awkward silence descended upon the table. The couple refused to even look at each other. Leon chewed his food mechanically. This is absolute torture, he thought. The embarrassment was consuming him. His mind drifted to the previous night, the atmosphere, the intimacy. He had almost kissed her, and worse, he had fallen asleep holding her tight. His conscience was a battlefield. One side screamed, "You are betraying your homeland." The other side whispered softly, "But she is your wife." Or, while his inner demons raged war, he realized something tragic. This bread, he thought, is incredibly bland. He reached for the peanut butter to save the meal, but suddenly, Rossweiss's hand landed right on top of his. They both froze. An electric shock seemed to run through them. Panic and confusion filled their eyes as they pulled away. The sister chuckled darkly from the side. Time to reveal the secret, she declared. I designed that waterbed to make your hearts race. She pointed a fork at them. There are buttons on the edges, she explained. Trigger them, and toy spiders drop from the ceiling to terrorize Rossweiss. However, she smirked, the mechanism is disabled only if you are hugging in the center. Rossweiss's face turned red with fury. You did what? Back at the table, Leon quickly gestured to the food. Please, serve yourself first, he insisted. Rossweiss nodded stiffly, accepting the truce. But the sister was relentless. Why are you two blushing? She teased. Rossweiss fanned herself frantically. It is just hot in here. Leon nodded vigorously. Yes, unbearably hot. In that case, the relatives suggested innocently, why not return to the room for a bath together? No, they shouted in perfect unison. The sister stifled a laugh. It didn't matter how many times she poked them. Their reactions were always pure gold. Then, her expression turned serious. Leon, she asked, changing the subject, is it true you clashed with the Crimson Dragon clan? She recounted the report. Little Noah defended herself against the Duke's son, she said proudly. And then her father crushed the Duke himself. She looked at the twins with shining eyes. Our Noah is truly amazing, she praised. A warrior in the making. But there's a problem, she warned. The Duke ran straight to Constantine. He twisted the truth, claiming Rossweiss insulted their honor. Leon's mind raced through the archives of history. Constantine, the legendary hero who had expanded the dragon territory centuries ago. He has been hungry for land, the sister cautioned. He will use this incident. It is the perfect excuse to start a war. Rossweiss's aura flared up, filling the room. Let him try, she declared coldly. If he dares attack my sanctuary over a petty duke. Her eyes glowed with power. I will teach the Crimson Dragon clan a lesson they will never forget. The intense conversation ended as they reached the main gates. It was time to leave the Red Dragon sanctuary. The sister looked at them with warmth. Return safely. All right. Rossweiss nodded firmly. We will visit again, I promise. She slipped a small package into their hands. A farewell gift, she whispered. Do not open it until you are back home. Rossweiss thanked her, but the aunt focused on the twins. Eat lots of meat, little ones. Grow strong and come back to challenge me. Mion shouted, I will eat everything. Noah simply nodded in agreement. Finally, the sister turned her gaze to Leon. Her expression was meaningful. Do not forget the promise you made. Leon bowed respectfully. I will keep my word. Rossweiss watched them, confused by the secret code. The girls waved excitedly as they took to the sky. Safe travels, the sister called out to the fading figures. The sister turned back inside. The great hall felt strangely empty without the chaos. Those little dragons are just too adorable, she mused to herself. A grin spread across her face. I wonder when the next baby will arrive. Suddenly, movement caught her eye. A toy spider descended from the ceiling. It stopped right in front of her face. She caught it and laughed softly. So he really did protect her all night. Miles away, Leon let out a massive sneeze. Destiny, it seemed, was on their side. With the girl sound asleep on his lap, a thought crossed his mind. He wondered if her sister had already stumbled upon the surprise he secretly left for her. In that quiet moment, the truth became clear. Roswy and her sister were nothing like the arrogant dragon kings he had dealt with in the past. Deep in thought, he recognized their defining trait. They valued family above all else, driven by a love that was pure and sincere. He whispered to himself, still processing the shock. It was almost unbelievable how much trust her sister had willingly placed in his hands. As they soared through the high skies, Roz couldn't contain her curiosity. She immediately started grilling him about what happened during their departure. She demanded to know the secret promise he made to her sister, but Leon just smirked provocatively, asking if she really wanted to know the answer. He refused to spill the beans, leaving his partner fuming with frustration. By the time night fell, they finally arrived back at the safety of their sanctuary. The twins were already drifting peacefully in dreamland. As Roswy stepped out and closed the door, she found Leon waiting for her in the hallway. She froze for a second, sensing the shift in the air, but he simply signaled for her to come closer. His intentions clear. Then, he unveiled his master plan for revenge. He demanded she recreate the humiliating video from the day before right here, right now. With a devilish grin, he began to mimic the scene himself. He sang the tune of a young Roswy, joyfully singing about bath time and scrubbing her butt. Pushed to the brink by the provocation, the warrior could do nothing but roar his own name in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, deep within the Red Dragon sanctuary, her sister flashed a mischievous grin, inviting Little Moon to witness more secret footage of Rossweiss, and the young girl nodded with eager delight. Moments later, the aunt leaned in, whispering Moon's name like a conspirator before beckoning the child to follow her into the unknown. The little one trailed behind her aunt toward a door radiating a mysterious glow, but as it opened, a shocking sound drifted out her mother, singing an off-key anthem about the joys of bathing and her own magnificent physique. The lyrics grew even more absurd, detailing the scrubbing of her backside and the whimsical blowing of bubbles in a display of pure, unbridled silliness. As the crystal displayed a younger Rossweiss splashing in the bath, Leon couldn't resist the urge to tease, sarcastically comparing his wife's screeching to the melodious song of a lark. Mortified, Rossweiss shrieked, lunging to destroy the incriminating evidence, but her sister blocked the path, declaring with a smirk that this gem would be preserved as a sacred family heirloom. The sister's so-called gift sat safely on the table, and Leon let out a sigh of relief, noting that the precious box had somehow survived the chaos. Leon simply chuckled, dismissing the tension and treating the whole mortifying ordeal as one big, hilarious joke. But suddenly, Rossweiss's gaze turned sharp. She stared daggers at him, noting his boredom before seizing him by the collar and calling his name with a tone that promised serious consequences. The air grew thick with tension as she leaned in, a dangerous glint in her eyes, suggesting they pick up exactly where they left off. At that precise moment, the realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He had poked the bear far too hard. He scrambled to flee, but a sharp command from his companion froze him in his tracks. His escape route was already compromised. The path to freedom was completely sealed off. Rosweisy loomed at the entrance, her aura radiating menace. She gave him a strict ultimatum: report to her chambers in 10 minutes, or face the devastating consequences of his insolence. Lion stood paralyzed before the door, the gravity of his situation sinking in. He cursed his own reckless tongue. It was always the architect of his own destruction. He had severely underestimated the volatility of her reaction. Yet, this fury only confirmed his theory: the warrior's hidden dark history was indeed her ultimate Achilles' heel. With a martyr's resolve, he declared to the empty room that physical suffering was a necessary sacrifice for the noble cause of dragon hunting. He would let his body break. Tears welled in his eyes as he accepted his grim fate. As long as the Silver Dragon Queen felt the sting of humiliation, he decided that every second of this coming ordeal was worth it. Meanwhile, Rosweisy prepared herself in the bath. Steeling her resolve, she viewed this not as cruelty, but as a necessary disciplinary action. Lion braced himself for war. 10 minutes later, he stepped into the lion's den, and immediately, a piercing scream echoed from within. Sprawled helplessly upon the bed, his bravado vanished instantly. He begged Rosweisy to show him some mercy, but mercy was not on the menu. Wielding a whip, she commanded him to address her as mistress. Stunned by this sudden shift, Lion could only marvel at her commitment to the performance. Rosweisy scoffed at his confusion, calling him a fool. With a sharp crack, the whip descended, drawing a fresh cry from his lips. Her eyes narrowed, cold and sharp. He still failed to grasp the gravity of the predicament he was in. Yet, as the shock faded, Lion realized something unexpected. The lash did not bring agony, but rather a peculiar, tingling sensation. Clarity struck him like lightning. This wasn't about physical torture, it was a psychological game designed to shatter his dignity through embarrassment. Rosweisy had cast herself as the strict instructor, and he was the delinquent pupil. To survive this play, she demanded to know if he understood his transgressions. Embracing the role, Lion lowered his head in submission. He apologized to his mistress, swearing absolute obedience from this day forward. Satisfied with his submission, Rosweisy posed the critical question: was he prepared to submit his homework? Confusion clouded Lion's face. Assignment? What assignment? His ignorance only earned him another scolding for his lack of academic diligence. He pleaded for enlightenment, and with a smirk, she told him to be grateful for her benevolence. The final test was revealed. His duty was to channel his energy and ignite the mistress's dragon mark. She issues a grim warning: the penalty for failure will be far more severe. But Leon, fearless and determined, accepts the challenge without hesitation. He places his hand upon her, ready to begin the arduous trial. Leon realized that after countless nights entangled together, he had memorized every curve and sensitive secret of her form. His touch ignited the expected fire, drawing a husky whisper of praise from Rosweisy, who smirked at how quickly her student had mastered the curriculum. They didn't stop there. The private lesson raged on within the bedroom, the air thick with intensity. Breathless, Leon asked if he had finally satisfied the requirements, but Rosweisy only laughed. That was merely the warm-up before the true lecture began. With a predatory glint in her eyes, she reminded him that he hadn't even submitted his main homework assignment yet. Shock washed over the young man as he stammered, asking if even this counted towards his grade. He realized there would be no rest for the wicked, fully defeated by the insatiable dragoness. He couldn't help but wonder if the burning dragon mark on his chest was the catalyst for this endurance test. His throat ran dry as primal instinct took over. His body moved on its own, pulling her closer in the heat of the moment. The dangerous game between master and student escalated, shaking the very room with their passion. A teasing smile plays on Rosweisy's lips as she comments on his naughty behavior. Leon counters boldly, asking if this intense dedication isn't exactly what his teacher desired. She urges him to push past his limits, demanding he go faster and harder. Their hands lock together tightly as the tension in the room reaches its peak. Hours seem to pass before Leon finally collapses, gasping for air. The long night has taken its toll, and he believes the grueling game has finally come to an end. As he hastily adjusts his clothes, he asks the teacher for permission to withdraw. Surely, he has submitted the lesson and paid his dues. But just as freedom is within his grasp, Rosweisy snatches him by the collar, halting his escape instantly. A cruel revelation strikes like lightning. She informs him that he has only completed the task for a single subject. There are still 6 more trials remaining. Leon's mind goes blank, unable to comprehend the horror. What do you mean? he stammers, before a cry of absolute despair echoes through the starry night. He accuses the teacher of being a workaholic demon, but she shows no mercy, ordering him to prepare for an all-nighter of hellish study. Rosswise merely watches his suffering with a satisfied grin. The next morning, she walks with a radiant glow, completely refreshed. While poor Leon shuffles along like a zombie, his legs trembling and dark circles hanging heavy under his eyes. The twins spot the walking corpse immediately. Noah asks why he looks like he hasn't slept in days, while Mun points in shock at the massive dark rings haunting his face. Leon scratches his head, offering a sheepish excuse. He claims he was up all night burning the midnight oil on paperwork. Mun asks an innocent question: do adults also have homework? Rosswise nods solemnly, confirming that grown-ups face their own trials, just like children. A profound silence descends upon the two girls. Suddenly, Mun's eyes light up. She has unlocked a secret law of the universe. She unveils her grand theory: whenever mommy is at her peak power, daddy mysteriously becomes weak. And conversely, when daddy stands tall, mommy is the one who fades. Leon bursts into laughter, praising Mun for perceiving a balance of power that escapes the masses. He vows right then and there, if anyone dares reduce her worth to just being cute, he will be the first to draw his sword in her defense. From the sidelines, Noah observes the shifting family dynamics, her arms crossed in silent contemplation. Her gaze shifts to the heavens. He is here, she announces. The time has come to bid farewell to her mother and little sister. Rosswise urges vigilance, while little Mun clings to hope, begging her big sister to return quickly for their next playtime. Leon adds his own farewell, reminding Noah to focus on her studies until next weekend. The young mage simply nods. In a flash, teleportation energy envelops her form. Mun waves frantically to her sister and the majestic dragon, the family standing united as they watch her ascend. As the energy fades, the father turns to his remaining little one, asking how they shall fill the void now that her sister has departed for the academy. Mun observes him critically. Daddy is always exhausted, and she can sense the heavy worry radiating from mommy. Determination hardens her expression. With her sister gone, she declares a new mission. She will forge daddy into a true warrior. She drags him toward the training grounds, and he submits to her command. Rosswise watches the spectacle with an amused glint in her eyes, deciding to witness just how this training arc unfolds. As Leon leads the rhythm of their workout, little Mun questions the necessity of these repetitive movements. He imparts the wisdom of the warm-up, the crucial foundation before true exertion. The young disciple nods, absorbing the lesson. Suddenly, a formidable presence approaches. Rosswise steps onto the field, announcing her intent to join the fray. Mun cheers for this new party member, but Rosswise smirks, warning her daughter that she shows no mercy. Mun fires back with equal spirit. She won't go easy on her mother either. Leon interjects with a teasing warning, telling his wife to mind her ankles, lest the office life has softened her combat readiness. The warrior woman scoffs, reminding him of their last duel, a battle where she emerged the absolute victor. But Leon snaps back instantly. He claims he was merely holding back his true power. The sparks of rivalry ignite Mun's excitement. She screams for a rematch right now. Panic flashes in Leon's eyes, and he swiftly covers her mouth. Children should not incite such devastation. But little Mun delivers a critical hit. She asks why her dad can't be as awesome as mom. Leon reels back, wondering when she learned to strike at his emotional vitals. Desperate to save face, he claims he only holds back to protect his beloved wife. A classic excuse of a gentleman warrior. From a distance, Rosswise mocks his pride, calling him stubborn before proposing a contest to see whose stamina is truly superior. Fire burns in Leon's eyes. He accepts the challenge, declaring that this battle of endurance is far from over. Little Muan refuses to be left out. As the three take their positions, the maid raises her hand, tension filling the air as she prepares the signal. Go. The command rings out, and the race explodes into motion mid-stride. Leon pants, asking his rival if that dragon tail of hers is dragging her down. She scoffs, retorting that her tail provides the perfect balance, something he clearly lacks in his clumsy human form. Even while leading the pack, Rosswise goads him to unleash his power, but Leon grits his teeth, shouting he needs no extra limbs to claim victory. But alas, after 2 grueling laps, little Muan crumbles to the earth, gasping that her tiny legs can carry her no further. The maid rushes to her side, whispering soothing words that Princess Muan is already a champion just for participating. Gently, she guides the child to the sidelines, inviting her to cheer for the queen and the prince as the titans clash. Sweat pours down Leon's face. He realizes the grim truth against the naturally superior speed of the Silver Dragon race. He is hopelessly outmatched, yet he doubles down. He has already crossed the starting line. Retreat is not an option for a warrior. His honor as a dragon hunter hangs in the balance. He refuses to be humiliated here. With a primal roar, he invokes the ancient code of his brethren. Born to fight, resting only in death. 20 minutes later, the mighty Leon lies face down in the dirt, completely gasping for air. Rosweiss looms over his fallen form, a smirk on her lips as she asks if he is ready to admit defeat. But Leon, broken as he is, refuses to yield. Her smile widens into a challenge. If he hates losing so much, perhaps he wishes to continue running until his legs give out completely. Desperate, Leon bargains for 2 days of training, swearing he will crush her. Then she laughs cruelly, teasing that even 2 years wouldn't bridge the gap between them. Still kissing the ground, he insists on his potential. Then Rosweiss leans in close. Since he lost, is he ready to show his true capabilities elsewhere? The hunter's expression turns grave, but he deftly dodges the heavy implication hanging in the air. He babbles about loving hot baths just to escape the conversation. He warns her that pettiness will be her downfall, but she instantly fires back that he is the one holding on to a grudge like a petty child. Rosweiss ignores him, calling out to little Muon. She declares that since Daddy is so frail, the ladies will go exercise without him. The innocent blow strikes hardest. Muon agrees that Daddy is indeed kinda weak. Leon freezes, his heart shattered by his own daughter's brutal honesty. Hand in hand, the mother and daughter walk away. From the dust, Leon calls out desperately, warning them not to underestimate a father. Weakness is only temporary. Later that evening, a feast fit for kings is spread across the table to replenish the family's drained vitality. With heart-melting cuteness, little Muon asks her father to open wide so she can feed him herself. His heart swelling, he opens his mouth to accept the offering from his precious daughter. But the moment the food is down, he collapses onto the table. Rosweiss sighs, chiding him for pushing his rusty old body to the breaking point. Face pressed against the wood, he grumbles an excuse he only lost because of his strenuous night duty yesterday. Otherwise, victory would have been his. A dangerous glint enters Rosweiss's eyes. She leans in, asking if he has the stamina to continue that duty again tonight. Terrified, he shoots up from his chair. Panic in his eyes, the warrior scoops Muon up in his arms. He loudly announces that he absolutely must tell her a bedtime story right now. Confused, the little girl asks if they ever made such a promise. He insists, sweating, that the agreement is effective immediately. Rosweiss relents, agreeing to let him escape, but only on the condition that they sleep early. The little one cheers, happy to be held by her father. Rosweiss watches them go, then turns, walking alone down the long, silent corridor. Her demeanor shifts instantly. She halts, her voice cold as ice, ordering the unseen presence to reveal itself. A shadow detaches from the wall, bowing low to Her Majesty. The Queen wastes no time on pleasantries, demanding the report immediately. The spy reports success in locating the hidden residence of Ty Lawrence. However, the birds have flown. They vacated the Empire over a year ago. Strange details emerge. They gave away all their worldly possessions, sharp as a blade. Rosweiss asks for the one exception. The subordinate responds instantly. The only thing they refused to leave behind was a donkey. Neighbors claimed the couple treasured the beast, ensuring it accompanied them into exile. Rosweiss commands the shadow to keep hunting for Ty's tracks. The figure bows and vanishes into the night to execute her will. As the presence fades, the Queen stands alone in the silence, her mind racing. Questions swirl in her mind regarding Leon's master. Why flee the Empire now, meanwhile, in a distant place? A voice cries out in shock at sudden news. The revelation leaves the couple stunned. The man stammers, asking if he heard correctly a family sports day. Moon confirms it with bright eyes. The Academy is hosting the event next week. Rosweiss sighs, remarking that in her era, parents were spared such indignities. The daughter explains with a smile that it is the new trend. Her curiosity piqued. The little one turns to Rosweiss. She asks where her mother placed during her own legendary Academy days. With a radiant smile, Rosweiss reveals she took the throne of first place. The girls are awestruck, but when they ask Leon, he admits he wasn't even ranked. The girls look at him with pure confusion. Leon smirks, his pride undimmed. He explains his power was so overwhelming that the Academy accused him of cheating and erased his records. Hearing this wild tale, Noah tilts her head. She bluntly asks if that just makes her father a dirty cheater. Leon frantically denies it. He claims the Academy awarded him a secret medal, but he melted the gold down to craft a bracelet for his grandmother. Rosswise narrows her eyes, piercing through his story. She questions how a man who speaks of honor could so easily destroy such a symbol. Leon counters smoothly, declaring that hidden honor is meaningless if he cannot display it with pride. The topic shifts to the upcoming sports day. Noah explains that it is merely a recreational event, having no impact on their actual grades. Yet, a fire burns in the girl's eyes. With fierce determination, she declares that she will settle for nothing less than first place. Leon freezes. He realizes his daughter has inherited his bloodline, the insatiable hunger for victory, and the obsession with being the absolute best. He and Rosswise exchange a knowing glance. The decision is made. They announce they will join the fray and conquer the event together. Little Mun jumps up, eager to join the battle, but Noah shakes her head, explaining the strict rule: only 3 participants per team. Seeing her disappointment, Leon intervenes. He assigns her the critical role of cheer captain, declaring her support represents their path to victory. Her eyes sparkle with renewed purpose. She accepts the mission, promising to channel all her energy into supporting the family. With the squad assembled, Leon declares that with their combined might, dominating the sports day will be child's play. The preparation begins immediately. Leon initiates a hellish early morning training regimen. They have 1 week to reach peak condition. Amidst the workout, his gaze drifts. He watches Rosswise stretching nearby, captivated by her grace. He reflects on the perfection of the dragon race. Like a true model, she makes even simple sportswear look like divine armor. Rosswise approaches, breaking his trance. She suggests a warm-up run while the children still sleep, and Leon instantly agrees. As they pound the pavement, Leon inquires about the competition events. Rosswise lists the gauntlet triathlon, sprinting, and high-stakes jumping. Leon scoffs, noting it sounds identical to human sports. But Rosswise flashes a warning look: never underestimate a competition amongst dragons. Leon retorts with a grin, reminding her that dragon hunters are monsters in their own right. Rosswise shoots him a teasing smile. She recalls how a certain someone collapsed after a mere few laps recently. The jab hits a nerve. Flustered, Leon shouts that it was her fault. She was the one who kept him up all night with her. Demands. Hearing his complaint, Rosswise stops. She turns with a sly expression, offering a proposal. If they secure first place, she will grant him a golden reward, a full week of rest. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks if she truly means it. The deal is sealed. A terrifying aura of determination explodes around him. He declares the tournament is already theirs. He roars, "Let's move!" He vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving Rosswise in the dust. Watching him go, she chuckles, realizing her manipulation tactics are flawless. After the intense warm-up, she checks on him, asking if his body is finally awake. Leon leaps up, buzzing with energy as if he's downed a high-grade potion, but then Rosswise produces a rope. She notes that family events require special coordination. It is not just about raw power, she explains. They must synchronize their very souls for perfect teamwork. Leon takes a wary step back, eyeing the rope suspiciously. He jokes nervously, asking if this is a repeat of their teacher-student discipline games. Rosswise scolds his dirty mind. It is for a 3-legged race. Sheepishly, Leon admits he has only seen such a technique once at the academy. She announces the commencement of the coordination trial. Leon agrees, though a bead of sweat rolls down his face. As the rope binds their ankles, Leon realizes the proximity is dangerous. Her scent fills his senses. Desperate to hide his flustered state, he demands they start immediately. He urges her on, asking why she's frozen like a statue. "Move, woman," he commands. But Rosswise fires back that he has not set a destination. Leon points toward the soft grass, noting it will cushion the inevitable impact. Disaster strikes instantly. They stumble and sway, with Rosswise shouting at him to stop shoving, while Leon insists the force is coming from her. Trying to take command, Leon warns her not to disrupt his perfect rhythm. Rosswise laughs, thanking him for the hilarious joke. Realizing they need a system, Leon initiates a tactical countdown to synchronize their movement. But the moment he reaches 0, she screams, "Run!" and explodes forward with dragon force. The sudden acceleration catches him completely off guard. Leon screams as he is dragged across the cold floor in total desperation. He frantically tries to undo the ropes, but Rosswisa just looks down at him, asking if he even understands the concept of cooperation. She mocks his pace with a playful smirk, but he retorts sharply, refusing to lower himself to her level of provocation. To synchronize their movements, Leon proposes a rhythmic counting strategy for each step, and she accepts the tactical adjustment. Suddenly, his hand brushed against her waist, sending a jolt of surprise through her, but before she could pull away, he whispered that this contact was the secret to true synchronization. Face flushed with embarrassment, Rose grit her teeth and agreed to continue, and just as he predicted, their movements began to flow as one, syncing perfectly to the rhythm of his voice. Later, the training intensity skyrocketed, with Rose sitting casually on his back during push-ups. Leon groaned that she was enjoying his suffering a little too much. The grueling regimen continued without mercy. Leon's muscles screamed in protest, trembling until he could barely support his own weight. Searching for leverage, Rose leaned down with a devilish smirk. She threatened to kiss him right then and there if he collapsed horrified. Leon roared that he would never let that happen. Fueled by sheer desperation, he powered through against all odds. The 500 daily push-ups were finally conquered. Time flashed by in the blink of an eye. The day of destiny arrived, the St. Hess Academy Family Sports Competition. Vice Principal Wilson took the podium, his voice booming across the grounds. He officially declared the start of the Academy's inaugural family tournament. From the spectator stands, little Mooneye was a bundle of energy. She screamed her lungs out, sending waves of fighting spirit to her father, mother, and sister. Suddenly, a lively voice took over the speakers. It was the commentator, Charu, announcing that she would be guiding everyone through the chaos of the competition. She wasted no time revealing the first event. It was the classic relay race, requiring 3 elite representatives from each family. This was no sprint. It was a grueling 3,000-meter endurance test. The rules were simple. The team that conquered the track in the shortest time would claim glory. Organizers barked orders, commanding the groups to collect their bib numbers and scatter to their designated positions. Holding their numbers, Noah took charge of the strategy. She declared that Mother would take the vanguard and she would handle the second leg. Leon nodded instantly, trusting her judgment completely. Then, the girl turned her gaze to her father. She assigned him the most critical role, the anchor leg, to bring home the victory. A confident smirk played on his lips. "Of course," he replied, sealing the trio's battle plan in stone. Rose sensed the tension rising. She announced she was heading to the starting line and told everyone to prepare for war. As the atmosphere tightened, husband and wife exchanged one final, meaningful glance. Standing on the track, Rose radiated calm. She reassured her daughter to cast aside all fear, promising to be the first to hand over the baton. Meanwhile, Leon and Noah stood like sentinels at their posts. Suddenly, the call went out. The second leg runners were summoned to the waiting zone. Before she left, Leon knelt to her level. He vowed to be waiting for her at the finish line and told her to stay strong. He then turned to his youngest, Beal. With a gentle smile, he asked if she would scream her loudest for Daddy when the time came. Beal nodded vigorously. Eyes shining with determination, father and daughter bumped fists, a sacred pact of trust between them. The tension reached its peak. The commentator's voice rang out, commanding the first leg athletes to take their marks. From the VIP stands, Little Moon waved her pom-poms frantically, screaming her mother's name. Silence fell over the track. The organizer raised his hand, signaling the runners to ready themselves for the explosion of speed. The signal fired. Rose Weiss launched forward like a bullet, baton gripped tight. The announcer roared that number 7 of the Silver Dragon clan had already left the competition in the dust. But the race wasn't over yet. Runner number 10, Misty of the Electric Dragon clan, was tearing up the track, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Standing next to Leon, a rival father smirked. He remarked arrogantly that speed wasn't the exclusive property of the Silver Dragons. Leon's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the opponent. The Electric Dragon clan, masters of evasion and deceptive arts in the heat of battle. The commentary heated up. Number 7 had surged forward, widening the gap to 2 full body lengths against number 10. Charu turned to the VIP guest, asking President Duncan for his prediction, but the old master remained cryptic, stating that in a race like this, nothing is decided until the final breath. The rival father laughed, bragging to Leon that his wife was so far ahead it was embarrassing. He boasted that the outcome was already set in stone. Leon kept his composure, calmly agreeing that the man's wife was indeed a formidable athlete. The rival father grinned, basking in the praise. However, Leon's expression hardened as he dropped a single word, "but." The air suddenly grew heavy. and the other man's smile faltered. Leon finished his thought with cold, absolute certainty. My wife is on a completely different level. As if responding to his call, Rose Weiss detonated her hidden reserves. She exploded with a new burst of speed, tearing through the wind resistance. The rival runner's eyes went wide. How did she still have that kind of power? Rose gritted her teeth, battling the intense wind pressure that came from leading the pack the entire time. Realization struck the opponent like a hammer. There was no catching her. Rose's pace was simply inhuman. The commentator roared in realization. Number 7 wasn't just running. She was using the opponent's slipstream to cut wind drag before her final acceleration. Oh. With that tactical genius, she surged ahead. The narrator screamed as Rose became the first to successfully pass the baton to the next generation. Moments later, the update came through. Number 10 had also scrambled to complete the exchange. The question now hung in the air. Could the opposing team possibly close the distance on the young prodigy Noah? Watching her daughter rocket forward, a mother's anxiety briefly flickered in Rose's eyes, but from across the field, Leon raised a steady thumb, a silent promise that everything was under control. Rose clenched her fist, her resolve hardening. The baton had been passed now. She placed her absolute faith in her family. Back on the track, the announcer roars as the second leg runners launch with explosive speed, leaving competitors cursing their overwhelming momentum. The atmosphere is electric as the commentator announces the leaders. It is a fierce clash between the competitor Noel and the runner Dean. As he surges past her, Dean sneers with a taunt, "Goodbye, little legs." But fire burns in her eyes. She vows to not let the gap widen. From the stands, Mun's voice pierces the noise, screaming her absolute faith in her sister. The commentator questions if Dean's lead is insurmountable, but the president shakes his head. Fate is decided only at the finish line. Moments later, the announcement echoes. Both runners rocket out of the final turn, devouring the track toward the home stretch. The commentator roars 2 young dragons running neck and neck, refusing to yield a single inch of territory. The tension peaks. The announcer shouts, asking who will secure the advantage for the final leg of this war. Dean hands off the baton with a razor-thin lead, but Noah executes a flawless exchange moments later. Breathless, she finishes her leg and immediately apologizes to her mother for losing the advantage they fought so hard for. But Rose Weiss smiles gently. She praises her spirit, noting the unfair physical advantage of their older opponent. With a warm hand, she invites her daughter to the finish line. It is time to support Daddy. High in the stands, Mun bellows with all her might. Her daddy needs power, and he is the strongest of them all. On the track, the rival runner sneers at Leon. "Pay attention, I'm about to vanish 5 seconds ahead of you." He bursts forward with a mocking laugh, showing no mercy. But internally, Leon's eyes glow. Do not underestimate a man fighting for his vacation time. The heat rises. The commentator narrates that Gordon and the representative of the Silver Dragon clan are accelerating to breakneck speeds, but the president maintains his stoic watch. Amidst the chaos, Noah whispers a single, quiet prayer of encouragement for her father. Against all logic, Leon hears it. The sound of his daughter's voice freezes his soul. She just called him Daddy. He cannot lose now. Music. Power explodes from his legs with renewed vigor. He tears through the wind to match his rival stride for stride. Panic seizes the opposing father. He realizes his defeat is imminent and vows to drag Leon down with him. A dirty trick. He attempts to trip Leon mid-stride, catching the warrior off guard. But Leon's instincts are god tier. He warns that dirty play invites dirty consequences. The rival stumbles on his own malice. The crowd gasps as Gordon eats the dust of the final stretch, collapsing in disgrace. The path to glory is open. The announcer screams as Leon shatters the finish line in first place. Confetti rains down as the announcer congratulates the Mallory family for their legendary victory. Ignoring the glory, the father rushes to Noah. He begs to know what she whispered. Shyly, the little angel calls him Daddy. Leon pleads to hear it again, but Noah strikes a deal only if they take first place in the entire games. Rose Weiss rushes over, checking for injuries, but the warrior waves it off with a confident smile. Suddenly, the rival father storms the judges. He accuses Leon of cheating, claiming dirt was kicked in his eyes. Leon counters cold as ice. "You attack me, and now you play the victim." He points to the shock marks on the opponent's shoulder, undeniable evidence of the failed ambush. Feigning innocence, Leon claims it was merely dust from his godlike speed. Not his fault at all. Organizers demand an inspection, but the rival's wife blocks the path in a panic, desperate to hide the truth. As the couple argues, a shadow falls over them. A commanding voice demands to know the situation. Fear strikes the rival father. He recognizes the newcomer instantly. It is the clan chief Thor himself, leader of the Electric Dragons and the supreme judge of the committee. The next day in Sky City, Leon laments the vacation that never was. He traces the word vacation on the foggy glass in sorrow. Slumped on a table, he regrets the championship victory. A passing child points at the broken man, but her mother hurries her away. With a heavy heart, Leon bids farewell to his leisure time. Rose asks for an opinion on an outfit, and he answers blindly, "It is fine." Her aura darkens. She demands to know why he judges without even looking at her. He spins around with a desperate thumbs up. "You look perfect." But the woman frowns. The fit is all wrong. She moves to the next rack and selects a black swimsuit. She asks for his thoughts. Rose Weiss steps out, revealing the new suit. The vision leaves Leon completely speechless. He averts his gaze, overwhelmed. He stammers, trying to maintain composure. I do not think that is a good idea." Rose tilts her head, confused. She thought this would please him. Suddenly, an attendant arrives with swimsuits for the girls. Rose asks if he is displeased with the situation. Leon denies it instantly, but his racing heart tells a different story. She makes it clear the date for the hot springs trip is set in stone. She reminds him that his daughters are counting on this, and their happiness is his happiness. Cornered, Leon forces a stiff laugh and lies, claiming he is absolutely thrilled about the trip. To ease his mind, Ross Weiss proposes a dangerous game she will not touch him for the next 7 days, but Leon scoffs, doubting she can keep away when she is always hovering nearby. Her eyes flash with intensity. She swears upon her dignity as the Silver Dragon Queen that she will honor this vow. He nervously accepts the wager, but she leans in close, whispering that this challenge will be far more torturous than he imagines. Leon retorts that his self-control is ironclad. He won't lay a finger on her without cause. She smirks, warning him if his dragon pattern manifests, he loses instantly. He accepts the duel. The very next day, the family arrives at the breathtaking floating cloud valley. In the lobby, the receptionist instantly recognizes them as the Academy's legendary model champion family. Leon simply nods, confirming their identity. They learn the Academy is footing the entire bill. Muin drools over the aquarium fish, but Noah quickly corrects her hungry sister. The receptionist hands the key card to Leon, who offers a polite thanks. He pauses. Why are there only 2 rooms? The receptionist tilts her head, asking if the arrangements are displeasing. She offers to upgrade them to the honeymoon suite, but Leon rejects it instantly. He ushers Noah and Muin away, while the staff wishes them a lovely holiday. The family makes their way down the luxurious hotel corridor. Cold sweat runs down Leon's back. He realizes he is trapped in a room with Ross Weiss again, desperate. He asks the girls to bunk with him, but they flatly refuse. Muin chirps up, explaining that Aunt Isa told them everyone needs personal space to avoid being a nuisance. Leon internally screams. His own daughter has dismantled his escape plan. Noah steps up, promising to look after Muin so the adults can enjoy their time. Ross Weiss hands the key to Noah, telling them to call if they need anything. Muin squeals with delight, dragging her sister along to unlock their private sanctuary. Leon sighs, realizing his little girls don't need him anymore. But as Ross Weiss hustles him along, he realizes the true trial of survival is just beginning. Inside the suite, Ross Weiss gazes out, admiring the stunning vista. Leon hauls the luggage inside as she remarks on the exquisite beauty of the landscape. He asks if she has visited before. She shakes her head, admitting that clan duties kept her too busy to enjoy such luxuries with the children. That is why, she explains, she brought a camera to capture these precious memories. The word camera hits Leon like a lightning bolt. Could it be that camera? He opens the case and freezes. It is. She confirms it is the very prize she won at the school sports festival. Despair crashes over him. That memory card is filled with humiliating photos he took of her. Suddenly, Ross Weiss approaches, reaching for the device. He clutches the camera to his chest like a lifeline. He insists on taking the photos himself, claiming to be a master photographer. She raises an eyebrow. When did he learn photography? He lies through his teeth, claiming he's been photographing his master's donkey since childhood. Amused, she agrees. She invites him for a stroll before the evening barbecue and fireworks display, and he eagerly accepts. As the family wanders the gardens, Leon declares himself the official photographer of the day, much to the girls' delight. The 2 sisters strike adorable poses in front of a towering statue. Noah gently offers a carrot to a small deer. The children gasp, noting that their mother looks like a goddess surrounded by the forest creatures. Muin points excitedly at a carousel, dragging her mother along. Ross Weiss then tests her luck at a claw machine game. Leon seizes the moment, snapping the shutter. Her expression is priceless. Victory. He finally captured a genuine smile from the Ice Queen. He checks the preview screen with satisfaction. Even she admits the shot is perfect. Leon puffs out his chest, warning her never to underestimate his skills. Later, in the drinks line, she scolds him for hovering, but then she spins around, holding a small teddy bear. Leon stares, utterly confused. She shoves the plushie toward him. She asks if he remembers giving her a similar one back in Sky City. He chuckles, explaining that his gift was the Bear King, while this is merely a cub. A vein pops on her forehead at his nitpicking. She coldly asks if he wants the gift or not. Leon panics, shouting that he never refused it. Meanwhile, slumped on a bench, Muin grumbles about how long their parents are taking just to get drinks. Suddenly, Noah's voice turns soft. She confesses that sometimes she is jealous of Muin. Her sister blinks in shock. Noah explains it is because Muin can speak her mind to their parents without a second thought. Muin insists Noah can do the same, but Noah shakes her head. She is the big sister now. She cannot simply say whatever she pleases anymore. Narrator. And yet, the weight of the world rests on her shoulders, simply because she was born 20 minutes before her sister. In the memories of the past, the two sisters flourished under their mother's protective wing, exploring the vastness of the world. To their innocent eyes, their mother was an absolute existence, the most powerful and omnipotent being in their universe. However, reality shattered that illusion the day Noah witnessed her mother beside her unconscious father, revealing a terrified, fragile woman. In that moment, a heavy resolve took root in her young heart. She swore to shoulder the burden of the family herself. Noah forced her own evolution, shedding her childhood to become independent and achieving perfection in her studies. Every sacrifice was made for a single purpose: to never see that expression of devastating sorrow on her mother's face again. Returning to the present, Muin admits that complex logic escapes her, yet a fire of envy burns within her toward her sister. Noah is blindsided by this confession, asking how she could possibly be the object of envy, but Muin stands her ground with fierce determination. She explains that her sister is brilliant, acting as their guardian and claiming victory after victory like a true elite. With pure conviction, she declares her ambition to become exactly like her sister, leaving Noah completely stunned. Noah whispers that the future is unwritten, but Muin presses on, asking what path her sister truly desires. She resigns herself to the path of duty, just as Leon arrives, chuckling that Muin's stubbornness mirrors her sister perfectly. He hands refreshing drinks to his daughters, who beam with gratitude, just as the night sky erupts into a symphony of fireworks. The sisters gaze upward, mesmerized by the brilliant display, while the parents share a look, knowing this moment made the journey worth every struggle. Leon clutches the teddy bear, his heart swelling with a father's greed to preserve every fleeting second of their happiness. Suddenly, his senses spike. Ross Weiss materializes with the camera, demanding to review the captured memories. Panic sets in as he recalls his failed attempt to develop the photos earlier, realizing the resort lacked the necessary facilities. Ross Weiss presses him about the deer photo, and terror grips him. His secret collection is next in the viewing queue. With desperate ingenuity, Leon squeezes the plush toy, his mind racing for a tactical diversion to escape this crisis. He retrieves a sweet treat purchased earlier, deploying it as a distraction, and she instinctively prepares to accept the offering. Seizing the opening, he closes the distance in an instant, offering the candy directly. Ross Weiss flinches, startled by his sudden proximity. She stammers, questioning his invasion of her personal space, but he feigns innocence. Realizing he has no photos of himself, she shifts focus. Taking command of the camera, she insists they capture a proof of their bond together. Leon agrees, masking his relief with a casual excuse that it is merely to satisfy their daughter's curiosity later. He urges her to lean in to fit the frame, teasing her pose, before they snap a selfie, their fingers synchronized in a peace sign. Later, under the glow of a sparkler, Ross Weiss and Noah share a moment of pure, radiant joy. From the bench, Leon observes this rare spectacle. He checks on Muin, who rests in his lap, claiming exhaustion prevents her from joining. But Muin reveals her true intent. She withdrew to grant her mother and sister a precious moment of connection. It is a calculated sacrifice, knowing how rarely those two get to bond without distraction. Leon marvels at her maturity, But the little girl denies growing up, simply stating that her family's happiness is her only desire. Emotions crash over him like a wave. Despite their differences, both daughters possess a boundless love for this family. He offers to carry her, only to find she has already drifted into dreams. With the child sleeping soundly in his arms, Rossweiss approaches with Noah, whispering softly to avoid waking her. He rises, cradling Muin like a precious treasure, and signals the end of the night. They pause, letting the serene atmosphere wash over them. Rossweiss turns to Noah, extending an offer to carry her as well. The girl stares at her mother, caught off guard by the gesture. A smile breaks through her surprise, and she accepts. The family retreats, though the shadows of the day still linger over them. The scene shifts abruptly to the hotel room, where the girls bid their parents good night and the door clicks shut. Leon collapses onto the bed, his stamina drained, seeking the sweet release of sleep, but fate has other plans. Rossweiss asks the inevitable question about their sleeping arrangements, and he instantly vehemently denies any intention of sharing the bed. He concocts a hasty retreat to the hot springs and urges her to sleep first. Outside, the steam rises beneath a galaxy of stars. Submerged in the water, Leon reflects on the day's events, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. His mind begins to formulate a strategy to sleep elsewhere, when suddenly, a presence manifests behind him. He whirls around in shock to find Rossweiss standing there, demanding to know why he's acting so suspiciously. She announces that the grand finale of the fireworks is starting and demands the camera to capture the moment. Leon freezes, sweat forming on his brow as he remembers the camera is dangerously close. Rossweiss's eyes lock onto an object resting on a chair. She realizes he brought it along as she stalks over to retrieve it. Leon watches in sheer panic, unable to stop her. A sudden realization strikes him like lightning. He cannot let that object fall into her hands, no matter the cost. Leon thrashes wildly in the water to stop her from seizing the incriminating camera. He plays his final card and invites her into the steaming bath with him. Her eyes widen in disbelief at the sudden request, but Leon doubles down, his voice steady as he repeats the dangerous invitation. Rossweiss studies him with a piercing gaze, silence stretching between them. Finally, she reveals she came prepared with a swimsuit and warns him to behave, but Leon scoffs, claiming a master dragon hunter never loses his cool. "We shall see," she murmurs, turning on her heel to head for the changing room. Left alone in the mist, Leon tries to still his racing heart. He chants a mantra of calm, convincing himself that absolute disaster isn't looming. Determination floods his veins. He must protect the photos at any cost. To steal his mind, he begins reciting the dragon hunter's code like a holy prayer. A soft sound breaks his concentration. She has returned. A silhouette appears at the door, draped in an elegant purple gown. Music. The fabric conceals every inch of her form. Rossweiss steps into the light, but the promised swimsuit is nowhere to be seen. Leon turns, his jaw dropping at the unexpected sight. He lets out a mocking laugh, assuring her that such a modest look won't trigger a reaction. Her eyes narrow. "Conceited fool," she hisses. Rossweiss slips into the water, explaining this outfit was a gift from her sister. Leon chuckles, thinking he has won this round. A heavy silence hangs in the steam, relieved by her conservative attire. Leon turns his back, but the predator strikes. "Are you afraid?" she taunts. Leon spins around, his pride stinging. "There is nothing to fear," he declares. But then shock freezes him in place. The outer robe dissolves. It was merely an illusion, revealing the stunning swimsuit hidden beneath. Rossweiss sighs, lamenting that her sister's innocent gift came with such a devilish surprise feature. Yet, a sly smirk curls her lips. She glides through the water, closing the distance between them. "Well," she purrs. "What do you think?" Leon stammers, asking why she didn't just change earlier. Rossweiss leans in, her voice dripping with mischief. "Is the great dragon hunter flustered?" He realizes it's a trap. He is dancing in the palm of her hand and must break this deadlock immediately. Leon analyzes her tactics. It is her classic combo. Step 1, ruthless provocation. Step 2, seductive flirtation, and the finisher shifting all responsibility onto him. He must turn the tables, feigning indifference. He issues a challenge. "Let us see whose dragon pattern erupts first." Rossweiss holds his gaze. She boasts of her iron will, guaranteeing she never loses control of her power. "Then prove it," Leon dares, pushing her into the corner. She accepts without a blink, but the stakes are high. She promises that if Leon wins, he gains 7 glorious days of freedom. The pact is sealed. She has taken the bait. Suddenly, fireworks explode overhead. "Let's watch," Leon suggests, acting casual. Ross Weiss points to the sky. "Does that spark look like my pattern?" Leon dismisses it instantly. Not even close. He averts his eyes to survive the visual assault, but then a melody reaches his ears. Why is she singing now? "My pattern shines like stars," she murmurs. She asks for a critique, but Leon snorts, claiming her singing rivals his terrible bathroom humming. Suddenly, Ross Weiss gasps, "My dragon pattern, it is glowing." Leon panics, his mind racing. How is it possible? But a cruel giggle reveals the truth. It was a bluff. No light shines. She has already begun her charm offensive. He cannot fall behind. Desperate times call for desperate measures. His tail breaches the surface. The massive appendage rises from the water. Ross Weiss freezes, confusion clouding her face. "What is this?" she demands. Leon grins. Since he cannot hold her hand, he shall embrace her with his tail instead. "Release me this instant," she commands. But the dragon hunter has gone rogue. He refuses to yield. She grabs the limb, warning him that the tail is a dragon's greatest weakness. Yet, as her fingers graze his scales, a visible shudder runs through her body. She realizes his game. He is baiting her into taking the initiative. "Is holding hands so terrible?" she whispers, extending her palm. Leon falters. Why is his heart hammering against his ribs like a war drum? The subtle gesture is a fatal blow. Slowly, inevitably, their fingers interlace. Leon realizes with dread there is no defense against this level of intimacy. "Just give in," she whispers. But Leon yanks his hand back. "I will not be charmed by you," he roars, though the struggle is agonizing. "You are barely holding on yourself," he counters. And then it happens. The dragon pattern on his back ignites with brilliant light. Resistance crumbles. Beneath the exploding fireworks, their lips meet in a passionate seal. The next morning, Noah pounds on the bedroom door. "Wake up, lazybones." Moon toddles over, rubbing her eyes. "Sis, what is happening?" Noah sighs. Today is Mom's turn to be weak again. But Dad is missing. Moon tilts her head. "Do we need a steak tribute to summon him?" Her sister rolls her eyes. "You just want second breakfast." Noah grabs her hand. "Come on, let's go eat. If they don't emerge soon, I'll cook for you myself." Meanwhile, morning light filters into the room where Leon and Ross Weiss lie sleeping in the same bed. Leon slowly opens his eyes as consciousness returns. Leon bolts upright in bed. The memories of last night crash down on him specifically. How they both failed the dragon pattern challenge. But amidst the chaos, one memory burns brighter than the rest. He recalls kissing Ross Weiss in that moment of confusion, realizing with a jolt that it was their first genuine kiss. He brings a hand to his lips, the phantom sensation still lingering. Leon climbs out of bed, cursing himself for starting such an outrageous and over-the-top challenge. Beside him, Ross Weiss feigns deep sleep, but her heart is racing. She touches her own lips, her mind unable to escape the memory of the night before. The reality sinks in. She, the Dragon Queen, has finally shared her first kiss with the Dragon Hunter. Flustered, she burrows deeper into the blanket, desperately trying to deny that she wanted it. Ross Weiss convinces herself that the cursed dragon mark is to blame for everything. Later, the scene shifts to a vibrant water park. Moen emerges from the pool like a leviathan, armed with a water blaster, and unleashes a torrent upon Noah. Moen proudly displays her splash attack mastery to her sister Noah, however, grows annoyed as her sister continues the relentless aquatic assault. Ross Weiss turns to Leon, asking why he refuses to join the fun. Just as she begins to bring up the tension from the previous night, a voice cuts through the air. A strange couple approaches, asking if they are the parents. Yuna introduces herself and her husband Zay, requesting a moment of their time, playing the part perfectly. Ross Weiss introduces herself and gestures to Leon, claiming him as her beloved husband. Yuna explains that they are newlyweds on their honeymoon, fleeing a dragon dispute. Ross Weiss mentally notes that she must remain vigilant regarding Constantine's movements. Yuna gushes, commenting on their apparent chemistry. Ross Weiss smirks, noting that many dragons have made that exact observation about them. Leon holds back a sigh, even with children in tow. The irony is not lost on him. They only shared their first real kiss yesterday evening. Yuna looks at them with envy, dreaming of a family like theirs. She reveals she's considering having children and asks the veteran couple for advice. Rosweiss answers smoothly, simply agreeing with whatever Leon says without giving it a second thought. Leon glances at her, impressed. This female dragon has a terrifying talent for improvisation and making up stories. He advises them to let nature take its course without fear. Zay then asks how Leon resolves marital fights, while Yuna admits she always demands the last word. Leon freezes. He is completely at a loss for how to answer a question about a marriage that is purely contractual. He decides to improvise. He teases Rosweiss, claiming that despite her cold exterior, she loves to act cute. Rosweiss plays along, tickling him and feigning embarrassment while Zay watches their interaction. Leon adopts a serious tone. He explains that every woman, no matter how powerful or strong, harbors a fragile side deep within. He finishes by declaring that in those vulnerable moments, a man must stand tall to protect his wife. That is the true essence of being a responsible husband. With the conclusion of the 7-day trip, silence returns to the halls of the Silver Dragon Castle. Rosweiss wastes no time. She summons her servant, demanding to know if the elusive group known as the Tigers has been located. The servant confirms the mission is complete. She reports finding their hideout on the outskirts of the Empire, a secret sanctuary shielded by powerful barriers. Rosweiss questions the strategic value of such a location. Her servant, however, warns her that the human-named Tiger possesses power that could rival the Dragon Queen herself. Rosweiss narrows her eyes. Even with Shirley's weak combat ability, she is one of her most trusted confidants. If Shirley rates him this highly, she concludes that Leon's master is no ordinary mortal. He's a force to be reckoned with. Shirley admits she was detected, but spared to deliver a message. The Tiger has summoned Rosweiss for a parley. Rosweiss calculates the risks. There is no other choice. She decides they must meet and takes flight, soaring into the sky with her dragons. A few hours later, they descend upon a majestic waterfall. Shirley points ahead, stating the couple awaits inside, but warns that the queen must enter alone. Rosweiss issues a cold command, instructing her on the contingency plan if she does not return within the hour. She steps through the waterfall, passing through the shimmering barrier. Inside, a man calmly brews tea, and Rosweiss stares at his back. She recognizes him instantly as Leon's master, as he invites her to sit. She notes that aside from Leon, he is the only dragon hunter whose presence makes her uneasy. The aura radiating from this man is suffocating. It mirrors Leon's intensity, perhaps it even surpasses it. Rosweiss reveals she has waited 2 years for this opportunity. She cuts to the chase, demanding the truth about Leon's condition. The master replies calmly that he is still alive. She recalls he was her prisoner, and the man expresses relief that his stubborn pupil has survived. He reveals a grim truth: Leon paid a heavy price just so someone could discover his whereabouts. Then, the master drops a bombshell. He asks her to prevent Leon from escaping back to the Empire next year. Rosweiss is baffled, questioning why he wouldn't want to rescue his own disciple. The master explains the chaos of 2 years ago. The return of the defeated dragon hunters ignited a firestorm of fury within the Empire. To save face, the Empire blamed a traitor within the dragon hunter army for the catastrophic failure of the war. A realization dawns on Rosweiss. With his whereabouts unknown, Leon became the perfect scapegoat for their blame. The master confirms her fears. It is better for Leon to remain a survivor in her custody, for if he returns to the Empire now, his life is forfeit. Rosweiss makes her decision. She agrees to keep him under her watch, but for a price. She demands to know everything about Leon, specifically the dark history of his childhood. The master raised a skeptical eyebrow, finding her request utterly peculiar. Without a word, he handed over a heavy chest, revealing it contained every single love letter Leon had ever received. He explained these were preserved for Leon's future bride, so the choice was hers. Rosweiss smiled softly. The day of destiny had finally arrived. The master studied her closely, suspicious of her sudden fascination with his former captive. Then, she unearthed a drawing hidden among the papers. He chuckled, explaining that even at 6 years old, Leon had typed tall girls with silver hair and an icy demeanor. Realization struck the master like a lightning bolt. The woman standing before him was the living image of Leon's childhood fantasy. Rosweiss pressed for more secrets, but the master refused to betray his disciple's trust. That is, until she revealed a recent photograph of his beloved student. Stunned, he asked her to wait, promising to reveal Leon's true first love. Rosweiss's heart began to race. Who could have captured his heart before her? The master returned dragging a stubborn donkey, apologizing for the delay as the beast had woken up in a foul mood. Rosweiss froze, her jaw dropping. Was Leon's first love a donkey? The master burst into laughter, confirming the absurd truth. He explained that Leon could never tame the creature. It followed him like a shadow, becoming his tragic, unrequited childhood romance. He pointed to the scars on the beast's nose from Leon's struggles. A massive wave of relief washed over Rosweiss's soul. She realized the tension had vanished. Staring at the donkey, she knew she had absolutely nothing to fear from this rival. Turning to leave, she offered the photos as a gift, but demanded one final proof that Leon was truly alive and well. Rosweiss tossed a metallic card through the air, declaring that Leon would understand its hidden message. She bid them farewell, hinting this might be their final encounter, but she vowed that for Leon, she wanted far more than a mere year of his life. In a flash of spiritual energy, she vanished. The master stared at the empty space, puzzled by the weight of her words. Music swells. The master noticed the card had left a heavy piece of metal behind. His eyes widened in sheer shock. A voice called out as he whispered Leon's name. Charlotte Poseidon, his wife, emerged from the shadows, asking if the boy was safe. He passed her the photographs, his voice trembling with emotion. Leon's life was far grander than they could have ever imagined. Charlotte gazed at the family portrait. The boy was living better than his teacher. She turned to her husband. Had he finally made his choice? Tiger gripped his weapon, his aura flaring. It was time to restore his apprentice's honor, a glorious gift for his future granddaughters. Meanwhile, darkness descended upon the majestic silver dragon castle. Leon paced anxiously. Rosweiss had vanished for 2 whole days without a single warning. He interrogated a servant who claimed Her Majesty was on business. But news arrived that she had returned and was preparing dinner personally. Rosweiss entered with the meal, but Leon's instincts screamed. The atmosphere was heavy with impending doom. She invited him to sit. Little Moon cheered for her delicious steak, but Leon froze. His plate was buried under a mountain of raw carrots. Rosweiss smiled innocently, declaring it a special vegetable salad. He protested that it was nothing but carrots. Moon looked up with big eyes, asking if Daddy was a picky eater, silencing him instantly. Trapped by his own parenting advice, Leon gritted his teeth. He declared he would eat every last bite. He chewed slowly, sweat forming on his brow. Had she discovered his secret weakness? Suddenly, Rosweiss dropped a bombshell. She needed to see him in his room tonight. Leon was left thunderstruck. Later, Leon sat on the bed, pretending to read. She loomed beside him, teasingly asking if his heart was racing. She settled into a nearby chair, her gaze intense. She commanded him to come closer. Leon, clad in pajamas, leaned in. He asked if she had suffered from missing him these past 2 days. She admitted it without hesitation. Then, she ordered the lights to be extinguished. They lay side by side in the dark. 30 minutes passed in silence. Confused, Leon retreated under the blanket, wondering what was happening. He whispered, asking if she was truly asleep. One violet eye cracked open. She asked what exactly he was expecting. Flustered, he rolled away, claiming he only wanted to sleep, but internally, he plotted to turn the tables when she least expected it. The clock ticked on the nightstand. Suddenly, Rosweiss's eyes snapped open in the darkness. She sat up and checked the time. She recalled the master's secret tip at 2:30 in the morning. The truth reveals itself. Leon would betray his thoughts in his sleep. Rosweiss crept closer, deciding to run a simple calibration test first. She whispered, asking for his youngest daughter's name. Muen, he mumbled. The sleep-talking jutsu was working perfectly. She pressed on, asking his ideal type. He confessed immediately, a tall woman with flowing silver hair. Finally, she asked why he rejected the girls at school who looked like that. His answer was cold and absolute. He simply didn't like them. Rosweiss narrows her eyes, annoyed by his 5-second hesitation before rejecting her offer. She demands to know his true preferences, and Leon finally admits the truth. He has a weakness for mature women with an elegant style. She sets a trap, asking if he wishes to see his classmates dressed in such a provocative manner, but he instantly denies it. She presses closer, demanding to know exactly who he wants to see in that outfit. With a charming smile, he leans in and whispers only one name, Rosweiss. The answer hits her like a spell. She freezes completely, her face flushing red at the sudden, heart-stopping confession. She shakes him awake, demanding to know why he fantasizes about her in a bunny outfit. He starts to explain himself, but exhaustion claims him, and he collapses back into a deep slumber. She realizes he escaped the interrogation at the most critical moment. Rosweiss vows that next time, she will make him pay for his embarrassing sleep-talking. The following afternoon, peace returns to the Silver Dragon Castle as Leon plays outside. He asks Rosweiss when she left the room last night, and she reveals it was only after he drifted off. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she asks if he is disappointed. But Leon counters, reminding her that this is her castle and she rules over every corner of it. Rosweiss then drops a bomb, revealing she heard him mumbling in his sleep. Startled, Leon asks what secrets he might have spilled. She spins a lie to test him, claiming he seemed to regret rejecting a classmate's love confession. Leon denies the accusation instantly. He explains that his devotion to his country left no room for romance. She argues that dreams reveal the heart's true desire, but he stands his ground. Meanwhile, Moon pauses her flower picking as a strange sound echoes through the air. She calls out to her sister and sprints toward a pillar of light. Ignoring Leon's warning to slow down, Noah emerges from the light with Moon, announcing her grand return. Leon spots a mysterious object in Noah's hand and questions its purpose. Noah explains it is a critical assignment from the Academy. They inspect the mission, a challenge to write an 800-word essay on the theme of family and happiness. Rosweiss is shocked to learn it is a competition against other powerful families. Noah declares that while others are mere dragons and cocoons, she will use their unique bloodline advantage. Miwin tilts her head, asking what their secret weapon is, and Noah prepares to unveil her master plan. Then, she drops the bombshell. She shouts that their greatest advantage is the burning love between mommy and daddy. The declaration leaves both parents petrified in shock. Leon and Rosweiss exchange awkward glances, questioning the very existence of this romance. Noah demands help finding inspiration, while Moon cheers in excitement for the show. Leon agrees to support her, and Rosweiss asks their daughter how they should proceed with this mission. The little tactician orders them to go on a romantic date in Sky City. The very next day, the two appear in Sky City, wearing matching couple outfits chosen by their daughters. Leon suggests they commence the operation, and she nods in agreement. He wonders if a child like Noah even understands what a date is. Rosweiss defends her, claiming the girl is wise beyond her years. He then asks if Rosweiss has ever dated, and she scoffs, citing her hundreds of years of busy dragon duties. Leon reflects on his own life, realizing he spent every moment on studies, war, and raising his girls. The truth dawns on them. They are both absolute novices at romance, but Rosweiss puffs out her chest, confidently stating she did her homework the night before. Leon is flabbergasted to discover her research consisted entirely of reading romance novels. He admits defeat, confessing that he also scoured the internet for a list of standard couple activities. Rosweiss presents her strategy a list of safe activities that strictly avoid excessive physical contact. Leon gets fired up, declaring they will provide the perfect material for Noah's essay at the zoo. Noah scribbles notes furiously while Moon happily devours ice cream. Later, they parade through a clothing fair, constantly under the intense surveillance of their daughters. But disaster strikes during the musical. Leon and Rosweiss fall asleep from boredom, while the girls remain glued to the stage. Suddenly, the spotlight hits them as the host picks them from the crowd. Forced to improvise, Leon drops to one knee in a dramatic proposal. He slides the ring onto her finger, creating a picture-perfect scene for their watching daughters. Next, the couple stumbles upon a fortune-telling tent. The mystic introduces herself and immediately asks if Rosweiss was born under the sign of Scorpio. Stunned, Rosweiss confirms her birthday is October 25th and demands to know how the woman divined the truth. The fortune teller smiles knowingly. She explains that Scorpio women are a storm of intense emotions, hidden beneath a mask of cold indifference. Leon whispers that it is merely a parlor trick for children, but the woman continues, warning that for Scorpios, love is a dangerous game of all or nothing. The mystic turns to Leon, confirming he is a Leo. She shakes her head gravely, declaring their star signs to be a catastrophic match. A light bulb goes off in Leon's head. He reveres her as a master, finally concluding that zodiac incompatibility is the true reason they fight like cats and dogs. The fortune teller advises him to provide Rosweiss with security and to express his affection without holding back. Leon falls into deep thought, contemplating the terrifying idea of openly expressing love to the dragon. Suddenly, a powerful resonance vibrates between them. The fortune teller grins, admitting she orchestrated the moment. She then offers to gaze into her crystal ball to unveil their immediate future. She commands him to place his hand upon the orb, and Leon accepts the challenge. He places his hands upon the swirling mist, but the psychic gasps in horror. Within the crystal ball, she sees only iron bars and desolate weeds. Then she drops a bombshell. He is currently in her prison. While she laughs at his stunned expression, she slyly offers him a way out: freedom, for the low price of 100 gold coins. Leon narrows his eyes, sensing a scam instantly. But Rosweiss, determined to keep the peace, simply offers a heavy coin pouch to silence the coming disaster. He immediately urges a retreat. We need to leave, he insists, unwilling to let them be played by cheap parlor tricks. But the seer blocks their path. Her eyes widen with a terrifying prophecy. You cannot run. I see the future. A house filled with your children, I do not lie. Finally escaping outside, Rosweiss tilts her head, a playful glint in her eyes. Why the sudden retreat? Did the truth scare you? Leon scoffs at the prophecy. Us having children, it defies all logic. She agrees such a fate is truly impossible. Yet, Leon admits, experiencing this new world with you today, it wasn't bad. Rosweiss smiles softly. I agree. For a moment, it felt like we were truly just lovers. If you are happy, then I am content, Leon replies with genuine warmth. She asks for their final destination, the sea, he announces. We end this day beneath the sunset. Moments later, the salty breeze welcomes them to a beach near Sky City. Leon points to the horizon, excitement bubbling in his voice. The grand finale of our date awaits. Rosweiss scans the crowd of clinging couples and sighs. Is this not a bit cliché? Leon realizes the atmosphere is too suffocating for a private moment. You're right. Let's find a sanctuary just for us. They stroll away from the crowds, walking where the waves gently kiss the shore. The golden hour strikes. The sunlight sets Rosweiss's hair ablaze with a divine, golden glow. Leon freezes, captivated. She catches his stare. Is there something on my face? He quickly averts his gaze. I was merely admiring the sun. Stubborn as always, she teases. But Leon's voice turns serious. I have eyes only for you. My commitment is absolute. A realization strikes him like lightning. He smirks. Wait, are you perhaps jealous? Panic flashes across her face. She slaps a hand over his mouth to silence him. Leaning close, she whispers, You said many dangerous things in your sleep last night. Do you want a recap? Terror fills Leon's eyes. He frantically shakes his head. Some secrets must remain buried. She laughs, a melody like silver bells, and dashes away. I'll keep your secrets, she calls out. Leon chases after her, desperate to know just how much he exposed. From a hidden vantage point, Moon watches with a smile. Mother looks so radiant. Beside her, Noah clenches her fists. If only I brought my camera, a tragedy. The servant shakes her head gently. It is not a loss, young miss. Why? Noah demands. Because beauty is fleeting. The servant explains wisely. Some moments are too precious for film. They must be etched only into the heart. The girls watch their mother's joy and nod in understanding. Down by the water, Rosweiss splashes Leon, who shouts a playful warning. She laughs, running through the surf, but her foot slips. A scream tears through the air. Leon moves faster than light. Careful, he roars, catching her before she hits the waves. He pulls her tight against his chest. Time seems to freeze as their eyes lock. The proximity is electric. Heartbeats hammer like war drums, drawn by an irresistible force. Rosweiss leans in. Under the burning sky, their lips meet in a kiss that shatters the world around them. The servant smiles, a knowing look in her eyes. She gently turns the children away. Come, this moment belongs only to them. Later. Leon stands by the water, lost in thought. Rosweiss breaks the silence. A perfect story is defined by its ending, is it not? She extends her hand, a challenge in her eyes. Do you dare hold the hand of the incompatible Scorpio? Leon's lips curve into a confident smile. He takes her hand without hesitation. With you, I fear nothing. Fingers enshrined, they walk into the twilight, the perfect end to a legendary date. Sometime later, Noah takes first place in her essay contest. Her topic, My Parents, the Most Loving, Yet Strangest Couple in the Realm. That night, a solitary lamp burns in the bedroom. Leon is on his hands and knees, frantically searching under the bed. He rises, clutching his chest. He reveals his secret mission, hiding the illicit photos of Rosweiss in a kitten costume from the old festival. These are treasures worth dying for. He sits on the floor, sweat forming on his brow. Where is the perfect hiding spot? Suddenly, footsteps approach. Leon spins around, heart jumping into his throat. He shoves the photos into a drawer with godlike speed and scrambles back to his spot. Rossweiss enters, finding him casually reading on the couch. Retiring so soon? Leon asks, trying to mask his panic. I hoped you might stay up. She smiles. A predator toying with prey. Is that so? He nods, sweating. But do as you please. Leon exhales mentally. I have the high ground. She suspects nothing. Suddenly, she sits beside him. Say, Leon, do you like bunny girls? He screams. She knows. She found the secret collection. His mind screams in terror. Rossweiss continues smoothly. You were mumbling in your sleep, something about wanting to see your classmates in bunny suits. Leon denies the accusation with the force of a desperate man. Never. If I were to ask anyone, I would only ask you to wear such a thing. Rossweiss blinks, surprised he turned the trap into a confession. But she decides to crush his hopes. Keep dreaming. I will never wear a bunny outfit for you. Leon's mind races. She didn't mention the kitten photos. I'm safe. The advantage is still mine. A mischievous smirk crosses his face. Oh, and what if you did wear it? What would happen then? Rossweiss narrows her eyes. Listen closely. If you try to use magic to force me, my eyes see through all illusions. She issues her ultimatum. If you succeed, I will publicly admit defeat. But do you really want to challenge me? Leon stares back, his gaze intense. Is that a promise? It is, she confirms. But consider the price of failure. Leon stands up, an aura of absolute confidence radiating from him. I have no need for cheap tricks. He opens a hidden compartment, a mastermind revealing his trump card, because the preparations are already complete. With a triumphant smirk, he tosses a photograph onto the table. It captures her in a humiliating bunny costume, a true masterpiece in his eyes. Rossweiss's eyes burn with fury as he reveals the next image. He calls it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that simply couldn't be missed. He spreads the collection like a winning hand of cards, declaring the final shot to be true art. Instantly, a terrifying crimson aura explodes around her body. When did you take these? She demands, sensing her murderous intent. Leon quickly reminds her of the days she lay unconscious, weakened by the blood curse. Shadows cast over her face. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper. Do you intend to use these against me? In a flash, Rossweiss seizes him by the collar. Violent energy surges as she demands to know if this is a threat. Leon calmly denies it. He simply reminds her of her vow to do whatever he asked. Defeated by her own words, she releases him, sinks onto the sofa, and awaits his command. He recalls how she swore she'd never wear such a thing. With a devilish grin, he orders her to don the bunny suit right here, right now. Rossweiss narrows her eyes, testing the limits of his patience. And if I refuse, no problem. He shrugs. I'll just share these with your sister and the entire dragon clan. He then drops the bomb. There are 4 copies in existence. He advises her to be a good girl. After all, dragging her prestigious reputation through the mud would be a tragedy she can't afford. Before she can flee, she realizes she is trapped. Rossweiss leaves to find the outfit, and Leon gives her a deadline 7 o'clock sharp. 700 hours. He crosses his arms, savoring the moment. Finally, the tables have turned, and he is the one in absolute control. The clock strikes 7. Leon approaches her chambers, peering through the crack in the door. Are you ready? She huddles under a sheet, trembling. She claims the ears are missing. Feeling generous for her first attempt, he decides to show a little mercy. She agrees to play along on one condition: the photos must be destroyed. That depends entirely on my mood, he teases, reaching for the sash of her robe. Her eyes flash with danger. She warns him that if she finds those pictures first, there will be hell to pay. The robe slides to the floor. The sight creates a chaotic harmony, his favorite outfit worn by the world's most irritating creature. She burns holes through him with her glare. Satisfied, she snaps, but Leon shakes his head. The night has only just begun. What more do you want? She hisses. Leon gestures to the floor. Sit. It is time for your lesson to commence. As she kneels before him, the realization hits her. This is payback for the humiliation she put him through last time. Leon assumes the role of the strict instructor. He commands the Dragon Slayer teacher to recite the 3 honors and 3 shames until perfect. She objects, reminding him of her noble dragon bloodline, but he steps closer, his presence overwhelming. Watch your attitude. Do as the professor says. Her resistance crumbles. Yes, Professor. Leon recites the first rule of loyalty to the Empire. Rossweiss mumbles it under her breath until the sharp crack of a whip cuts the air. She flinches, outraged. Why strike me? I said it. He shakes his head coldly. Too quiet. Say it again, with conviction. She shouts the words, her voice echoing in the room. Internally, however, she swears a blood oath to make this dragon slayer suffer for this indignity. Time flows by. Leon nods in approval, noting that despite her temper, Rossweiss is intelligent and has memorized the text perfectly. Is class over? She asks, hopeful. Indeed, he replies, but as he unbuttons his shirt, her confusion returns. Leon's gaze darkens with desire. Now, we move on to the lesson on cultural appreciation. He pulls her close. Today, you will learn not just tolerance, but the deep absorption of foreign cultures. She repeats the words, bewildered. He whispers against her skin, pointing out the dragon mark glowing on her body. Do you know what this light signifies? You've been a naughty student, he teases, daring to seduce the professor. Before she can retort, he seals her lips with a passionate kiss. The mark on his chest resonates with hers, glowing in the moonlight. As they tumble onto the bed, he breaks the kiss and commands her to turn around. He embraces her from behind, his warmth enveloping her. Recite the 3 honors and 3 shames again, he orders softly. Her breath hitches. Right. Right now, his answer is a silent, firm affirmation. Trembling, she begins the recitation, speaking of pride in the Empire and the shame of conspiring with the Dragon Clan. Excellent, he whispers. And the next, she turns to face him, eyes half closed. I won't memorize anymore. Punish me if you must. Leon smirks. Your wish is my command. You asked for it. He explains that she has mastered tolerance. Now she has truly absorbed the culture. Well done, he murmurs. Class is dismissed. He stands, adjusting his clothes. I'm returning to my quarters. Rest well, my student. Left alone, she clenches her fist. The moment I find those photos, you're a dead man, Leon. The next morning breaks, showing Leon outside with Moon and Noah. Meanwhile, Rossweiss tears her room apart. She turns over every stone, desperate to locate the hidden blackmail material. She must find them. Only by destroying those images can she regain her dignity and secure her position within the family hierarchy. Unaware of the storm brewing in the bedroom, Leon instructs the others to find Anna. As the girl agrees, little Moon glances back at her father, sensing the change in the air. Leon steps into his quarters and freezes. The door stands ajar, though he distinctly remembers sealing it shut before he left. The furniture sits silent and untouched, yet drifting through the air. A faint, sweet fragrance betrays an intruder's presence. A smirk plays on his lips. Rossweiss couldn't resist coming for the photos. Raising his voice for the hidden audience, he declares, I left my favorite coat in the garden. I must go retrieve it immediately. Hiding in the shadows, she seizes the moment. Now is her chance to escape and return before he notices a thing. She swings the door open, desperate for freedom, but hope shatters instantly. Leon stands there like a mountain, arms crossed, waiting for his prey. His eyes gleam with amusement. And just what was Lady Melvy planning to steal from her professor? The realization hits her like a brick. She walked right into his trap. Leon raps his knuckles against the bathroom door. Rossweiss, what are you doing in there? She stammers a denial, refusing to admit she is hiding from the lesson. Mr. Cosmo composed a special tribute for you. He teases through the wood. A ballad honoring your magnificent bunny costume. He begins to croon a humiliating melody for the little bunny to come out. Never, she screams from inside. I will not open this door, no matter what. His voice drops, cold and commanding. I will count to 3. If that door remains shut, your sister receives the photos in 3 hours. He doesn't even finish the countdown. The lock clicks, and Rossweiss appears. Defeated. That is much better, he purrs, flashing a victorious smile. Fear flickers in her eyes as she retreats. What do you intend to do? She scrambles for the shower stall and locks herself in. Leon stares through the glass, his presence overwhelming. I intend, he declares with absolute authority, to rectify the law right here and now. Later, exhausted beside him, she glares with teary eyes. You absolute bastard, she hisses. You showed no mercy at all. She watches his breathing steady into sleep. Even the mighty dragon slayer is defenseless now. She whispers, Where did you hide them? Silence answers her. Last time was pure luck, but today calls for strategy. She narrows her eyes. Perhaps a more magical approach is needed. She places a hand on his forehead, channeling her will. Take me to the photos, she commands. Obey. It worked. Leon sits up mechanically, his eyes glazed. He marches into the hallway, and Rossweiss follows close behind, heart pounding. Anxiety gnaws at her. If this man wakes up now, everything returns to square one. She must be quick. He leads her deep into the mountains behind the Silver Dragon Castle. You cunning devil, she mutters, hiding it all the way out here. Finding a photo here is like searching for a needle in a vast ocean. But something feels wrong. The path they took. It feels intentional. A memory flashes in her mind. These are the exact spots where they shared moments together that night. Are we there yet? She asks softly. Leon stops and turns, the haze gone from his eyes. Horror dawns on her. He was never asleep. It was a trap from the very beginning. Drop the act, she snaps, trying to hide her embarrassment. I know you are awake, Leon. Did you really think a charm spell would work on me? He scoffs. She grits her teeth, grasping for excuses about sleepwalking. He ignores her protests. Tell me, Melvie, do you recognize this path? Which of these spots was your favorite? I hate them all, she screams, face flushing red. Especially this one. Panic rises in her voice. Wait, you aren't planning to do that here, are you? He pulls her body flush against his. Class is in session, he whispers. Her scream echoes through the silent forest night. 2 weeks later, Rossweiss slumps in her chair, utterly drained. That monster has tormented her body and soul in every conceivable way. I cannot go on like this, she vows, eyes burning with determination. I must break these chains. Her gaze drifts to the desk drawer, the ultimate trump card. She intended to save the letter for later, but desperate times call for desperate measures. She snatches it up. A sharp knock interrupts her plotting. Enter, she commands, regaining her royal composure. Leon strolls in. What does Her Majesty desire? She holds the letter aloft like a weapon. Tell me, Leon. Are you curious about your master's fate after 2 long years? His expression shifts. This letter, she taunts, is from his very hand. Do you want to read it? I offer a trade, she declares. The letter for the backup photos. Leon narrows his eyes. How do I know it is not a forgery? You don't, she smirks, but it is the only chance you have. She summons a flame to her fingertip, hovering near the paper. If you do not want it, I shall burn it to ash right now. Leon calculates rapidly. Even if he surrenders the known copies, his secret stash remains safe. The advantage is still his. Fine, he relents. Wait here, I will retrieve the photos. Moments later, he slaps the evidence onto the table. The exchange is made. Rossweiss clutches the photos, surrendering the letter. Relief floods her. If her sister had seen these, the Silver Dragon Castle would have fallen into chaos. But wait. She pauses, staring at a group photo in the stack. A soft smile touches her lips. Perhaps keeping just one isn't a crime. With a snap of her fingers, the rest burst into flames. Leon stands frozen, reading the note. What profound wisdom did he share, she asks. He reveals the paper. It reads, Kid, do not worry about the donkey. His face twists in disbelief. I traded my leverage for this. But his annoyance fades into concern. Why mention the donkey? Is a hidden danger preventing his master's return? Rossweiss recalls the warning from Tiger. Do not return to the Empire for 1 year. She clutches her chest, realizing the truth. She doesn't want him to leave, either. She muses that perhaps his master finds him pathetic and sent him here to grind for more experience. Leon is left completely speechless by the insult. His pride flares up. He boasts about being ranked first among all dragon hunters, holding every physical record the Academy has ever seen. But Rossweiss cuts him down instantly. She teases that he seems more like a champion of getting captured than a student who actually does his homework. Fired up, Leon challenges her to step outside for a duel, but she reminds him of a harsh truth. Her win rate against him is a perfect 100%. She coldly advises him to go train before embarrassing himself. Leon vows to prove her wrong, but months fly by. He realizes a grim reality. While his physical health has returned, his mana core remains completely dry. Leon analyzes his origin power. His attribute is lightning, the most destructive and offensive element of them all. He admits a hard truth. No matter how much he trains his body, without mana, defeating an opponent at the Dragon King level is an impossible dream. He tries to force his circuits open, but as expected, nothing happens. The blockage remains exactly the same. He concludes he must solve this mystery to defeat Roswitha. Suddenly, little Moon pops up, asking what he is so focused on. Leon explains he is meditating on lightning magic. Moon's eyes light up, and she asks if she can use it too. She wonders aloud what kind of power sleeps within her. Leon takes on the role of a teacher. He explains that upon awakening, every living being manifests an elemental affinity that reflects their soul's origin. While one can learn other types through grueling study, nothing ever rivals the raw power of one's natural element. However, legends speak of rare geniuses, beings who can awaken dual elements. Such monsters are almost impossible to find. Later, sitting at the table, Roswitha casually asks if he wants access to her private library. Leon explains that Muin's awakening is approaching, and he needs manuals to guide her. Roswitha opens a drawer, the metal clinking as she pulls out a set of keys. She tosses them through the air. She tells him to take whatever he needs. Leon catches them, thanking her with hidden relief. Internally, he cheers. Last time, he found nothing on mana depletion. Now he finally has access to the forbidden text he needs. But Roswitha's voice stops him in his tracks. She tells him to wait. Leon freezes, terrifyingly hoping she hasn't changed her mind. She narrows her eyes, asking him one specific question: which element did he manifest during his own magical awakening? Leon replies instantly, it was the lightning element. Roswitha notes hers was fire, typical for dragon kind. He shrugs, claiming he already knew that. Then Leon poses a fascinating question: what element does a human-dragon hybrid awaken? Roswitha counters by asking about Noah's awakening. Lightning, he answers. Roswitha repeats the word, her voice dropping to a stunned whisper. Suddenly, she stands up and shouts, Noah awakened the same element as you. Leon acts calm, stating it is only natural for a daughter to inherit her father's strength. He predicts Muin will also wield lightning, but Roswitha slams her hand down. She bets it will be fire. Leon doubles down on lightning. Roswitha refuses to yield, screaming that it will be fire. She declares that time will tell who is right before storming off, left alone. Leon heads straight for the forbidden library on the 4th floor. Muin dashes through the shelves, eyes wide at the ocean of books. She points out a volume her sister has read, and Leon encourages her to follow that path of greatness. Standing before a blackboard, Leon begins the lesson. He explains the fundamental nature of magic. It is the fusion of two forces, the user's raw physical vitality and their mental fortitude. Guided by the body's mana circuits, power is released. Muin raises a hand, asking her father what exactly mental strength is. Leon defines it as intense will directed at a singular goal. He lifts a heavy book to demonstrate. He asks her if he is using physical strength, and she nods in agreement. He clarifies it is the muscle moving the weight, combined with the intention to lift it, that completes the action. Muin tilts her head. But couldn't you lift it even if you didn't think about it too hard? Leon chuckles. She isn't wrong. But for complex arts like magic control, the mind's influence is absolute. He proposes a duel between two dragons. Muin correctly guesses that the one who loves magic would unleash the stronger flame. Why? He asks. She answers perfectly, because if bodies are equal, the will determines the destructive power. Leon beams with pride at her genius, but he adds a warning: the physical vessel is just as vital to hold that power. He notes with approval that she has been training her body relentlessly these days. The little one clenches her fists, declaring she won't fall behind her sister. Leon encourages that spirit, telling her she will one day surpass even the Dragon Kings for his sake. He tells her to focus on her homework now. He needs to search for specific materials. Muin happily agrees. As he frantically flips through the pages, his mind races. He can rule out physical and mental issues. The cause of his depletion lies elsewhere. He delves into a tome regarding magic circuits and mana cycles. A chilling possibility strikes him. Perhaps the critical flaw lies within his very own mana vessels. Leon steels himself for the reality of the situation. This is not a simple fix. It is destined to be a long, arduous road of research and discovery. Peace returns after dinner. Muin leans back, completely defeated by the delicious feast. She declares she cannot eat another bite, her belly filled to the brim. Noah scolded her little sister for stuffing her face and immediately hitting the hay, but the young glutton just grinned, claiming mom's steak was too divine to resist. Then, the older twin suggests a stroll to settle their meals, and Muin's eyes light up with pure joy at the thought of an adventure. They bid farewell to their mother, and Rosisa's gaze softens as she warns her precious daughters to stay safe. In the kitchen, she brings the final dish to Leon. He dismisses it coldly, but then a question cuts through the silence. Is next Tuesday your birthday? Rosisa nods, confirming that October 25th is indeed the day she came into this world. She explains that dragons usually celebrate only once every decade. However, she decides to keep a secret. There are still 2 years until the official date. Why spoil the fun? She leans in, eyes twinkling with mischief. Why did you remember planning a tribute? Leon shuts her down instantly. He scoffs, his pride flaring. Since when does a prisoner offer a birthday gift to the one who defeated him? Rosisa closes the distance, her presence overwhelming. If not a gift, then perhaps another form of affection. Leon stiffens. What is that supposed to mean? She suggests he organize a grand party for her. Leon raises an eyebrow, asking if she truly expects that from him. He argues that the majestic queen of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary surely doesn't need a lowly human to manage her affairs. But Rosisa plays her trump card. Last year, you were in a coma. The children begged to celebrate. Her eyes narrow. Will you disappoint them again? Leon grits his teeth. He would do anything for his daughters, but serving the Dragon Mother is a bitter pill to swallow. She moves closer and whispers that an exemplary husband would ensure the world sees their perfect union, crushing any rumors of discord in their relationship. Then, her voice drops an octave. Or perhaps you would prefer I stop asking? Politely. A terrifying pressure descends. Rosisa reminds him of his place. He is her property. Defeated. Leon agrees to throw a human-style celebration she will never forget. She blinks, her innocent facade returning. Good, but if I am not satisfied, you will pay the price in a different way. He grabs her arm, meeting her gaze with sudden intensity. Bet on it. You are going to love it. Meanwhile, Noah immerses herself in the arcane arts, analyzing complex magic circle combinations to master new spells. Leon concludes the session. Any questions? Muin beams, declaring she understood every single word. It turns out, since Noah hates dry lectures, Leon adapted his teaching style to spark their curiosity perfectly. To her, he is the greatest father in existence. She vows to demand lightning magic lessons the moment vacation starts. Then, Leon gets to the point. Muin, Noah, what is mommy truly like? Muin's hand shoots up. I know mommy likes daddy the most. Leon freezes, struck dumb by the realization that in their eyes, they are star-crossed lovers. Muin shrinks back. Did I say something wrong? He quickly comforts her, explaining that he just needs to know what else mommy cherishes besides him. Then Noah speaks with wisdom beyond her years. Mommy says dragons live too long, even the brightest stars fade eventually. Because eternity is lonely, she treasures the beautiful, fleeting moments the most. Beautiful, fast, fleeting. The words echo in Leon's mind until click. He knows exactly what to prepare. He dismisses the class abruptly. Read a bit more on your own. I have preparations to make. The girls watch him dash off. Noah smirks. Daddy seems excited. I bet he is hunting for the perfect gift. Later, Rosisa wanders the sanctuary halls, arms full of tributes, wondering where her prisoner vanished to. He hasn't shown his face all day. She throws open the door. Leon, but there he stands, holding a glowing cake. Happy birthday, my dragon. She huffs, hiding a smile. It would be better if you used my name instead of my species. He promises to remember next time. Rosisa admires his handiwork. Is this a human ritual? Lighting fire and eating sweets? She swipes a taste of frosting. Not bad. But Leon stops her. Wait, you must blow out the candles and make a wish first. She eyes the inferno atop the cake. You put this many candles just to mock my age, didn't you? Leon shakes his head innocently. It is human tradition. 1 candle for every year of life. A vein pops in her temple. If he wants to play games, she will drag him down with her. She yanks him closer. Then you will blow them out with me, Leon protests. Why? It is your birthday. Consider it an honor, she retorts. Leon agrees, unaware he has just dug his own grave. They exhale together. The flames die out, replaced by a thick, swirling cloud of smoke. Coughing, Rosisa mutters, humans are strange creatures, Leon admits. Usually, we stop at 20 candles. He urges her to wish before the smoke clears. But he wonders, What could a dragon queen, who holds the world in her palm, possibly wish for? Under the soft melody, she clasps her hands together, eyes shut tight as she whispers her prayer. Her wish is simple yet possessive, that her prisoner never escapes her grasp, a wish that leaves him completely stunned. Leon protests that wishes aren't meant to be used for curses, but she snaps back. It is her birthday, and his predicament is not her problem. Knowing better than to argue with the birthday girl, he surrenders. He sits to slice the cake, offering her the very first piece with a bow. Roswitha questions why he chose the slice bearing her name. With a smirk, he murmurs that he simply wanted a taste of her. Quickly correcting himself, he claims he meant the cake is delicious. Flustered and fierce, she vows revenge on his birthday. She will carve a slice named Leon and force feed him until he bursts. Plate in hand, a chill runs down his spine. Why does he feel a catastrophic future approaching? But the festivities aren't over. Leon checks the time. The main event is yet to come. He whisks her out of the room and onto the balcony. She scans the darkness, unimpressed. But the young man simply whispers for patience. Suddenly, the night sky ignites. Blazing letters form the words, "Happy Birthday, Roswitha," among the stars. Leon explains with a grin that it is a lightning magic circle, a fleeting masterpiece crafted to burn for just a few precious seconds. Her gaze softens. She muses that perhaps beauty which vanishes in an instant leaves the deepest ache in the heart. He asks if Her Majesty is satisfied. Reluctantly, she admits that she never imagined he possessed such talent for creating magical moments. He puffs out his chest, boasting that he had plenty of practice organizing parties for the donkeys back home. Her romantic mood instantly shatters into annoyance. The next day, Leon approaches her with leftovers. He asks why fatigue clings to her so heavily, forcing her to yawn constantly. She brushes it off as mere drowsiness. Yet, she frowns. Her waistline has expanded, despite her strict diet and training regimen. The only variable in her routine is the frequency of her nightly activities with him. He chuckles, teasing that even a workaholic queen has a lazy streak hiding beneath the surface. She snaps back. She slaves away all year. Surely she deserves a little extra sleep. Sensing the danger, he retreats, urging her to rest. But as she stands, the world tilts. Leon moves like lightning, catching her before she hits the floor, panic in his voice. He checks her temperature. No fever burns on her skin. She insists she is fine, claiming it was just a head rush from standing too quickly. He nags her to drink hot water, earning a glare. Wisely, Leon grabs the cake box and flees the scene before her temper explodes. Days pass. Little Noah catches her father searching for something unseen. Leon lies, claiming it is nothing. He wanders aimlessly to pass the time. He cannot let them know the truth. His mana reserves are critically low, and he must bear this burden in silence. Besides, if Roswitha discovered his powerlessness now, she would mock his weakness relentlessly. Leon shifts focus to Noah. Homework. Almost done. Then, the big question. Does she think her sister will awaken the power of lightning or fire? Noah smiles gently. She hopes to awaken fire, simply to bring joy to her mother. Leon laughs softly. Elemental awakening is destiny, not choice. But Noah has her own agenda, and she shifts the topic to the lightning element. She begs him to teach her lightning magic during the break, hoping to breeze through the next semester. Cold sweat forms. He realizes this is a disaster. He cannot demonstrate high-tier spells in his current weakened state. He attempts to summon a majestic celestial bolt, but all that manifests is a pathetic spark. Noah giggles, consoling him that he looks rather cute like that. She shrugs, saying if that is his best, she will just ask Mom to teach her instead. Panic seizes him. He springs to his feet. That is absolutely forbidden. He decides that his status as the cool dad must be defended by force if necessary. Noah asks if it is a bother, suggesting that they forget about it. But he refuses. He swears on his honor to teach her properly when the time is right. Is he serious? Absolutely. She hugs him tightly before dashing off to check on Muen, leaving him alone with his promise. His expression darkens. For his daughter's sake, he must restore his mana before the break. 2 weeks of research have yielded 0 results. What is he missing? A theory strikes him. Perhaps the drain is not internal, but caused by an external parasite. He remembers the only new addition to his body since becoming a prisoner is the dragon's mark. His hand drifts to his chest. Could this seal be the thing devouring his magic? The dragon's mark is an ancient pact of fidelity between draconic mates. Usually invisible, It glows deep purple only when the couple has united physically. Staring into the mirror, he knows Roswitha would definitely exploit this weakness if she knew the mark was stealing his power. He needs proof. It is time for a test. He channels his remaining mana, guiding the flow through his circuits toward his chest. Just as he feared the energy vanishes upon contact, however, he notices the mark only absorbed a tiny fraction. The mystery deepens. Leon realized a terrifying truth. Something deep within his core was intercepting the mana flow in his circuits, actively preventing him from accumulating energy. He questioned when this parasitic thief had infiltrated his system and why it was devouring his magic with such voracious hunger. Scrutinizing his reflection for signs of corruption, he found no physical symptoms. On the surface, he appeared completely normal. He theorized that since the mysterious mark on his body remained immune to the drain, he might be able to repurpose it as a vessel to store a portion of his magic. It would be a grueling, slow process, but a hidden reserve was infinitely better than being left powerless. With steel in his eyes, he resolved to begin this delicate cultivation immediately. He would reclaim his strength, drop by drop, starting today. Finally, the fateful day arrived. It was time for Princess Muin's awakening ceremony. Seeing Roswitha, Leon greeted her with a warm morning smile. She noticed his high spirits, and he confessed his excitement. Muin was surely destined to inherit her father's element. Roswitha scoffed playfully, insisting their daughter would definitely awaken the fire affinity. Leon countered, reminding her that Noah already wielded the power of lightning. He declared he couldn't wait to see her shocked face when the lightning crest blazed to life. Roswitha simply smirked. We shall see about that. Music. Inside the Grand Castle Chapel, a massive magic circle hummed with anticipation. As Leon and Roswitha approached, Noah watched on, certain her little sister would follow in her footsteps. Muin dashed forward to meet them, her excited voice echoing through the hall as she called out for her mommy and daddy. The little princess looked up with wide eyes, asking if they would be watching. Roswitha gently assured her that she and daddy wouldn't miss a single second. Leon knelt down, advising her to banish her nerves and simply execute the breathing technique he taught her. Muin nodded, her determination set. The head maid announced that the awakening circle was primed. Muin stepped into the center, closed her eyes, and began to channel her dormant mana. Roswitha noted the seamless flow of energy, while Leon puffed out his chest, boasting that her perfect form was the result of his expert tutelage. Suddenly, crimson flames roared to life around the child. Roswitha cheered triumphantly that she had awakened fire magic, leaving Leon staring in disbelief. She teased him mercilessly, asking where his smug smile had gone. She celebrated her victory in their wager, but Leon suddenly cut her off. Something isn't right. He pointed at his daughter, his voice dropping to a serious tone. The awakening? It isn't finished yet. Just then, jagged bolts of lightning began to crackle amidst the swirling flames. A dual awakening. Roswitha stood frozen, completely thunderstruck by the sight.